name is Xiao Xingyu, originally an ordinary young man from a small border town. But I unexpectedly unlocked the Eye of the Demon God. With the power of the Eye of the Demon God, I made a pact with the Hell's Nether Wolf and the Holy Light Angel Beast. And by chance, I also formed a pact with Ailu, the nine-tailed fox with the highest bounty among fugitives in Dragon Kingdom. Not only did I successfully enter Azure Dragon Academy, one of the top 4 Beastmaster academies in Dragon Kingdom, but I also represented Azure Dragon Academy along with the Murong siblings to participate in the Dragon Kingdom Supernova Tournament as a dark horse among the freshmen. We successfully defeated White Tiger Academy in the Supernova Tournament and advanced to the finals. To rescue Ailu's friend, Medusa, we decided to raid the Navy headquarters. To ensure the success of the raid, I first helped Ailu achieve fusion and breakthrough. Thus, she became the world's only nine-tailed dragon fox. To celebrate winning the tournament, I went drinking with the Murong siblings. However, Murong Shinchin accidentally sprained her ankle. I escorted Murong Shinchin back to the hotel, intending to use the Eye of the Demon God to treat her. The Eye of the Demon God has an inherent X-ray ability, and I could see through Murong Shinchin's injury. Just as Murong Yangshuo had said, Murong Shinchin's ankle injury was an old ailment accumulated over many years, fragile and prone to repeated sprains. Ailu Jin, your first ankle injury must be related to a magical beast, right?
How did you know?
Murong Shinchin showed a surprised expression. My Eye of the Demon God can analyze the cause of the first injury through scars. Memory surged to her mind. Murong Shinchin, who is usually not talkative, voluntarily mentioned past events in front of me. When I was 5 years old, I went out to sea with my father. Unfortunately, we encountered a tsunami, and our naval ship was attacked by countless water-type magical beasts. I accidentally fell into the sea and was almost devoured by a black gold ironclad shark. My father saved me, but he lost an arm because of it. Murong Shinchin lowered her eyes, and a trace of guilt appeared on her pure and delicate face. Compared to the price my father paid, my mere ankle injury is nothing. I was stunned for a moment, recalling the images from the news. Murong Shinchin's father, who is also the Navy Admiral Murong Jin, is indeed known as the one-armed middle-aged uncle. Alas, fate truly plays tricks on people. I'm now accompanying General Murong's daughter. In a day, I'll be heading to the Navy headquarters, attempting to break Medusa out right under General Murong's nose. Murong Shinchin was kept in the dark. Even if she racked her brain, she could never imagine that the young man massaging her ankle would be confronting her father on the sea in a day.
Feeling better?
Much better. If it's effective, I'll keep massaging for a bit longer. At that moment, Murong Yangshuo returned, carrying a large bag of ointments for sprains. I was massaging Murong Shinchin's ankle at the time. But in Murong Yangshuo's eyes, it looked like I was playing with his sister's delicate foot. Xiao Xingyu, I trusted you so much and entrusted my sister to you. And here you are shamelessly playing with my sister's feet. I couldn't help but laugh and cry, Brother Yangshuo, this is a massage, not some inappropriate behavior. Please watch your words. Murong Yangshuo sighed deeply, seemingly relieved. All right, since you're the only male friend my sister doesn't dislike, go ahead and apply the medicine for her. Murong Yangshuo handed me a bottle of safflower oil. I carefully applied the medicine to Murong Shinchin. After everything was done properly, I turned to leave. Before walking out of the room, I reminded her, Lu Jin, try to stay off your feet for the next few days. With good rest, you should recover before the finals. Murong Shinchin nodded obediently, really resembling a little wife of mine. After I left, Murong Yangshuo pinched his chin, furrowing his brows as if deep in thought. Murong Shinchin returned to her usual cold demeanor. Brother, go back to your own room. I want to rest. Murong Yangshuo suddenly became serious and asked sternly, Little sis, let me ask you, do you like Xiao Xingyu? Murong Shinchin hesitated for a second and replied coldly, Nonsense. You hesitated. And not only did you hesitate, but you also didn't dare to answer directly. Boom. Although Murong Shinchin had injured one foot, the other one was still working fine, and she directly kicked her brother away. Bang! The door was locked. Murong Yangshuo lay on the hallway floor, holding his backside and crying out in pain. Is this really my little sister? She used so much force. Come to think of it, my sister had such a big reaction to this matter. It seems she really has feelings for that Xiao Xingyu guy. Murong Yangshuo patted his backside as he got up and walked towards his own room, muttering to himself. Alright, as long as my sister likes him, I might as well recognize Xiao Xingyu as my brother-in-law. Murong Shinchin lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Because of her severe social anxiety, she didn't know what liking it meant. She just felt that every time she was with me, she experienced a sense of relaxation she had never felt before. A storm approached. Raindrops pelted against the window, mingling with the light.
What exactly is liking?
Murong Shinchin looked out the window, the little tuft of hair on her head swaying slightly. After returning to my room, I immediately activated the Beastmaster's crest and summoned the nine-tailed dragon fox. Ailu appeared in the room, her dragon horns like a magnificent crown. After fusing with the pure-blooded dragon lineage, this fox's aura became even more powerful. A single glance from her could command the world. Lulu, accompany me to refine some medicine. I opened my spatial ring and took out various precious herbs. Linglong dendrobium, blot ganoderma, amethyst der antler, glacieret ginseng fruit. These herbs were the basic ingredients for refining dragon spirit pills. As for the core ingredient, it was the blood of a pure-blooded dragon. I opened a small glass vial and the boiling blood inside was extracted from Ailu. What followed was a tedious and flavorless process of refining medicine. The room was filled with a strange medicinal scent mingling with Ailu's fragrance. Dawn dispelled the darkness. After the heavy rain, the sky brightened and the morning light spread across the horizon.
A mission accomplished.
With dark circles under my eyes, I clenched my fist and shouted. After an entire night of refining, I successfully created 2 pills. These were 2 perfect dragon spirit pills, just like the ones sold in the system store. When a Beastmaster consumes one, their spiritual power will instantly multiply tenfold, lasting for 5 minutes. If a second pill is taken, the spiritual power remains at 10 times the normal level, but the duration extends by another 5 minutes, totaling 10 minutes. These 2 dragon spirit pills, combined with the 9-tailed dragon fox Ailu, who had ascended to the beast god physique, would allow me to contend with a 9-star Beastmaster for 10 minutes.
Lulu, I'm going to take a nap.
When I wake up, we'll set off. I was too tired and fell asleep in Ailu's arms. Watching the exhausted young man in her arms, Ailu reached out and gently touched his face. Even though you're asleep, I still have to say thank you. Ailu knew in her heart that I was her master, and she was my beast. Logically, the master has no obligation to risk their life for their beast. Yet, I broke that convention. In Ailu's eyes, I was a special existence, connected by more than just a blood contract. Today, I was going to risk my life for a beast that had nothing to do with me. And I was going to attempt a jailbreak right under the Dragon Kingdom's Empress's nose. At that moment, the 9-tailed fox and I arrived at the Azure Beach, but I was in a dilemma. Because I needed a reliable flying or water-type beast to cross the sea. If I tried to use a boat, it would be too conspicuous. At this moment, I needed a reliable flying or water-type beast. Although the Holy Light Angel beast also had flying abilities, I wouldn't summon it. Because for this voyage, I couldn't use the identity of Xiao Xingyu. I had to assume a completely new identity to have a chance of escaping unscathed. I opened my spatial ring and took out a ghost mask. After putting on the mask, only my eyes were exposed, with the rest of my face covered entirely. Whoosh! I donned a large, thick black robe, the hem flapping in the sea breeze. At that moment, I was no longer the genius young man from Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu. Instead, I had become the mysterious assassin, the black robe man, who intended to storm the Navy headquarters and boldly break into the execution ground. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Ailu's body. It awakened the water-type magical beasts slumbering in the depths of the sea, and they swam towards the shore. Sensing the power of the dragon, these water-type beasts showed expressions of fear. Ailu casually swept her gaze and locked onto a whale-like beast. It's decided. It'll be you. This was a dark blue killer whale with the strength of a Tier 1 beast king. Ailu only needed to use the aura of the dragon's power to make the lava killer whale king obediently serve as our transportation. This was the manifestation of bloodline suppression. The power of the dragon had a strong suppressive effect on water-type beasts. Under the moonlight, Ailu and I sat side by side on the back of the lava killer whale king. Time passed, bringing us closer and closer to the Ice-Fire Island. Alulu, I roughly calculated that we should reach Ice-Fire Island by dawn. The next day, the outline of an island came into view. The island looked eerie. One half was an iceberg, exuding a coldness that made one's skin crawl. The other half was a volcano, with lava forming rivers on the ground, looking like the roots of towering trees, intricate and complex. Even though it was a single island, it exhibited two completely different climates, defying the laws of geography and meteorology. A Navy headquarters, Icefire Island. This is my first time coming to this place. I squinted my eyes, talking to myself. The Dragon Kingdom is vast, with land on three sides and sea on the other. This sea area is called the East Sea, and across the sea there are other surviving nations and civilizations. The East Sea is expansive and not entirely under the control of the Dragon Kingdom. Icefire Island is essentially the boundary of the Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters. Beyond Icefire Island lies the vast Beast Strait, stretching for thousands of miles. On the other side of the Beast Strait is a civilized nation known as Sakura Country. Throughout the history of Beastmaster civilization, wars between the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Country have been rare. Currently, they are in a semi-peaceful state where the two sides mind their own business. As the lava killer Whale King continued forward, we drew closer to Icefire Island. Through the mist, I could see a magnificent building standing in the center of the island. This was the Navy headquarters, where Murong Shinchin's father, Murong Jin, as a Navy Admiral, had been stationed for many years. My gaze gradually shifted downward to a submarine prison, specifically designed to hold dangerous magical beast captives. The beast god physique magical beast, Medusa the Calamity Serpent, was imprisoned in that submarine prison. Ailu, we've entered the restricted area. We must dive underwater to avoid radar and warship detection. Okay. Ailu transformed into her beast form, wrapped me in her tail, and dove underwater. The lava killer Whale King breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it had finally served those two grand figures and, without hesitation, turned around and swiftly left this place of trouble. Icefire Island Central Area. Navy Headquarters Base. Beastmasters in Navy uniforms were undergoing intense training in the training ground. Because of the long years spent in the sea breeze, every sailor's skin was a dark, rough hue. These people, while guarding the Dragon Kingdom's territorial waters, had unknowingly given their entire youth. At the edge of the training ground stood a tall, burly man over 1.9 meters tall. The man appeared to be about 45 years old, in the prime of his life, though half of his hair had already turned white and he held a cigar in his mouth. This man was Murong Jin, one of the three great admirals of the Dragon Kingdom. He wore a badge with 9 shining stars on his chest, symbolizing the honor of a 9-star Beastmaster. If I wanted to rescue Medusa, I would have to get past him. General Murong, here is the latest issue of the Four Spirits Morning Post. Please have a look. A sailor approached Murong Jin, presenting a newspaper with both hands. Murong Jin took the newspaper and saw a report about his 2 children on the front page. The stern expression on his face softened with a rare, warm smile. The Supernova Tournament was a nationally acclaimed event. The news of Azure Dragon Academy defeating White Tiger Academy naturally made the headlines of major newspapers. On the front page of the newspaper, in addition to text, there was a picture. In the picture, the Murong siblings stood together with a handsome young man, smiling at the media cameras, celebrating their victory. The surrounding sailors took turns flattering him. Young Master Murong and Miss Murong truly live up to being your children. The younger generation surpasses the old. The young master and Miss have a bright future ahead. In my opinion, Miss Murong might become the first female general in the history of the Dragon Kingdom in a few years. Murong Jin felt secretly pleased, but being in the military camp, he had to maintain a stern demeanor. Pay attention to your military appearance and discipline. What's with all the laughing and joking? Stop the flattery and get back to training. Yes, General. After sending away the onlooking sailors, Murong Jin walked over to a tree, repeatedly browsing the newspaper, smiling a bit foolishly. Shuar and Xiner are on the right track. In the future, these 2 kids will definitely be able to carry on my legacy and become outstanding members of the Navy. But if they don't want to become part of the Navy, I won't force them. The Dragon Kingdom's Royal Beastmaster Army is divided into 3 branches: Navy, Army, and Air Force. Among them, the Navy is the hardest to serve in because it requires long-term stationing at sea, separated from family members on land, with few opportunities for reunions each year. In the eyes of the world, Murong Jin is a highly decorated Navy Admiral. But if you strip away that halo, he is just a father. As a father, he felt deeply conflicted, wanting the Murong siblings to follow in his footsteps, yet worrying that the life of a sailor is both hard and exhausting. All right, once these 2 kids graduate from Azure Dragon Academy, I'll let them choose their own paths. Even if they don't join the Navy, working in one of the top 5 Beastmaster guilds in the country would also be a good choice and less dangerous. Under the scorching sun, Murong Jin's cloak fluttered, revealing his scarred arms. They say scars are a warrior's medals. Judging by that, Murong Jin has more medals on his body than a teenager has pimples on his face. It is evident that serving in the Navy is a tough job. Moreover, the casualty rate in the Navy is the highest among the 3 branches of the Royal Army. This boy, he has quite the talent. Murong Jin flipped through the newspaper a dozen times before noticing me. Heroes come from all walks of life. Although this kid comes from a humble background with no family connections, his talent is quite remarkable. It's fortunate that my ex-Iner and Shuar have such a classmate and friend. The boy in the newspaper was Murong Jin's first impression. However, Murong Jin would never have guessed that the boy in the newspaper had already infiltrated the Navy headquarters. At the edge of Icefire Island in a dense forest, a shadow flashed by. Clad in a black robe, I moved through the forest, my sneaky movements somewhat clumsy. Behind me followed a fox-like beauty, exuding extreme sensuality. Glulu, we've landed on the island, and now I'm even more nervous. I take a deep breath. I took a deep breath and, through the gaps in the trees, saw the gate of the Navy headquarters base. At this very moment, Murong Jin was still sitting under the tree, flipping through the newspaper repeatedly, occasionally breaking into a foolish smile. Murong Jin! I almost shouted out loud, but managed to suppress my voice. Lulu, that man is the Dragon Kingdom's Navy Admiral, Murong Jin. Ailu nodded, her expression cold. Murong Jin is a 9-star Beastmaster, and his beast is the sea god, Leviathan. The sea god, Leviathan, is one of the rare sea god-type beasts in the world, classified as Beast God Physique, Tier 1. Its innate ability is to control all marine life, making it the ultimate weapon on the battlefield of the sea. A master, as per the plan, we should avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. Wisdom is the key. Alulu, I still feel a bit uneasy. What's bothering you? This General Murong is Lu Jin and brother Yangshua's father. If we end up fighting later. Ailu patted my cheek. Don't forget, you are not Xiao Xingyu from Azure Dragon Academy right now. You are the mysterious black-robed man with an unknown background and unpredictable strength. I clenched my fist and mentally reaffirmed myself. Yes, I am not Xiao Xingyu. I am the black-robed man. What followed was a routine wait. Execution time was set for 8 p.m. According to the celestial patterns, tonight at 8 p.m. would be the moment when the moon is at its fullest. The bloodline of the Serpent clan is unique, only by beheading Medusa at the full moon can the complete magical beast crystal core be obtained. Otherwise, if she is killed at any other time, the magical beast crystal core will self-destruct, and the Navy would gain nothing, resulting in a tremendous loss. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, passing swiftly. The sky gradually darkened. The sea around the island surged with waves large enough to swallow a whale. Around Icefire Island, battleships were on high alert, determined to prevent any magical beasts or enemies from invading. At the Navy headquarters base, in the central square, a gallows stood tall. The platform was uneven, crisscrossed with cracks, and reeked of blood. Perhaps due to the execution of numerous high-level magical beasts, the gallows had been stained black by countless amounts of blood. There were only 30 minutes left before the execution. The entire Navy was busily making arrangements. Over 1,000 naval beastmasters appeared in the central square, tasked with maintaining security. Among them were several vice-admirals, ranked between 6 and 8 stars. Murong Jin, still with a cigar in his mouth, sat beneath the gallows, resting with his eyes closed. Just then, a fragrant scent filled the air. A giant dandelion descended from the sky, landing beside the gallows. As the dandelion bloomed, a hideous-looking middle-aged man stepped out from within. This man looked disheveled and unremarkable, the type who wouldn't be able to find a wife even with a hefty bride price in a village. But no one would underestimate this unsightly guy. All the naval soldiers raised their hands in salute. The Dragon Kingdom had 3 great generals, and this ugly man was one of them, the Army General, Baiyu. Although his name didn't match his appearance, this man controlled an innumerable number of plant-type beasts, including one with an ancient bloodline. Old Bai, what brings you here? Murong Jin showed a surprised expression. Baiyu, with his hands in his pockets and his cloak carelessly fluttering behind him, approached Murong Jin with a mischievous smile. Brother Jin, the execution of Medusa is a big deal. Her Majesty the Empress was concerned and sent me to assist you with the execution. Murong Jin shook his head, his smile somewhat helpless. Is Her Majesty the Empress no longer confident in my abilities? I forget it. With you accompanying me, let's have a drink after the execution is over. On the surface, these two generals seemed to have a good relationship. In the darkness, my face turned pale. Damn. There's been a change in the situation. With both generals overseeing Medusa's execution, what are we going to do? Ailu bitalib. I will have to improvise. The stormy sea was filled with naval warships. There were only 15 minutes left until the execution. At the Navy headquarters on Icefire Island, the execution platform stood ready. With two generals overseeing the event, it was assumed that nothing could go wrong. After all, both Murong Jin and Baiyu were 9-star Beastmasters. Their presence together was a formidable deterrent. As the Navy Admiral, Murong Jin cleared his throat and issued a command. Bring the prisoner. Following his superior's order, an elevator ascended from the submarine prison, bringing the prisoner to the surface. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a staggering woman was escorted to the execution platform by several naval soldiers. The woman, weak and frail, fell to her knees. With her disheveled long hair, her face was hidden from view. Even in loose prison clothes, her perfect figure was hard to conceal. This woman, who looked no different from a human, was the condemned prisoner about to face execution. Her full title was Beast Type Magical Beast, Calamity Serpent Medusa. She was of the Serpent clan, her rank reaching the beast god physique level. At this moment, her current frailty only hinted at how powerful she had once been. Medusa was in adire state. Even without the execution, her severe, untreatable injuries would soon claim her life. Despite this, every naval soldier remained on high alert, giving their utmost attention. Those closest to Medusa could be seen sweating visibly, cold sweat trickling down their temples and getting caught in the stubble on their chins. Instinctively, their legs were trembling. These naval soldiers had all witnessed how terrifying Medusa's full power had been. When Medusa transformed into her beast form, she was a colossal serpent capable of overturning the entire ocean. She could open her mouth and swallow an entire iceberg. A casual flick of her tail could create tsunamis that would destroy hundreds of warships. Such a terrifying beast, even in her current state as a captive, still sent chills down their spines. At the execution platform, the two generals sat side by side. Murong Jin held a cigarette in his mouth. Having lost his left arm in a war years ago, his empty left sleeve now fluttered in the wind. Baiyu maintained his usual carefree demeanor, his small eyes fixed on Medusa on the platform. This beast, her whole body is a treasure. Her magical beast crystal core is worth a fortune. Murong Jin joked, old Bai, after the execution, Medusa's magical beast crystal core must be handed over to Her Majesty the Empress. Don't even think about coveting it. A brother Jin, jokes are jokes, but please don't joke about my head. Baiyu quickly waved his hands, shaking his head to show his loyalty. I've sworn my life to serve Her Majesty the Empress. How could I ever covet her belongings? Ah ha, I was just joking to lighten the tense atmosphere. Murong Jin stubbed out his cigarette and patted Baiyu on the shoulder. Baiyu let out a sigh, muttering, that joke wasn't very funny. In the Dragon Kingdom, the fate of a traitor is 1,000 times worse than that of an invading beast. The time was now 1959. There was only 1 minute left until the execution. The gale on the sea grew fiercer, and the droplets hitting people's faces made it impossible to tell whether it was seawater from the waves or rainwater falling from the sky. In the foggy night sky, a strange phenomenon occurred. A full moon peeked out from behind the dark clouds, its light illuminating every corner of Icefire Island. The moment when the moon is fullest is also when the Serpent clan is at their weakest, making it the ideal time for execution and for obtaining an intact magical beast crystal core. Prepare for execution! Murong Jin shouted. Above the execution platform, a sharp axe was suspended. The axe was forged from the fang of a purebred dragon, making it incredibly sharp. Medusa, already extremely weak under the full moon and still suffering from severe injuries, had no power to resist. As soon as the axe fell, it would easily sever her head. Medusa raised her face, staring at the cold, pale full moon in the sky. Shangguan Lan, do you think that with my all your unspeakable secrets will be buried at the bottom of the sea forever? As her death approached, Medusa's scarlet eyes burned with endless rage, showing no trace of fear or cowardice. One day, the sins you committed 200 years ago will be exposed under the sunlight. With the last of her strength, Medusa roared, and black mist began to spread from her body. This was the ghost chi unique to the Calamity Serpent. Anyone who inhaled it would experience varying degrees of hallucinations. As the hallucinations grew closer to reality, they would drive people to lose their sanity, even to the point of committing suicide. The naval soldiers closest to Medusa suddenly seemed as if their souls had been taken. They lifted their stiff hands and placed their blades against their own necks. They were about to commit suicide. Baiyu waved his hand, and several vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the soldiers' arms, preventing them from killing themselves. Medusa, you're truly ruthless. Even in this state, you can still cast illusions. Baiyu, have you forgotten the massacre of your Bai family all those years ago? Do you not know that Shangguanlan was involved in it? When Medusa mentioned the Bai family massacre, Baiyu's playful expression instantly darkened. Every great figure has a past they would rather forget. Baiyu, now the Dragon Kingdom's army general, was no exception. As a descendant of the Bai family, serving Shangguanlan is a disgrace to your ancestors. Medusa's words struck a nerve in Baiyu's heart once more. 200 years ago, before the dragon-slaying war broke out, there existed the 5 great families within the Dragon Kingdom. These 5 families were all Beastmaster clans, serving as crucial protectors of the Dragon Kingdom. Later on, during the dragon-slaying war, the Bai family was nearly wiped out. Now, only 4 great families remain. Baiyu is the last surviving member of the Bai family. Because Baiyu was alone and had joined the royal army, rising to the rank of army general, his ties to the Bai family had all but vanished. In short, people now only speak of the 4 great families, and the so-called 5th family, the Bai family, has faded from public memory. Medusa's eyes were filled with scorn. Murong Jin's face was difficult to read. Baiyu was struggling to suppress the negative emotions that were about to erupt. From the expressions and subtle movements of these great figures, it was clear that the dragon-slaying war of 200 years ago was entangled with many unspeakable grievances and vendettas. The central figure in the dragon-slaying war was the Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Shangguanlan.
It's time.
Execute. Murong Jin decisively issued the command. The pulley moved and the rope tightened. The dragon-tooth forged axe descended from above. The sharp, gleaming blade, like the scythe of death, swung toward Medusa's neck. As expected, Medusa's head was about to fall. However, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by. The naval soldiers surrounding the execution platform didn't have time to react and were all blown away by purple-gold flames. The falling axe missed its mark and Medusa vanished from everyone's sight. Boom! The execution platform exploded, thick smoke billowing, flames soaring into the sky.
Intruders! Forces, stand guard!
At this moment, the nine-tailed fox and I, using a special method, had rescued the ferocious beast Medusa from under the noses of 2 top 9-star Beastmasters. The weakened Medusa, now supported by Ailu, looked shocked. The nine-tailed fox? Why are you here? You're weak, don't speak. We'll have plenty of time to catch up once we escape. The nine-tailed fox clan and the serpent clan have always had close ties. Ailu and Medusa have shared a 200-year friendship, forged in life-and-death situations. The shock in Murong Jin's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a livid expression. At the nine-tailed fox, your wanted posters cover every street and alley in the Dragon Kingdom. I never expected you'd deliver yourself to us. That's fine, I'll send you all to the afterlife together. Murong Jin activated his spiritual power, and the beast slumbering in the depths of the sea instantly awakened. At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared beside Ailu. Soon as this mysterious figure arrived, all the naval soldiers were on high alert. In this world, the unknown is the most terrifying. The mysterious figure was draped in a loose black robe, making it impossible to discern his true physique. His face was hidden behind a ghost mask, revealing only a pair of deep, piercing eyes. Despite countless centuries of human evolution, the instinctual fear of the unknown remains. This mysterious figure exuded an aura of the unknown. Baiyu stepped forward, his already small eyes narrowing even further, making him appear almost eyeless.
May I ask who you are?
Facing this unknown power, Baiyu, as the army general, spoke with caution. You are not qualified to know my identity. As soon as I spoke, every naval soldier was filled with fear. Ailu stood beside me, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. This kid's acting skills aren't bad. I altered my voice, making it hoarse, with a tone that carried 3 parts coldness, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts casualness. Don't underestimate this simple statement. I delivered the aura of a powerful figure making an entrance perfectly. You've infiltrated our Navy headquarters and intend to rescue the condemned prisoner Medusa, clearly putting yourself at odds with the Dragon Kingdom. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Yen Alliance. The Yen Alliance is the largest rebel army. The Dragon Kingdom's enemies are not just ferocious magical beasts but also this organization called the Yen Alliance. The leader of the Yen Alliance, Xiao Xingyu, is the archenemy of the Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Shangguanlan. On the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list, the nine-tailed fox, Ailu, and the calamity serpent, Medusa, might rank in the top 10 at best. The top 5 on the list are all core members of the Yen Alliance. The number 1 most wanted criminal is, without a doubt, Xiao Xingyu. As the leader of the Yen Alliance, Xiao Xingyu is a 10-star Beastmaster, and his bounty is a staggering 300 billion gold coins. In other words, capturing Xiao Xingyu could earn someone half the royal treasury from Empress Shangguanlan. My sudden arrival on the island, with the clear intent to rescue Medusa, looked like a direct challenge to the Dragon Kingdom and Shangguanlan. Murong Jin's suspicion that I was part of the Yen Alliance was entirely reasonable. In response, I gave a vague answer. Whether I'm from the Yen Alliance or not is irrelevant. My purpose here is to take this little snake away. Anyone who tries to stop me will die. My acting skills were on par with those of an award-winning actor. From my demeanor to my tone, I appeared every bit the formidable figure you wouldn't want to mess with. Although Medusa was weak, her mind was full of confusion, and she also felt a bit of aggrieved anger.
Ailu, who exactly is this guy? How dare he call me a little snake?
He is my master. For Ailu, this was an unspeakable fact.
A what?
Master? Medusa was shocked, unable to believe that her dear friend had signed a blood contract with a human, reducing herself to a human servant. A lot has happened recently. In any case, my master is someone we can trust. Once we escape, I'll explain everything to you. Medusa carefully sensed my energy and felt a deep sinking feeling. This guy's spiritual power is so thin, he's probably only a 2-star or 3-star Beastmaster at best. I lowered my voice, sharp eyes, little snake.
Don't call me little snake.
A sister python. Who's your sister? Don't get familiar with me. My dear Sasa. Do you have some kind of social disorder? Ailu sighed deeply. Stop arguing.
Let's focus on escaping first.
At this moment, over 1,000 naval beastmasters had surrounded the hills on the island. Around the island, a dozen battleships were stationed. In the sky, armed fighter jets circled above. In addition, the 2 generals were stationed at the Navy headquarters. With this setup, no intruder would be allowed to escape. Murong Jin lit a cigar and said coldly, "Black Robe Man, whether you're from the Yen Alliance or not, daring to trespass in the Navy headquarters means death without mercy." From this moment on, I assumed a new identity, the Black Robe Man. I capture the Black Robe Man alive, and you'll be richly rewarded. With Murong Jin's command, the naval soldiers activated their Beastmaster crests, summoning their respective beasts. Beneath the mask, the corners of my mouth curled into a wicked smile as I crushed 2 dragon spirit pills with my molars. Medusa's delicate body trembled as she glanced at the Black Robe Man. This guy's spiritual power suddenly multiplied tenfold for no apparent reason. 2 dragon spirit pills, taking them might grant a temporary boost, but when the effects wear off, it's a one-way ticket to hell. When the effects fade, I'll have to endure immense pain. Facing 2 Navy generals, I had no choice but to bet everything. Lulu, my body can hold out for a maximum of 10 minutes. I understand. After 10 minutes, my life is in your hands. All right. Ailu and I stood side by side, master and servant ready to fight together.
A little fox, let's give it our all in these 10 minutes.
A master, let's begin. A grand battle began at the Navy headquarters. With Murong Jin's command, all the naval soldiers summoned their beasts and charged up the hill. Xiao Xingyu, cloaked in black, stood atop the hill. His features were hidden by the ghost mask, giving the appearance of calm, though inside, he was anything but. This was, after all, the Navy headquarters. Even without considering the fleet stationed around the island, the sheer number of naval soldiers on the island alone was enough to inspire deep fear and despair. The lower-ranking naval soldiers were mostly 4- or 5-star Beastmasters. The vice admirals ranked between 6 and 8 stars. Moreover, there were 2 9-star generals commanding the battlefield. In short, judging by the strategic deployment of the Navy, even if the Bull Demon King himself invaded the Navy headquarters, he'd have no choice but to obediently plow the fields. At this moment, countless naval soldiers and their beasts charged up the hill, forming a siege around Xiao Xingyu and the severely injured Medusa. In a critical moment, Ailu's eyes flashed as she glared at the two generals watching from afar. An incredibly terrifying force erupted from Ailu's body, forming a ripple of purple-gold mist that spread across the entire Icefire Island. This mysterious power possessed overwhelming destructive force. All the naval soldiers collapsed, their faces pale, too weak to even speak. The beasts summoned by the Navy fell unconscious one by one, foaming at the mouth. The higher-level beasts didn't lose consciousness but were also out of control, lying on the ground with fear and panic in their eyes. The wind howled, black clouds covered the moon. Lightning ignited the ground, causing the entire island to tremble. Murong Jin's face darkened as he locked his gaze on Ailu. This fox seems to have undergone a breakthrough evolution. Baiyu, still squinting, said in a low voice, judging by the aura she's emitting, she's already advanced from Beast King physique to Beast God physique.
No. Not just that.
Old Bai, doesn't this special power remind you of 200 years ago? With this reminder, Baiyu's expression changed dramatically. Brother Jean, it's not a question of whether it reminds us, this is dragon power. The two generals, seasoned veterans of countless battles, quickly realized that the aura emanating from Ailu was indeed dragon power. Murong Jin's eyes widened as he focused intently on the changes occurring in Ailu. At this moment, purple-gold dragon scales began to appear on Ailu's face, and a pair of irregularly shaped dragon horns grew from her head. Ailu slightly clenched her fist, and her nails grew rapidly like bamboo shoots after rain. Her arms were also covered in dragon scales. With a swipe of her dragon claws in the void, it seemed as though the already unstable space was torn apart, revealing what twisted air truly looked like. As the dragon power spread, Ailu's pupils turned vertical and the killing intent in her eyes surged like a rising tide. Vertical pupils are one of the characteristics of purebred dragons. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and dragon eyes. Brother Jean, this confirms it. The power this fox is releasing is purebred dragon power. Baiyu then sighed deeply, remarking, in that case, this fox is no longer a nine-tailed fox but a nine-tailed dragon fox. The dragon fox is a mysterious species that has never appeared since the establishment of Beastmaster civilization. Now that this species has emerged, it is bound to cause a great upheaval in the Beastmaster world. While shocked, Murong Jin lowered his gaze in deep thought. The purebred dragons were wiped out in the dragon-slaying war 200 years ago. So why does this fox possess dragon power? Although it's unclear what this fox went through after escaping from Her Majesty the Empress's pursuit. Murong Jin lifted his gaze, locking onto me. But the dragon power must be connected to this black-robed man. Since the black-robed man's first appearance, his unknown background had made Murong Jin and Baiyu wary of underestimating him. Now that Ailu was unleashing this terrifying dragon power, capable of incapacitating all beasts below the Beast King physique level, even Beast King level beasts would tremble in fear. Old Bai, this guy is an extremely dangerous individual. We can't let him leave Icefire Island. We're on the same page. Both generals clearly recognized the threat the black-robed man posed to the Dragon Kingdom and simultaneously activated their Beastmaster crests. Crack, crack. The sound of the earth splitting echoed. Fissures spread like spiderwebs, reaching every corner of the island. Boom tilde. With a deafening explosion, the ground beneath my feet began to surge like waves. In less than 0.5 seconds, a massive carnivorous flower burst out from the ground. Medusa, Ailu, and I were swallowed whole by the carnivorous flower, plunging us into darkness. On the battlefield, the panic-stricken naval soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat forming tiny ice beads at the corners of their relieved mouths. This is a beast god physique beast, the cursed demon lord flower? Seeing is believing. This ancient bloodline plant-type beast is truly magnificent. Admiral Baiyu is indeed the god of plant-type beasts. With just one move, he took down the intruders. If viewed from above, one would see that a massive plant had sprouted on Icefire Island. This was one of Baiyu's beasts, the cursed demon lord flower, a beast god physique beast with an ancient bloodline. The cursed demon lord flower resembles a giant carnivorous plant, large enough to cover half the island. Its entire body is a blood-red color, emitting a strange odor due to having devoured countless magical beasts. Its sharp, saw-like teeth are tightly closed, trapping its enemies inside. As it digests and absorbs them, nothing remains but a pool of blood. The sound that echoed across the island and the sky, reminiscent of a human heartbeat, was not a heartbeat at all but the sound of the cursed demon Lord Flower secreting digestive juices. The cursed demon Lord Flower may be a plant-type beast, but its internal structure resembles that of a mammal, complete with organs and a digestive system. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a massive, confined space. This space resembled an underground cavern, with black water lapping at my ankles, surrounded by impenetrable walls. Medusa was right beside me and immediately made a judgment. This is the stomach cavity of the cursed demon Lord Flower. In the darkness, a sound of gurgling echoed. My pupils trembled. Countless monsters surged toward us from all directions. These monsters looked like unknown creatures stitched together from various magical beasts, with crooked mouths and twisted eyes, their bones exposed, creating a horrifying sight. Medusa's face grew even paler. The cursed demon Lord Flower has followed by you in countless battles over the years, devouring who knows how many magical beasts. After these beasts are killed by the digestive juices, they transform into these monsters, waiting for the next visitor. I pressed my cracked lips together. The visitor referred to us, Medusa and me. In this moment of crisis, I activated my spiritual power and used the blood contract for a secondary summon.
Ailu.
A streak of light flashed and Ailu appeared, shielding me. A master, I am here. How foul is the stench within the stomach cavity of the cursed demon Lord Flower? It depends on how many magical beasts have perished in this pool of bubbling black digestive juices so far. After all, I'm just human, with a mortal body, unable to withstand the corrosive poison. Ailu unleashed her bewitching foxfire, forming a barrier of flames to protect me. Medusa didn't need Ailu's help. Her true form as the Calamity Serpent makes her immune to any toxic liquids, a natural gift of the Serpent clan. However, in the stomach of the cursed demon Lord Flower, there are not only foul-smelling poisons but also countless indescribable monsters. In the darkness, I activated the Eye of the Demon God, pushing my perception to the limits of this body. When I finally saw the scene before me, my stomach churned, and I almost vomited my dinner from the night before. In the thick, suffocating darkness, giant worm-like creatures wriggled and tangled together. These monsters gradually fused into a single entity, a shape so indescribable that words failed to capture it. It was covered in countless mouths, with sharp fangs resembling the swords buried in ancient emperors' tombs. I felt dizzy and disoriented. This fused monstrosity was driving me to the brink of madness. Gradually, my vision blurred. I saw that every piece of flesh, every hair, even every cell of the monster, was opening into a gaping maw. With the last shred of my sanity, my eyes filled with blood, my throat hoarse, I growled, "Dragon's breath." On Icefire Island. The Navy headquarters base was originally a magnificent building, its height exceeding 100 meters. But in front of the mountain-sized cursed demon Lord Flower, the Navy headquarters looked like a tiny toy. Every twitch of the cursed demon Lord Flower's petals signaled the secretion of new digestive juices, which reassembled and bonded the dead magical beasts, sending them to attack me. Murong Shinchin, not daring to underestimate this enemy, cautiously asked, "Goldby, can you handle it?" Once swallowed by the cursed demon Lord Flower, one must endure the agony of flesh turning to water and bones disintegrating. Even if that dragon fox has some abilities, there's no way. Before Baiyu could finish his sentence, his words were drowned out by a thunderous explosion that shattered the skies. Under the watchful eyes of all the naval soldiers, the cursed demon Lord Flower, like an overpressurized bomb, exploded violently. In an instant, the Navy headquarters was engulfed in a sea of flames, black smoke billowing wildly, and the entire island trembled.
Ah, look!
What kind of creature is that?
A nine-tailed fox? Ah, no.
That creature has grown dragon horns on its head. And its forehead is covered in dragon scales. At this moment, a massive fox appeared on Icefire Island. The fox had 9 tails, with the tips burning in purple-gold flames. On this fox's body, one could see numerous characteristics of purebred dragons. Dragon scales, dragon horns, and those awe-inspiring, unstoppable dragon eyes. Murong Shinchin's eyes reflected both shock and confusion. In this world, a 9-tailed dragon fox actually exists. Ailu, who had fused with the bloodline of a purebred dragon, had become terrifyingly powerful. With one breath of dragon's breath, she blasted through the stomach walls of the cursed demon Lord Flower from the inside.
How is this possible?
This fox can break through the stomach of the cursed demon Lord Flower?
It doesn't make sense, it's simply impossible.
Baiyu's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. A dragon flame, its power is truly formidable. The flame of a purebred dragon is called dragon flame. It is the most powerful fire in the world, bar none. Even though the cursed demon Lord Flower is a plant-type beast with an ancient bloodline, it could not withstand the burning of the dragon flame. Murong Jin and Baiyu simultaneously looked up, focusing their gaze on the head of the nine-tailed dragon fox. I stood atop the nine-tailed dragon fox, cloaked in black, surveying the entire Navy headquarters from an almost godlike height. Beside me was Medusa, who was barely clinging to life.
May I ask who you are?
This time, Murong Jin's inquiry was different from the first. He vaguely felt that the black-robed man was not from the Yen Alliance. The Dragon Kingdom's army, navy, and air force, under Empress Shangguan Lan, had been engaged in a 100-year-long struggle with the Yen Alliance, both overtly and covertly. Murong Jin had even faced off against core members of the Yen Alliance multiple times, knowing his enemies well. But he had never heard of such a troublesome figure within the Yen Alliance. Back then, the nine-tailed fox Ailu had narrowly escaped death under Shangguan Lan's watchful eye. At that time, Ailu was gravely injured, on the brink of death. But in just over a month, everything had changed. Not only had Ailu fully recovered from her severe injuries, but she had also broken through from Beast King physique to Beast God physique. Furthermore, she had fused with the bloodline of a purebred dragon, becoming the first dragon fox beast in the long history of Beastmaster civilization. Just this fact alone would necessitate rewriting the textbooks of all major Beastmaster academies to include this mysterious species. The black-robed man with an unknown background was the catalyst for all these changes. This was the only thing Murong Jin and Baiyu could be certain of. As for what kind of face lay beneath the mask, the curiosity of the two generals was at its peak. If you refuse to reveal your identity, we will have no choice but to bring you to justice and slowly interrogate you in the submarine prison. Murong Jin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he unleashed his vast spiritual power. A 9-star Beastmaster is not to be trifled with. The ocean roared as a massive creature leaped out from the water. This was a gigantic beast with a bizarre shape. It had the appearance of a shark, but its tail was like the tentacles of a giant octopus, countless and densely packed. My face darkened. I see God Leviathan. The gigantic beast from the depths of the ocean leaped out of the water, releasing destructive sound waves from its mouth. Even with Ailu's protection, my ears still bled visibly. The sea god Leviathan, a rare beast with the bloodline of a sea deity. When it emerged from the water, its massive body left a powerful visual impact. Leviathan's skin and flesh were transparent, allowing people to see its heart, larger than an island, and its bones, grander than a mountain, directly through them. The awe this sight inspired could not be captured in words. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly appreciate the wonder of creation. Leviathan let out another piercing sonic wave, stirring up a violent tsunami. Ailu opened her mouth wide and spewed dragon flame. On the two sides of Icefire Island, a battle between divine beasts ensued, creating a symphony of ice and fire. In their first clash, the fight was evenly matched. But then, my eyes and nose started to bleed. Lulu, we can't afford to drag this out. The effects of the pills will wear off in 3 minutes. We need to escape as soon as possible. Just as Ailu was about to flee, her limbs were entangled by thick black vines, rendering her immobile. On Icefire Island, although the cursed demon Lord Flower had its body scorched by the dragon flame, plant-type beasts naturally feel no pain and can still perform any battle technique. A 10,000 vines execution! Baiyu gave the command, and the cursed demon Lord Flower unleashed tens of thousands of vines. The ends of the vines were as hard as ice picks, all aimed at Ailu's back. The tsunami raised by Leviathan came crashing down over Ailu's head from the front. Attacked from both front and back, we were in serious trouble. The battle on Icefire Island continued in a chaotic, apocalyptic scene. Ailu, in her 9-tailed dragon fox form, was simultaneously attacked by 2 beast god physique beasts, putting her in an incredibly dire situation. The vines unleashed by the cursed demon Lord Flower wrapped around Ailu's limbs, immobilizing her. At the same time, many vines twisted together, forming a thick, long spear-like structure, with the sharpest tip aimed directly at Ailu's back. Leviathan's sea god power surged, and the raging waves transformed, forming a frozen trident that came crashing down toward Ailu. I stood atop Ailu's head, barely able to stabilize my tiny figure by holding onto her enormous dragon horns. This battle, grand and imposing, had already triggered irreversible natural disasters. Thunderstorms, curses, tsunamis. Even underwater volcanic eruptions. Humans, in the face of such disasters, are as fragile as ants. At this critical moment, I hesitated to issue any commands. As my beast, Ailu felt confused but also understood. This kid, even though he's pretending to be someone important with that black robe. But at the end of the day, he's just an inexperienced youth, facing a battle of this scale for the first time. It's only natural he'd be scared. In Ailu's eyes, I was so terrified that I couldn't even speak, which is why I hadn't given any commands. Since her Beastmaster wasn't giving orders, Ailu had no choice but to rely on herself, frantically channeling the dragon power within her, attempting to break free from the vines by sheer force. But at that moment I spoke. "Alulu, stop struggling." Ailu's massive body trembled violently, her eyes filled with confusion. My voice was calm as I repeated, "Stop struggling." Then I added, "Suppress the dragon power and deactivate the defensive shield." This was a life-and-death moment. Facing a simultaneous attack from two beast god physique beasts, if Ailu stopped struggling and deactivated all her defenses, it would be no different from courting death. Ailu couldn't understand the command I had given, and there wasn't enough time to ponder it. In that split second of life or death, all Ailu could do was trust her Beastmaster unconditionally. The dragon power fluctuations vanished instantly. The dragon flame shield extinguished in an instant. Her struggling limbs stopped moving. Following my command, Ailu ceased resisting, even abandoning her final defense. In the next moment, the deadly strikes from the cursed demon Lord Flower and the sea god Leviathan simultaneously struck Ailu's body. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and the volcano on Icefire Island erupted with a frenzy akin to molten mercury spilling out. On the raging sea, Leviathan's massive head emerged, and Murong Shinchin, with a cigar in his mouth, stood atop it. Watching the rising smoke on the sea, Murong Shinchin's expression was somewhat bewildered. Why did that fox not resist, even giving up her defense? Well, it doesn't matter. No enemy can withstand Leviathan's sea god trident. The sea god trident of Leviathan, along with the cursed demon Lord Flower's 10,000 vines execution, are both earth-shattering battle techniques with incredible power, having slain countless magical beasts. Just as everyone thought the battle had concluded, a gleam of light shone through the thick smoke. On Icefire Island, Baiyu seemed to sense something, and his expression turned grim. "Brother Jean, that guy isn't dead." Murong Shinchin confidently responded, "Oh, impossible." The next second, a cold wind dispersed the smoke over the sea. As the smoke cleared, a giant dragon's phantom appeared before everyone's eyes. "A dragon? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I can see it clearly, it's really a dragon." The naval soldiers on the island collapsed in the ruins, their faces filled with fear. This was humanity's instinctive fear of the highest known species. Above the vast, boundless sea, a gigantic purple-gold dragon hovered in the air. The dragon let out a roar, tearing the sky apart, shattering the sea, and distorting everything under the influence of dragon power. Baiyu squinted his eyes, his voice tinged with age and complex emotions. "That's not a dragon, it's a dragon's soul." The dragon floating above the sea wasn't a physical entity but a phantom, like a mirage. It was the dragon's soul. Amidst the raging waves, the nine-tailed dragon fox rose to its feet once again. The massive dragon's soul enveloped the nine-tailed dragon fox's body, and the violent dragon power burst forth, sending the sea god Leviathan flying. Around Icefire Island, all the warships were overturned by the waves. With the blessing of the dragon's soul, Ailu's strength was elevated to an even more terrifying level. I still stood atop Ailu's head. The naval soldiers could only see the black robe billowing in the wind and the eerie ghost face mask. When the dragon soul appears, heaven and earth change. The face beneath the mask was even more intriguing and intimidating. A dragon fox capable of releasing a dragon soul? Murong Shinchin's pupils quaked as he muttered, "Who on earth is this person?" The nine-tailed dragon fox possessed 4 innate abilities. One of those abilities was dragon soul. When the nine-tailed dragon fox suffers a fatal blow, the dragon soul is automatically released. This was the reason I decisively ordered Ailu to stop struggling and deactivate her defenses earlier. Had Ailu not followed my orders at that time, she would have only barely withstood part of the cursed demon Lord Flower and sea god Leviathan's attacks. While she wouldn't have died, she would certainly have been injured. Moreover, without fulfilling the condition of suffering a fatal attack, the dragon soul's automatic release wouldn't have been triggered. At that moment, Ailu realized that this young man's inner strength and wisdom were far greater than she had imagined. Even when facing 2 9-star Beastmaster generals, this young man remained calm and composed. The phrase unfazed by the collapse of a mountain in front, undisturbed by a fierce tiger behind, perfectly described me at the age of 19. However, the stronger I appeared, the greater the threat I posed to the Dragon Kingdom. As a Navy Admiral, Murong Jin bore the responsibility of ensuring that such a dangerous figure as the Black Robe Man could not leave Icefire Island.
A kill!
Murong Jin spat out the cold and angry command. The sea god Leviathan regrouped and skimmed across the surface of the sea, charging toward Ailu. With the Dragon Soul's blessing, Ailu's power was multiplied.
Bang! A single punch, just one punch.
Ailu punched the sea god Leviathan, and the terrifying dragon power erupted. It was this simple, brute force punch, devoid of any technique, that sent the sea god Leviathan's body flying tens of kilometers, only stopping when it collided with a small island. This was the true combat power of the nine-tailed dragon fox with the Dragon Soul's blessing. Murong Jin ground his molars into dust, his face looking as though he'd swallowed a fly. By your side. Asai, with the Dragon Soul's blessing, it seems we won't be able to keep the Black Robe Man and this fox. Bloodline suppression is just that unreasonable. With one earth-shattering punch, the nine-tailed dragon fox unleashed dragon power that swept across the vast ocean, driving away the dark clouds on the horizon. A full moon reappeared in the night sky. In the moonlight, the faces of every naval soldier looked even paler. Murong Jin fell silent, his expression more solemn than ever. After being sent flying by the nine-tailed dragon fox's punch, the sea god Leviathan took a long time to regain its senses. It resurfaced from the depths of the ocean, its enormous eyes gazing at the nine-tailed dragon fox from afar, filled with both anger and fear. This was the manifestation of bloodline suppression. The moment the dragon soul appeared, the pressure exuded by the nine-tailed dragon fox was no different from the intimidation of a purebred giant dragon. All the creatures in the ocean submitted to it, with high-level water-type beasts converging and bowing to the nine-tailed dragon fox. At this moment, the nine-tailed dragon fox stood tall on the ocean, with the water only submerging its hind limbs. The nine-tailed dragon fox radiated a dazzling purple-gold light. The light swayed in the wind, maintaining the shape of a giant dragon. As long as the dragon soul remains, the dragon race will not perish. With the Dragon Soul's blessing, Ailu's strength had reached its peak, exuding an aura of invincibility, as if she could hold off 10,000 enemies alone. However, all this grandeur was an illusion, because my body was reaching its limit. When a Beastmaster commands their beast in battle, they expend not only physical energy but also spiritual power. In essence, I'm only a 2-star Beastmaster, and the difference in spiritual power concentration between me and a 9-star Beastmaster is as vast as the Milky Way. The reason I could barely command Ailu in battle was entirely due to the boost from the pills. As everyone knows, using cheats comes with the risk of being banned. Taking pills, however, requires enduring the side effects of the after effects. Before the battle began, I took 2 dragon spirit pills in one go. My spiritual power increased tenfold, and I could maintain this for a maximum of 10 minutes. So far, there's not much time left in the 10-minute window, only 1 minute remains. Beneath the mask, my handsome face was covered in sweat. My eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all continuously bleeding. Even before the effects of the pills wore off, the after effects were already evident. I knew my body best, and at this point, I was like a spent arrow, holding on purely by willpower. Once this last minute passed, I would fall into a coma, my spiritual power would be exhausted, and I would enter a state of severe weakness, possibly even near death. In summary, I only had 1 minute left to act. This 1 minute was extremely precious. If I didn't make the most of it, the only thing waiting for me would be a summons from the King of Hell. On the turbulent sea, many lights appeared. Murong Jin's reinforcements were on their way. Ailu, one last effort. I struggled to open my heavy eyelids, mustering all my physical and spiritual power, betting my life on this final effort. O bloodthirsty Bolt. I shouted until my voice was hoarse, my eyes filled with web-like blood vessels, and all my spiritual power poured into Ailu. Sensing her master's will, Ailu ignited with dragon flame and let out a furious roar. From deep within the clouds, a massive crimson eyeball appeared. This eyeball looked as deep as a black hole vortex. Anyone who made eye contact with it would feel as though their soul had been taken away, causing them to kneel and fall into an endless nightmare. The eyeball's pupil was vertical. Without a doubt, this was a dragon's eye. As Ailu's roar grew louder, a cold gleam appeared in the depths of the pupil. Then, the blood coagulated into a sharp arrow. The eyeball became the bow, and the pupil was the arrow. The moment the arrow was released, the sky and earth changed color, the sea tilted, the magnetic field became chaotic, and both time and space twisted. This was one of Ailu's ultimate techniques, the bloodthirsty eye bolt. Once, Ailu had easily used this move to kill Wang Dongsheng, the vice principal of Azure Dragon Academy. As time passed, this move resurfaced. With the dual blessings of dragon power and the dragon soul, the power of the bloodthirsty eye bolt was maximized. The enormous arrow shot through the clouds, piercing the heavens and earth. The sound of it slicing through the wind was like the chant of a mighty dragon, instilling fear and causing souls to tremble uncontrollably. The two generals exchanged a glance and simultaneously activated their spiritual power. The cursed demon Lord Flower expanded, its petals acting like a shield, tightly enveloping the entire Icefire Island. The sea god Leviathan whipped up the waves, forming a thick ice barrier over Icefire Island. This round of confrontation was my strongest attack against the two generals' strongest defense. An attack and a defense, a visual feast. Crack, crack. The tip of the arrow, carrying the immense and vast dragon power, pierced through a corner of the ice shield. The sound of shattering ice echoed continuously. Boom! The explosion resounded. Icefire Island, at the center of the explosion, was shrouded in billowing smoke. Waves surged and dragon flames spread. This seemingly endless ocean transformed into a blazing sea of fire, illuminating the dark sky and the faces of the two generals. Murong Jin's gaze was complicated as he looked out over the distant sea, hesitating to speak. Baiyu patted the dust off himself and walked over to Murong Jin. Jin, it seems you're getting old, letting them escape from the Navy headquarters territory. And you have the nerve to say that? You didn't do any better. The two of them exchanged glances again, their smiles tinged with bitterness and a sense of helplessness. Deep in the ocean, a pitch-black giant python sped away from Icefire Island. This giant python was the true form of the disaster serpent, Medusa. In the python's mouth, a sealed space had formed. I was lying on its soft tongue. Ailu, in her human form, knelt beside me. The good news was that we had escaped. The bad news was that I was half dead.
Master, wake up. Please, don't scare me, wake up.
Uft. I didn't even have the strength to open my eyes, and blood spurted from my mouth. The effects of the pill had worn off, and I had to endure the backlash of the side effects. The overdrawn spiritual power had to be repaid with vital energy and blood. Last time, I only took one dragon spirit pill, and after the battle, I was in the hospital for 3 days. This time, I took 2 dragon spirit pills in one go, so naturally, the side effects were more severe.
Ailu, I'm so tired.
A fool, you can't sleep, you mustn't sleep. Ailu held my bloodless face, the image of the cold queen was gone and she was almost in tears.
Did we escape?
I mustered all my strength and managed to say a complete sentence.
We escaped.
We're now in Medusa's mouth. She's returned to her true form, and in the sea, no creature can match her speed. The disaster serpent, Medusa, could move faster in the water than the sea god Leviathan. As for the naval warships, they naturally couldn't catch up to her. Escaping is enough. I barely managed to muster a relieved smile, then raised my trembling, weakened hand to gently caress Ailu's cheek. Little fox, I didn't break my promise this time, did I? I said I would help you rescue Medusa, and I made sure to do it. Ailu's eyes welled up with tears, her voice slightly choked as she held my hand tightly.
Then promise me one more thing, you can't sleep. Sorry, I'm just so tired.
This battle had pushed my body to its absolute limit. I closed my eyes and fell into unconsciousness.
No, you can't sleep. Don't sleep.
Xiao Xingyu. Ailu called out for a long time, but I didn't respond. Medusa's voice echoed through the silence.
How's the little guy doing?
Severely injured and unconscious. His condition doesn't look good. Then let's find a safe place first. Time passed and eventually, the giant python broke through the surface of the water, its enormous head resting on the sandy shores of a desolate island. The python opened its mouth, and Ailu jumped out, carrying my unconscious body. Then, the python transformed, appearing in human form beside Ailu. In her human form, Medusa's features were striking, her figure alluring. Even though she was covered in injuries and her condition was poor, she remained stunningly beautiful. Medusa looked at me lying unconscious in Ailu's arms, her emotions a complex mix. I never imagined that this inexperienced young man would become my savior. Back on Icefire Island. A grand battle that had begun with such fanfare and intensity had ended so abruptly. It wasn't until Medusa, in her giant python form, disappeared into the depths of the ocean that Murong Jin and Baiyu realized what had happened. From the beginning, that black-cloaked man never intended to engage us in a drawn-out fight. Yes, his only goal was to rescue Medusa. Murong Jin let out a long sigh, laughing bitterly. A sigh, in this battle, the two of us generals really lost face. Baiyu, we should be more concerned about how to face the wrath of the Empress. As the old saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. In the murky night sky, a blinding holy light appeared, and a colossal Qilin's foot, like a pillar supporting the heavens, emerged from the clouds. The seven-colored sacred Qilin had arrived. This was the Empress's personal beast. The seven-colored sacred Qilin stepped on a rainbow cloud, walking on air as it descended onto Icefire Island. A breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a phoenix crown and imperial robes, stood atop the Qilin's head. Every gesture she made radiated imperial authority. The Empress has arrived. What are you waiting for? Kneel now. Greetings, Your Majesty. On Icefire Island, all the naval soldiers dropped to one knee, their left hands clenched into fists over their hearts, each face filled with solemnity and reverence. Murong Jin and Baiyu also knelt, heads bowed low, not daring to lift their eyes to look directly at the peerless woman before them. If I don't speak, do you not know to report the battle situation? Each word from Shangguan Lan was like an icy spike, piercing deep into the souls of Murong Jin and Baiyu. Cold sweat ran down Murong Jin's face as he mustered the courage to admit his fault. Empress, I have failed your trust. Shangguan Lan glanced around, seeing only the crumbling naval headquarters and the ruins of the training ground. Where is Medusa? Medusa was taken by a criminal. A criminal? The air around Shangguan Lan grew even sharper, her mere gaze altering the flow of the wind around them. Murong Jin could feel the Empress's anger pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Reporting to the Empress, 10 minutes ago, someone infiltrated Icefire Island. Baiyu stepped forward to explain. Who? The person was cloaked in black, wearing a ghost mask. The nine-tailed fox Ailu is his beast. Baiyu explained for a long time, but Shangguan Lan's almond-shaped eyes widened. So you're saying you know nothing about this person's name, identity, background? Baiyu lowered his head in silence. Ridiculous. Shangguan Lan's angry shout made the seven-colored sacred Qilin, sensing its master's emotions, roar. The sound cracked the sea's surface, summoning purple lightning that shattered the night sky. This is the naval headquarters, with 2 generals stationed here. And you allowed someone with an unknown background to take Medusa right under your noses? Murong Jin and Baiyu spoke in unison. We acknowledge our failure and are willing to accept punishment. Shangguan Lan had no time to punish her subordinates now. She took a deep breath, clearly sensing the lingering aura of dragon in the air. Indeed, this is the scent of dragon power. That black-cloaked person. Not only did he bring that dying fox back from the brink, but he also helped it fuse with pure dragon blood. Who is he? As the ruler of Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan was seen as a leader who cared deeply for her people. But the sins from 200 years ago remained a ticking time bomb buried deep within her. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became, and a murderous intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. Tell me the direction the black-cloaked man fled. Murong Jin and Baiyu simultaneously raised their hands, pointing southeast. That was the direction of the Beast Sea Strait. Empress, are you planning to? I'll deal with you two for your incompetence when I return. Shangguan Lan rode the seven-colored sacred Qilin, treading on the waves, and disappeared beyond the horizon. At that moment, I was still unconscious, unaware that the Empress of Dragon Kingdom herself had set out to hunt me down. As the seven-colored sacred Qilin left their sight, Murong Jin and Baiyu finally relaxed their tense nerves. Baiyu, it seems the Empress is taking this incident very seriously, actually going out herself. Murong Jin, how can you still think about that? Didn't you hear the Empress? She'll deal with us when she returns. After a moment of silence, Murong Jin sighed. The seas are about to change again. Baiyu shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not just the seas, the entire Dragon Kingdom might be in for a change. The identity of the black-cloaked man was unknown to all, but the more mysterious his identity, the greater the threat he posed to Dragon Kingdom. East Sea Region. On a desolate island. In the pitch-black night, the island was engulfed in deathly silence. On the backside of the island, there was a cave shielded from the waves and cold winds. This cave served as a natural shelter, providing Ailu and Medusa with a place to rest and catch their breath. Inside the cave, the light of a campfire illuminated the darkness. Ailu sat on the ground exhausted. I lay unconscious in her arms, still in a coma. Medusa sat by the campfire, her gaze fixed on me, never wavering. "Thank you for coming to save me." "Don't thank me, thank my master. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to save you." Without me, Ailu wouldn't have been able to break through and evolve, nor would she have had the opportunity to fuse with pure dragon blood, let alone recover from her severe injuries. If that were the case, Ailu wouldn't have been able to save Medusa, she would have lost her life instead. Medusa's curiosity was piqued. "Tell me, why did you, the queen of the nine-tailed fox clan, willingly submit to a brat who still smells of milk and sign a beast contract with him?" The nine-tailed fox clan has always been proud and never bowed to humans. Medusa couldn't wrap her head around why Ailu would submit to someone as insignificant as me. "You've seen it yourself, this boy isn't an ordinary human. Though he's only a 2-star Beastmaster. But he healed my wounds, helped me break through and evolve, helped me fuse with pure dragon blood, and he can even refine pills." After hearing the story between Ailu and me, Medusa nodded, a self-deprecating smile playing on her lips. So, it seems I'm just like you, I owe this boy my life." "That's right, he's my savior and your savior too." Medusa suddenly became wary. "Let's make one thing clear, I will remember the debt of saving my life. But unlike you, Fox, my serpent clan will never submit to humans." Medusa's meaning was clear. In simple terms, she was saying she would find a way to repay the debt, but she wouldn't accept signing a beast contract with a human. At that moment, there was movement in Ailu's arms. "Avotatilde." I opened my mouth, my throat dry, struggling to get out a single word. "You're awake. You want water? I'll find a way." Ailu became excited and started searching everywhere for water. But this was an uninhabited island untouched by humans. There was nothing on the island, only an endless sea surrounding it. Unable to find fresh water, Ailu bit her finger and put it in my mouth. Feeding me with her blood, a bond deeper than any master-servant relationship. Medusa watched this scene, filled with deep emotion. Is this really the Fox I knew? She's willing to deplete her own life essence for a human? Medusa carefully observed Ailu, detecting some subtle emotions on Ailu's face. In this Fox's eyes, this boy is more than just her master. Medusa guessed correctly. The relationship between Ailu and me was not just that of a master and servant, it had transcended the bond of the blood contract and even involved a relationship beyond mere friendship. In my semi-conscious state, driven by survival instincts, I desperately absorbed Ailu's blood to quench my thirst. As Ailu fed me her blood, she didn't flinch for a moment, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the boy in her arms, her eyes full of resolve. I felt like I had a long dream. When my consciousness returned, the contents of the dream shattered into pieces. Oh, where am I? I licked my lips and tasted a faint, sweet metallic taste, blood. Xiao Xingyu, you're finally awake. Thank goodness. It was only then that I realized I was lying in Ailu's arms. Ailu's expression conveyed relief and gratitude. I noticed that my neck and the back of my were particularly comfortable. It was because Ailu's soft, ample chest served as a cushy pillow, providing me with a comfortable place to rest. The memories before I lost consciousness rushed back. We really escaped, right? Given the gravity of the situation, I couldn't help but ask Ailu repeatedly to confirm. Ailu nodded emphatically, her brow radiating happiness. We did escape. We're on a remote island far from Icefire Island, close to the Beast Sea. A mental image of the latest world map appeared in my mind. The Beast Sea was indeed dangerous, but it was beyond the control and jurisdiction of Dragon Kingdom's Navy. Even if Murong Shinchin and Baiyu wanted to send troops to pursue us, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, there was no way they could find this insignificant island. It's good that we escaped. I let out a sigh of relief and suddenly noticed Ailu's arm out of the corner of my eye. There were no less than 10 wounds on Ailu's left arm, and 1 or 2 hadn't healed yet. Being meticulous, I reflected on the taste of blood in my mouth and quickly understood the source of Ailu's wounds. You fed me your blood? After you fainted, you were severely dehydrated. This is a deserted island, and there was no fresh water, so I had no choice. My heart warmed. After this battle, the bond between Ailu and me deepened even further. The side effects of taking 2 dragon spirit pills almost took my life. The reason I was able to regain consciousness so quickly was due to drinking dragon blood. After fusing with pure dragon blood, Ailu's blood had become dragon blood, which saved my life at a critical moment. A system prompt sounded.
Affinity level increased.
I opened the data panel to check Ailu's affinity towards me.
A99? Not bad, almost full marks.
The higher the affinity, the more seamless the battle coordination between a Beastmaster and their beast. In my role as the black-cloaked man, nine-tailed dragon fox Ailu was my most crucial combat force. By now, Ailu and I shared a relationship forged through shared hardships and life-or-death situations. Our bond would only grow deeper.
You're awake.
A cold, mature woman's voice came through, tinged with a faint huskiness. I looked up to see a stunning, crowned beauty in front of me. The beauty's face was no larger than a palm, with stunning and enchanting features. She was the epitome of a serpent-like beauty. A simple glance or the casual movement of her hair could captivate the souls of all men. This was Medusa, the one whose life I had risked everything to save from the Navy headquarters. Medusa approached and squatted down beside me, the deep cleavage in front of her chest making me want to yet feel embarrassed to do so. "Drink this," she said. I didn't even have the strength to lift my hand. So, Medusa simply brought the bamboo tube to my mouth, feeding me herself. A sweet taste filled my mouth. I drank greedily, gulping it down. The bamboo tube contained rainwater that Medusa had collected outside. A sudden downpour had blessed the desolate island, giving me a chance to rehydrate.
Thank you.
After drinking the water, the cracks on my lips softened, and they regained a hint of color. You don't need to thank me. If anyone should be thankful, it's me. Medusa crossed her arms in front of her, palms pressed to her chest, and bowed to me. Ailu, standing nearby, remarked, "This is the highest gesture of gratitude in the Serpent clan." Medusa then spoke, "Thank you for saving my life." I smiled sheepishly, Sister Sasha, "There's no need to be so polite, it was just a small favor." "A small favor? You nearly lost your life, don't be so modest." Ailu, with her usual frankness, exposed the truth. Medusa straightened up, her tone composed and unwavering. "Mr. Xiao, we of the Serpent clan always repay our debts. I will find a way to repay the life debt I owe you." I had been planning for this, so I eagerly replied, "You want to repay me? It's simple, just sign a blood." But Medusa seemed to anticipate my thoughts and cut me off. "I'll do anything to repay you, except for signing a blood contract." An awkward silence fell between us, the only sound being the crackling of the campfire. Ailu remained silent. She had no right to interfere with Medusa's choice, nor could she persuade me to give up the opportunity to contract Medusa. I frowned.
Why not?
Because a beast will never be a slave. The Beast clan was among the most proud and dignified of all the magical beast races. For a Beastmaster to tame a Beast clan creature and sign a blood contract was an incredibly difficult task. Especially with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and the Serpent clan, which were of mythical bloodlines. Medusa's refusal to submit to a human was understandable. After all, Ailu had only agreed to a blood contract with me out of sheer desperation. Suddenly, I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ailu was terrified, quickly supporting my weakened body. Why are you coughing up blood again?" Seeing my blood, my face grew paler, and Medusa also became concerned. No matter what, the young man before her was still Medusa's savior. Seeing me in such a weakened state, Medusa couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. I spoke weakly, my voice filled with endless sorrow. "Sasha, I thought that by risking my life to save you, I could warm your cold heart," I said. "But now I realize I was wrong. You're just a heartless, cold-blooded snake."
You.
Medusa stammered, unable to find the words. My eyes welled up with tears, and a hot tear rolled down my cheek. "If you don't want to sign a blood contract with me, then there's no point in me living anymore," I continued. My gaze was filled with despair and disappointment, as if I had lost the will to live. Ailu was frantic.
"Xiao Xingyu, don't do this. You can't die. Wake up, don't sleep."
I let out a cold laugh, directing a look of utter desolation towards Medusa. "If there's a next life, I swear I won't save you, you heartless snake." Medusa was bewildered. She had never encountered such an unusual human in her entire life. After hearing what I said, she felt like an evil woman who had wronged a loyal man, and guilt began to creep into her heart. This man saved my life, and yet... Medusa lowered her head, biting her lip, feeling uncomfortable.
Xiao Xingyu, don't fall asleep. Hold on.
Ailu pleaded, patting my face in an attempt to revive my will to live. It's no use, Lulu, I said with a cold smile. I've already lost the will to live. I've tried so hard, but I can't warm a snake's heart. I might as well die. Medusa couldn't take it anymore. She clenched her fists tightly. Mr. Xiao, please, no matter what, you must stay alive. What's the point of living if I can't sign the blood contract? I'd rather die.
I'll sign it.
Medusa finally made a decision that would change the course of her life. Sasha, you're so kind.
Now I have the will to live.
I wiped away my tears, my expression shifting instantly, showing how well I could control my emotions. Life is a play, and it's all about the acting. Ailu was taken aback, thinking, this snake was actually morally manipulated by a human? My strategy was simple, no blood contract, no will to live. If Medusa didn't sign the blood contract, I wouldn't drink water, eat, or accept any treatment, I would just sit there and wait to die. Although Medusa was a cold-blooded beast, the serpent clan valued loyalty. The debt of saving a life was a debt that outweighed everything else. I had snatched Medusa's life back from the Navy's execution platform. No matter how aloof and proud she was, Medusa couldn't just stand by and watch her savior die in front of her. My acting was no less than that of an award-winning actor. No props, no stunt doubles, no script, no soundtrack, just a look, a sigh, and I could portray a depressed man who had lost all will to live. Left with no other choice, Medusa reluctantly agreed to my request. Ailu couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure about this?" Medusa's tone was filled with helplessness. Submitting to a human was something I once despised and detested the most. But this guy did save me from danger. Am I really going to watch him die in front of me? Medusa said, conflicted. Ailu, half laughing, half sighing, silently commented to herself, this snake really can't handle my tricks. She fell right into a moral trap. These days, morally upright humans are almost extinct, and morally upright beasts are even rarer. Ailu leaned in close to my ear. I'm curious. If Medusa wasn't moral and your moral trick didn't work, what would you have done? I, ever quick-witted, whispered back, don't worry, I had a backup plan. If soft tactics didn't work, I'd switch to hard ones. If this snake didn't fall for the moral angle, once her wanted posters go up, I'd go collect the bounty. Faced with the torment of she would definitely give in to my power. Ailu rolled her eyes at me. You sure have plenty of tricks up your sleeve. After all the effort I went through to rescue Medusa, if I couldn't use her for my purposes, I might as well send her back to the Navy headquarters and earn a reward. Sasha, I said. That's what I'll call you from now on. Sasha, Lulu, these cute and memorable nicknames help to strengthen the bond between a Beastmaster and their beast. But for Medusa and Ailu, such cute and silly nicknames are quite embarrassing. I didn't need to bite my finger because there was still some dried blood at the corner of my mouth. Letting a drop of blood fall onto Medusa's forehead, a soul connection was established between us. A pentagram magic circle appeared beneath Medusa's feet. The blood contract was successfully established. When I opened my eyes, I saw that a mark had appeared on Medusa's forehead. This was the symbol of the blood contract. The mark gradually faded, not disappearing but hiding. I forced myself to smile, despite my weakness. Sasha, from now on, you are my beast. Medusa's expression was somewhat stiff. Did I really just sign a blood contract with a human? I must be crazy. This is absurd. Ailu, having gone through the same experience, patted Medusa on the shoulder and comforted her. Your expression and thoughts are exactly like mine when it first happened to me. Two cold-blooded beasts, originally too proud to submit to any human, had now become my personal servants. I activated the Eye of the Demon God, and Medusa's data panel appeared before me. Name, Medusa, the Calamity Serpent. Level, Beast God Body 2nd Stage. Bloodline, Divine Serpent Bloodline, Mythical Quality. Talent 1, Calamity descends. When in her true form, she brings about tsunamis, thunderstorms, volcanic eruptions, and other catastrophic disasters. Talent 2, Nightmare entwining. Any enemy caught in Medusa's gaze, whose level is lower than hers, will have their soul dragged into a nightmare, sinking into oblivion. Attributes, Beastman type, Psychic type, Water type. Loyalty, 10. Skill, Nightmare Devour, swallows the enemy whole, subjecting them to the torment of 9 layers of nightmares, separating soul from body. Death Coil, wraps and constricts the enemy with her massive, elongated body until the enemy suffocates and loses consciousness. Life Drain, sinks her venomous fangs into the enemy, draining their life force and converting it into her own. Habits and preferences, desserts, prefers to live in cold and damp environments. Evolution path, Calamity Serpent, final evolution form. Hidden evolution path 1, Calamity Serpent, sky-devouring dragon serpent. Hidden evolution path 2, Calamity Serpent, serpent of the earth, a body capable of encircling the earth. The more powerful and higher level a beast is, the more complex and detailed its data panel becomes. Medusa's bloodline quality is on par with Ailu's before she merged with the pure-blooded dragon lineage. Moreover, Ailu required my help to advance, relying on the pure dragon bloodline to break through and reach the beast god body first stage level. However, I haven't yet assisted Medusa in any similar way, and she's already at the beast god body second stage level. Asasha actually has 2 hidden evolution paths.
How should I choose?
I found myself caught in a dilemma. The 2 different evolution paths each have their pros and cons. If I want Medusa to evolve into the sky-devouring dragon serpent, I would need to help her merge with the pure dragon power, just as I did with Ailu. However, treasures like dragon bones are extremely rare. Finding a medium similar to dragon bones to merge with the pure dragon bloodline would be challenging in a short time. On the other hand, if I want Medusa to evolve into the serpent of the earth, the core evolution materials required are the Eye of Rebirth and the Nether Lord's Beast Core. These items are as rare and difficult to find as dragon bones. I sighed, I'm thinking too far ahead. I should focus on the present. As I pulled myself out of my thoughts, my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Your face looks pale, what's wrong? Ailu's keen observation showed just how much she cared about me. Lulu, I'm fine, but I suddenly have a bad feeling. A sense of inexplicable unease forced me to think deeper.
Damn it, this feeling is terrible.
What exactly is my subconscious worried about? Even though we've already escaped danger, my heart is still. I clutched my racing chest, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that I've overlooked something? As the seconds ticked by, my heart beat faster and faster, nearly leaping into my throat.
I remember now.
The confusion in my eyes vanished instantly, replaced by fear. System mission, rescue Medusa. System reward, 1 dragon egg plus 10,000 points. This was the reason I was willing to risk my life to storm the Navy headquarters. Now that I've rescued Medusa, and we've all escaped beyond the Navy's control, hiding on this unknown deserted island, I should have triggered the system reward. But up until this moment, the system hasn't given out the reward or even notified me that the mission was complete.
This can only mean... Lulu, Sasha, we can't stay on this island.
Ailu asked in confusion, why?
We're still not out of danger.
I replied. As soon as I finished speaking, a terrifying presence enveloped the entire deserted island. That woman had caught up.
Run! Get off this island!
I shouted desperately. Ailu was startled by my current appearance. My eyes were bloodshot, my face as pale as paper, every hair on my body stood on end, and my weakened body trembled violently with fear. We're leaving. Although Ailu was confused, she quickly made a decision, holding me tightly in her arms and flickering away like a ghost. In just an instant, Ailu appeared on the tumultuous ocean waves. I was still suffering from the aftereffects of the medicine, unable to move my body, and could only lie obediently in Ailu's arms. Fortunately, Ailu's soft, ample chest cushioned my head, buffering the impact of the sea waves. Ailu wasn't standing on the sea's surface. Beneath her feet was a giant snake head. This was Medusa's true form, the Calamity Serpent. The next moment, boom! The explosion sounded like thousands of thunderclaps striking at once, shattering the night sky and illuminating the boundless ocean. The deserted island we had just left was engulfed in the explosion, disappearing into the thick black smoke, leaving no trace behind. Ailu and Medusa felt fortunate. If it weren't for my timely warning, they would have shared the island's fate. With blurred vision, I looked up at the chaotic night sky. Above the clouds stood a giant Chilan beast. The rainbow holy Chilan?
Damn, it's that woman!
Ailu's delicate, beautiful face was filled with boundless fear. Medusa's snake body was submerged in the cold seawater, only her head was above the surface, and her snake eyes were filled with panic and unease, with a hint of despair flickering within. That woman has caught up. We're probably not going to escape this time. The woman Ailu and Medusa spoke of was standing atop the rainbow holy Chilan. She was a woman of noble elegance, a beloved empress of her people, a ruthless executioner, and a monster hiding the greatest secret. In short, there were countless adjectives and unverified rumors about this woman in the world. She was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, the revered Empress Shangguanlan. Common sense dictates that the highest level a Beastmaster can reach is a 10-star Beastmaster. But Shangguanlan's power surpassed even that. This level was known as the Beast Emperor. Every nation had only one Beast Emperor. Thus, Shangguanlan's combat power was the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's strength. Within the shattered clouds, lightning roared like countless dragons. The sea whipped up tornadoes, and golden flames ignited at the center of the whirlwind. The overwhelming from the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's power made my heart skip a beat, and I nearly choked on my breath. Shangguanlan opened her eyes, and her gaze locked onto me from a distance. A black robe, a ghost face mask, it seems I found the right. My spiritual power was already depleted. In my current physical state, taking another dragon spirit pill would likely cause my body to explode. When a Beastmaster is out of spiritual energy, their beast can't use any battle skills. The only thing Ailu could do was to burn her own life essence, igniting a layer of purple-gold dragon flame around herself, protecting me in her arms. On the pitch-black sea, the small flicker of purple-gold dragon flame stood out sharply against the darkness. Shangguanlan, standing high above in the clouds, could clearly see the flames on the sea. A little fox, I never thought you could survive after I gravely wounded you back then, and now you've even fused with pure dragon blood. Shangguanlan, as the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, had seen many things, but never had she witnessed a beast that could fuse with pure dragon blood. All of these variables pointed towards the mysterious figure in the black robe. Shangguanlan's cold gaze once again focused on me. Reveal your identity, and I will grant you a quick death. My lips were dry and cracked, I didn't even have the strength to speak. I'm not talking? Then you can all die together. Ruthlessness is a necessary trait for becoming the ruler of a nation. Ailu was already a wanted criminal on the bounty list. Medusa knew too much about the secrets of the dragon-slaying war from 200 years ago and was meant to be executed tonight. The black-robed man, with an unknown identity and background, managed to infiltrate the Navy headquarters and escape unscathed. To Shangguanlan, this person and these two beasts were enormous threats. Shangguanlan took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and an unparalleled power surged within her. Dragon power? Ailu was shocked. After fusing with pure dragon blood, Ailu had also mastered dragon power. She could clearly sense that the aura emanating from Shangguanlan was pure dragon power. This dragon power was not only pure but also carried an endless malevolence that shook Ailu's soul. What kind of monster is this woman? Ailu looked up at the sky, unable to believe what she was seeing. From the top of Shangguanlan's head sprouted two black dragon horns. One horn was longer and the other shorter, with the shorter one showing clear signs of having been broken. Her once beautiful face was now covered in black dragon scales. These scales spread wildly, covering her neck and both hands. As the wind howled, black dragon wings unfurled from Shangguanlan's back. Even her pupils turned pitch black, like two black holes that could devour souls. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, the wave of dragon power shattering the clouds. Behind Shangguanlan appeared the shadow of a massive black dragon. This was a dragon soul. The BB black dragon soul, what is going on? Ailu was dumbfounded. She had always believed that no matter how powerful Shangguanlan was, she was still just a human. But the appearance and form Shangguanlan now displayed were beyond the scope of humanity. Fox, this is the true form of that woman. Medusa's voice reached her. Ailu desperately wanted to ask something, knowing that Medusa was aware of some secrets from 200 years ago. I know what you want to ask, but both of us, including myself, are going to the grave with this secret. Since Shangguanlan had revealed her true form, she wouldn't let anyone who had seen it leave alive. In Shangguanlan's cold eyes, the black-robed man, along with the fox and the snake, were already dead. Ailu's clenched fists loosened, the overwhelming difference in power left her with no will to resist. Medusa was right, this ocean would be everyone's grave. Shangguanlan raised her right hand, slashing out a wind blade. The wind blade cut through the night sky, skimming over the ocean's surface, splitting the sea in two, resembling a giant dragon's claw. Seeing me in her arms, writhing in pain with every breath, Ailu gritted her teeth. Whoosh! The waves surged as the nine-tailed dragon fox stood upon the ocean. This was Ailu's true form. Before this, after the battle with the two generals, Ailu had already been injured. The moment her true form appeared on the sea, the water was dyed red by the blood seeping from her wounds. Seeing the wind blade infused with terrifying dragon power coming directly at her, Ailu did not back down, using her 9 tails to shield Medusa and me behind her. I had no spiritual energy. Ailu couldn't use any battle skills. She relied solely on her already battered body to withstand Shangguanlan's fatal blow.
Alulu.
My roar was drowned in the sound of the waves, so weak and powerless. Against an enemy with such an overwhelming difference in strength, any act of resistance was futile. The dragon claw-shaped wind blade flew low, unstoppable. It cut through the reefs, sliced through the tsunami, and even split the space. How terrifying was Shangguanlan's power! This woman had only shown the tip of the iceberg, yet a casual move from her unleashed a world-destroying force. Ailu's true form, the 9-tailed dragon fox, clearly had formidable defense and resistance. Yet in front of Shangguanlan, it was as fragile as paper.
Alulu.
I lay on Medusa's snakehead, feeling as if my entire body was shattered. I could only move my bloodshot eyes while the rest of my body felt as if it were sealed in concrete. The wind blade pierced through Ailu's body, the dragon claw-shaped wound erupting like a sudden fountain. Scalding blood sprayed out in all directions, in rhythm with the pounding waves. In the cold night, Ailu's body seemed to blossom into a large, bright red rose. When a human's adrenaline spikes, their perception can change. In my vision, the entire world's time seemed to slow down. I clearly saw Ailu collapse into the sea, her 9 tails drooping, the light fading from her eyes, and her breathing suddenly stopping. At that moment, Ailu was dead. Medusa let out a helpless sigh. In the clouds above, Shangguanlan flapped her black dragon wings, her luscious lips curling into a smile. My heart clenched as the blood contract within me began to burn, gradually turning to ash. When a beast dies, the corresponding blood contract within the Beastmaster also disappears. As the blood contract vanished, it felt like countless movie scenes flashed before my eyes. The first time I met Ailu. Scenes of us struggling together in the cave. The first time we fought together as master and beast. The moment we shared an intimate connection deep in the forest. The past played out vividly, and a tear of blood trickled from my dry eyes. I didn't know when, but at some point, Ailu had become more than just a beast to me. Alulu, is she really dead? I stared blankly, unable to accept the fact that Ailu had fallen. Shangguanlan was too powerful, this woman was a monster. It's time for you to join her. Shangguanlan's beautiful eyes flashed as a violent and boundless dragon power erupted from within her. The sky was melting. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a statement of fact. The sky was like liquid, with thick, black drops falling in large clumps. Space warped, the magnetic field went haywire, gravity spiraled out of control. These were phenomena I had never seen before. All I knew was that this woman's power had surpassed anything I could comprehend. Shangguanlan was truly the pinnacle of combat strength in the Dragon Kingdom. In her presence, any opponent would lose even the last shred of will to survive. Medusa's true form curled into a ball, shielding me completely.
Master.
Hearing Medusa's voice brought me back to a sliver of sanity.
Asasha.
A master, listen carefully. Before I die, I'll do my best to keep your body intact. Her words were filled with both helplessness and a sense of tragic heroism. Medusa was different from Ailu, she wasn't familiar with me. She had only just signed a blood contract with me because I saved her life. For a beast to die for its master was a matter of course. No, this isn't the ending I want. I bit down on my lip, the taste of blood reviving my spirit.
There has to be a way. There must be a way to turn the tide.
I opened the system inventory and immediately saw that mysterious item. The dragon's tear, one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon race. This treasure had originally been carried by Ailu. I had taken it from Ailu last time and left it to gather dust in the system inventory. As I faced the brink of death, the fire of determination reignited in my eyes. With a surge of thought, a crystal ball appeared in my palm. In the sky above, Shangguanlan's expression turned to one of surprise. The dragon's tear? Without hesitation, I pressed the dragon's tear against my mask. When Ailu fell earlier, her gushing blood had splattered on my mask, staining it red. The dragon's tear and my mask touched, soaked with Ailu's blood. A miraculous power began to spread out. This power was invisible and colorless, quietly expanding, covering the sea, the heavens, the entire earth. The raindrops stopped falling, frozen in midair. Time had stopped? No, it was more than that. Then the raindrops, defying the law of gravity, began to rise back into the sky, returning to the clouds. The tsunami receded, the dark clouds dispersed. The nine-tailed dragon fox that had sunk to the bottom of the sea floated back to the surface, its 9 tails rekindling with intense flames. The nine-tailed dragon fox opened its eyes, and the dragon claw-shaped wind blade detached from its body, the wounds fully healed. The wind reversed direction, sending the blade back to its origin. Time was reversing. And it wasn't just time for me, it was for the entire world. Even someone as unfathomably powerful as Shangguan Lan couldn't escape the effects of time reversal. I opened my eyes again. After a moment of disorientation, I felt the rich fragrance and soft cushion of support. At this moment, I was lying in Ailu's arms. Medusa zat beside me. This wasn't on the sea, it was in the cave on the deserted island. I took a deep breath, my lips trembling. It worked. The dragon's tear, one of the 3 great treasures of the dragon race, although it had no offensive power, had one miraculous ability. Time rewind. Only dragon blood can activate the dragon's tear to release time rewind. In my near-death state, I cleverly used the blood splattered on my face from Ailu to activate the dragon's tear, successfully triggering the time rewind. The effect of the time rewind depends on the amount of dragon blood absorbed. This time, the effect was modest, merely sending the entire world back by 1 minute. Don't underestimate this 1 minute. The world from 1 minute ago. Shangguan Lan hadn't caught up yet, the deserted island hadn't been blown up, and Ailu hadn't died.
Lulu, Sasha, we need to go.
Leave here, head to the Beast Strait. But
that's an order.
My tone was firm. Ailu and Medusa didn't understand, but they complied. Even injured, Medusa's true form could maintain an incredible swimming speed in the water. Before long, boom tilde. The deserted island exploded. Above the night sky, a giant Qilin beast appeared. Shangguan Lan stood atop the 7-colored holy Qilin, overlooking the turbulent sea. The aura ends here, it's disappeared. Beyond this point is the Beast Strait.
Looks like they escaped.
Shangguan Lan didn't find the hooded man, the 9-tailed dragon fox, or the calamity ghost python. That 1 minute of time reversal may have seemed inconsequential, but it rewrote history. At the same time, Medusa, in her giant python form, swam into the Beast Strait, carrying Ailu and me in her massive mouth. The 3 of us, 1 man and 2 beasts, escaped to the Beast Strait. The Beast Strait was home to tens of thousands of different species of beasts, with chaotic auras. Even a dragon's sense of smell would falter in such an environment. Shangguan Lan had no choice but to give up the chase, her face twisted in lingering bitterness and fury. A hooded man, the next time we meet, you will be reduced to ashes. This was the last sentence Shangguan Lan said before giving up the chase and leaving. Time in this world had indeed been reversed by the power of the dragon's tear by exactly 1 minute. I used that 1 minute to create a miracle, rewriting history, and escape to the Beast Sea with Ailu and Medusa. This means that in this new timeline, Shangguan Lan never actually saw the black-robed man in person. Yet, she still said, when we meet again. That word again is truly chilling to think about. This sentence clearly shows that while the dragon's tear's time reversal did affect Shangguan Lan, the effect wasn't complete. Shangguan Lan still retains memories from before the time reversal. This woman is terrifying. Her true identity, the limits of her power, they are all an unfathomable mystery. Beast Sea. On a rocky outcrop. Ailu, carrying my weakened body, climbed onto the rocks, her own face pale. The giant serpent in the sea reverted to her human form. Medusa, covered in wounds, also climbed up, blood continuously dripping from the corner of her mouth. Medusa remained vigilant, looking around. That woman shouldn't be chasing us anymore, right? My voice was hoarse, but I spoke with certainty. Don't worry, this is the Beast Sea. Even if Shangguan Lan is the strongest Beastmaster in Dragon Kingdom, there's no way she can find our exact location here. The Beast Sea is the most chaotic place on Earth in terms of energy signatures. As long as a fugitive escapes here, no matter how powerful the pursuer is, they have no choice but to give up. Ailu asked curiously, how did you predict that Shangguan Lan would chase us? To Ailu and Medusa, they were both completely affected by the dragon's tear and had no idea what had happened just a minute ago. Lulu, let me catch my breath first. I took deep breaths, and after stabilizing my breathing, I forced myself to sit up on the rocks. What are you doing? Ailu was stunned. Suddenly, I opened my arms and tightly hugged Ailu. Even though the 2 of us had already been intimate, this close gesture in front of Medusa made Ailu blush and feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing?
Let me go.
Medusa watched from the side, thinking to herself, is the fox actually blushing?
There's definitely something going on between this kid and the fox.
I refused to let go, my arms clamped tightly around Ailu's soft body like a crab's claws. Ailu didn't dare struggle either. After all, I was injured all over, and if she forcefully pushed me away, it might aggravate my wounds. Alulu, I can't lose you. I don't want to feel that pain again. My tone was serious, full of genuine and deep emotion.
What are you talking about?
Ailu felt my words and actions were strange, but inside she felt a warmth growing. Medusa couldn't help but interject, are you confessing to a fox? Only then did I release Ailu, taking the dragon's tear from my pocket.
Alulu, Sha, aren't you curious how I knew Shangguanlan would chase us?
Both beautiful beasts nodded in unison. Let me show you the VCR. I held the dragon's tear in both hands, and inside the crystal ball, a vivid video replayed. Every time the dragon's tear reverses time, it records the events before the reversal and stores them as a complete video. Ailu and Medusa focused intently on the dragon's tear as the scene from 1 minute ago played out before their eyes. The moment when Shangguanlan killed Ailu left a strong visual impact on Ailu herself. It wasn't until the sequence to the part where I took out the dragon's tear, using Ailu's blood to activate the time reversal and rewrite history, that the scene finally came to an end. Even though this was just a recording and Ailu had no memory of these events, she could still empathize deeply. When she was killed by Shangguanlan, I looked like a soulless, defeated dog, with tears of blood streaming down my face. These scenes continued to deeply stir Ailu's soul.
Alulu, why are you crying too? I'm not.
You're lying, there's a tear at the corner of your eye.
Just got some sand in it.
Ailu is the typical tough on the outside, soft on the inside type. She finally understood why I was holding her so tightly just now and saying those strange things. I let out a deep breath, wrapping my left arm around Ailu and placing my right hand on Medusa's shoulder. We've truly been through a life-and-death situation together. If it weren't for the dragon's tear, we would have been killed by Shangguanlan. I glanced at Medusa and said plaintively, Sha, you know, I really gambled with my life to save you this time. You better behave well in the future, no betrayal, no leaving me. Medusa's personality is also a bit cold, she doesn't say nice things, but she remembers my kindness in her heart. Without me, Ailu and Medusa would have long perished without a trace. The three of us lay side by side on the reef, which was wet from the waves, gazing at the full moon in the night sky, enjoying a moment of peace after narrowly escaping death.
Oding tilde.
Oh, congratulations, host. You successfully rescued Medusa. Completely escaping danger meant that the system task was complete. A task reward issued, 1 dragon egg plus 10,000 points. The reward has been issued, please check your inventory. In the system warehouse, a dragon egg with a gold blue shell appeared. The account balance increased by 10,000 points. A high risk, high reward.
Even though I almost lost my life, it was still worth it. I guess it hurts.
I smiled, but the excessive joy tugged at my heart, quickly turning my smile into a grimace.
This time at sea, I indeed almost met my end.
But since I managed to survive, I've reaped considerable rewards. In this era where dragons are extinct, the value of a dragon egg is beyond words. With 10,000 points, who knows how many evolution materials with miraculous effects and rare treasures I could buy. On top of that, successfully contracting with Medusa, a beast with infinite potential in her divine beast form, left me with a sense of accomplishment so profound that I could smile even in my sleep. Beyond these tangible rewards, there was something else I valued even more. After a moment of silence, I suddenly became serious. Sha, Lulu told me that you know the secret of the dragon-slaying war that happened 200 years ago. It's time for you to reveal it. Secrets are the most valuable information. Medusa fell into deep thought. Whenever she recalled the past, a look of fear flashed deep in her eyes, and her delicate body trembled from the lingering terror. Master, the scene in the dragon's tear was something you personally experienced just now.
That's right.
Given that, did you truly see Shangguanlan's true form at that time? I nodded emphatically, for I would never forget the images of Shangguanlan with dragon horns growing from her head, dragon scales covering her body, and dragon wings sprouting from her back.
Sha, what exactly is Shangguanlan?
Is she human, or?
Master, what I want to say is,
the girl who slays dragons eventually becomes one herself. 200 years ago, during the dragon-slaying war, 90% of the strongest in Dragon Kingdom participated. The two most famous among them were Shangguan Lan and Xiao Lian. At that time, Shangguan Lan wasn't yet the Empress of Dragon Kingdom and Xiao Lian wasn't the leader of the rebel Yin Alliance. Both of them were 10-star Beastmasters, fighting side by side in the dragon-slaying war. At this point, fear once again appeared on Medusa's beautiful face. During the dragon-slaying war, I was merely a spectator. The battle took place in the Valley of Dragons, and back then, I was just a small snake hiding in the cracks of the rocks. I witnessed the entire battle. The moment Shangguan Lan killed the 990th giant dragon. As she stood at the center of the Valley of Dragons, bathed in dragon blood, and let out a chilling laugh, and then I impatiently pressed, and then what? And then I saw her transform into a black dragon. It was a black dragon larger than any dragon of the dragon race, with dragon eyes like black holes that could absorb everything. After transforming into a dragon, Shangguan Lan became bloodthirsty, attacking friend and foe alike, and slaughtered her way through the entire Valley of Dragons. A chill ran down my spine. I had already experienced Shangguan Lan's methods firsthand, if not for the dragon's tear, Ailu, Medusa, and I wouldn't be alive now. After the battle, the dragon race was annihilated. As for the other powerful Beastmasters who participated, they were all killed by Shangguan Lan. The only survivor was Xiao Lian, who is now the leader of the Yin Alliance. After listening to everything Medusa had said, I nodded, feeling like everything finally made sense. And no wonder Xiao Lian betrayed Dragon Kingdom and founded the Yin Alliance, opposing Shangguan Lan. It's because he, the sole survivor of the dragon-slaying war, knows that the current Dragon Kingdom is actually a criminal who slaughtered countless human comrades, a disgrace to humanity. I paused and then added, no, that's not quite accurate. She's now a vile dragon, no longer human. Medusa continued her story. Other than Xiao Lian, I'm the only one who witnessed all of Shangguan Lan's evil deeds. At the time, Shangguan Lan sensed my presence, but I managed to escape amidst the chaos. Ailu chimed in. Because you are a witness to the dragon-slaying war, Shangguan Lan has never stopped hunting you all these years. Recently, you were unfortunately captured by Admiral Murong Shinchin of the Navy. If it weren't for Xiao Xingyu, you'd be buried in the depths of the sea with that secret by now. Medusa sighed deeply. Yes, I thought my time had come, but I didn't expect to survive. Sometimes fate works in mysterious ways. Medusa's life was literally dragged back from the gates of hell by me. Processed all the information Medusa had revealed, and a question arose in my mind. Asha, you said Shangguan Lan killed 990 giant dragons during the dragon-slaying war, which caused her to transform into a black dragon herself. So, how many dragons did Xiao Lian kill while fighting alongside her? Medusa shook her head. At that time, the battle was chaotic and I was very nervous. All my attention was drawn to Shangguan Lan transforming into the black dragon. As for Xiao Lian, his presence in the battle was not significant. When I noticed him, all I saw was his back as he fled the battlefield. As she said this, Medusa brushed her hair aside, and the bright moonlight cast a glow on her side profile, making her look both radiant and sorrowful. The story is over, this is everything I know. Now, there was only one thought in my mind. The Empress of Dragon Kingdom is not human, she is a blood-stained evil dragon. Medusa only witnessed the dragon-slaying war through her own eyes, so her account of the details is not thorough. As she mentioned, her attention was entirely on the scenes of Shangguan Lan transforming into a black dragon. If I want to learn more about the specifics of the dragon-slaying war, I will likely have to hear the story from another prominent figure. And that person is Xiao Lian. I have nothing to do with Xiao Lian. After all, one of us is a 2-star Beastmaster from Azure Dragon Academy, and the other is the leader of the rebel Yin Alliance. Seeing my body trembling, Ailu raised her hand, igniting a flame in her palm to warm me. Alulu, I'm not cold. It's just that the thought of the current ruler of Dragon Kingdom being an evil dragon instead of a human makes my skin crawl and I can't help but shiver. Medusa asked seriously, Master, now that you know Shangguan Lan's true identity, what do you plan to do next? I let out a helpless laugh.
What can I do?
Am I supposed to act as a hero and overthrow? Or should I confront her face to face and accuse her of the atrocities she committed 200 years ago? I sprawled out on the cold rock, wrapping myself tightly in my tattered clothes. Whether Shangguan Lan is human or a dragon doesn't matter to me. I just want to keep getting stronger, step by step, without making such a terrifying enemy. Ailu reminded me, but after this incident, Shangguan Lan has set her sights on you. She won't let it go. Lulu, you're mistaken. The one who caused a scene at the Navy headquarters was the black-robed man, and the one who rescued Xia was also the black-robed man. So the one Shangguan is after is the black-robed man. The enmity between Shangguan and the black-robed man has nothing to do with Xiao Xingyu. Ailu was stunned for a moment. It feels like something is off, but it kind of makes sense. Medusa, in a sarcastic tone, praised, "Master, you're playing your cards brilliantly, switching between identities at will, toying with the Empress of Dragon Kingdom. After this narrow escape, I've become more aware of the importance of switching identities. The black-robed man is an identity I wouldn't log into lightly. This account is linked to Ailu and Medusa, both nationally wanted fugitives. In terms of equipment, the main account's warehouse has a dragon's tier, which can reverse desperate situations at critical moments. On the other hand, the identity of a talented student at Azure Dragon Academy is more like my secondary account for daily use. To my classmates, I'm the kind-hearted peer. To the dean and mentors, I'm the academy's star. To Shangguan, I'm the promising talent worth investing resources in. But none of these people know that I am the black-robed man, capable of turning the world upside down. Lulu, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Sleepiness overwhelmed me, and my eyelids grew heavy as I lay in Ailu's arms and drifted off to sleep. Medusa activated her calamity eye to check my physical condition.
How is he?
His body is very weak. He'll likely remain unconscious for 2 days. We should find a warm and comfortable place to settle him. In the Beast Sea Trench, hurricanes constantly whipped across the sea, raising waves as tall as 100 meters. In such harsh conditions, finding a small island that could provide shelter from the wind and rain was no easy task. Water. This was the only word I muttered in my sleep. He's got a fever. Fox, water won't help him. The human body has poor resistance.
Then what should we do?
Medusa stared at Ailu's large chest and said, beast milk could enhance his resistance and recovery.
Ailu blues hit, oi. I don't have any beast milk.
Fox, this is the Beast Sea Trench. Underneath the rocks, there are shadows of mammalian beasts everywhere. In my unconscious state, I dreamt of that black dragon. The dragon's eyes were like 2 black holes, distorting the heavens and devouring everything. To escape the dragon's pursuit, I ran desperately in the darkness, only to suddenly crash into a mirror. Looking at myself in the mirror, my pupils trembled, filled with shock and fear. In the mirror, I saw that I had also grown black dragon scales on my body, horns on my head, and after my spine ripped open, a pair of large dragon wings emerged. When I awoke from the dream, I suddenly sat up from the ground, my pale face drenched in cold sweat. Was that just a dream? Thank goodness it was just a dream, scared me to death. I let out a long breath, but the thought of the scenes from the dream still made me shiver involuntarily.
Where am I?
I looked around and found myself lying in a dark cave. Memories from before I lost consciousness flooded back into my mind.
Lulu, Shasha.
I called out loudly. A shadow flickered and Medusa appeared by my side. Seeing that I had woken up, the deep frown on Medusa's face finally relaxed. Master, you're awake.
Shasha, how long have I been asleep?
Medusa held up 3 fingers. I've slept for 3 days?
Oh no.
I panicked, worried that I wouldn't make it to the final of the Supernova Tournament. When Ailu and I left for Spirit City, there were 6 days left until the final. Saving Medusa and escaping death from Shangguan's hands had taken 2 days. Then, I was unconscious for 3 days, which meant only 1 day was left until the final. Tomorrow is the final of the Supernova Tournament. I must return to Spirit City. I was filled with anxiety, afraid of missing the final. If I missed the final and Chen Qinian and the organizers couldn't contact me, it would inevitably raise suspicions. You have to know, Shangguan watches the Supernova Tournament finals live every year. If she didn't see me at the final, with her paranoid nature, she might suspect a potential connection between me and the black-robed man. Although these are just my speculations and they may not actually happen, to eliminate such risks, the best course of action is to return to Spirit City as soon as possible. I got up from the ground and grabbed Medusa's hand. Shasha, hurry and transform into your giant serpent form to take me across the sea back to Spirit City. Master, I understand you're in a hurry, but please don't rush.
How can I not be anxious?
If I don't make it back in time. Just then Ailu returned to the cave. She was holding a container crafted from beast skin. The beast skin flask didn't contain wine but rather beast milk. Are you awake?
That's great.
Seeing me awake, Ailu's previously worried face brightened with a hint of joy, and her eyes showed a slight redness.
Alulu, what are you holding?
I was deeply intrigued by the beast skin flask in Ailu's hand. Ailu opened the flask and a strong, somewhat fishy milky fragrance wafted out from the mouth of the bottle. This is the milk of the Silver Moon Tiger Emperor.
Beast milk?
Ailu handed the flask to me.
I drink it all.
I quickly shook my head.
No, I'm human, I only drink milk tea.
Beast milk smells too strong, I can't get used to it. Medusa crossed her arms over her chest, her sensual figure leaning against the cave wall as she teased. A master, do you know that you've been kept alive for the past 3 days by beast milk?
I frowned. Sha, are you saying?
After you fell unconscious, your body became extremely weak. Relying only on water wouldn't have kept you alive. Only by drinking beast milk could your immunity be boosted, keeping you alive. If it weren't for the fox going out every day to hunt lactating beasts nearby, where would you have gotten beast milk to drink? I paused and carefully felt the changes in my body. Before losing consciousness, I had fractures in over 10 places. Due to the aftereffects of taking the dragon spirit pill, my internal organs had suffered severe backlash. But now, I felt full of energy, and whether internal or external injuries, most of them had healed significantly. Luckily, during these 3 days, Ailu had been feeding me beast milk, allowing me to recover so much in such a short time. I never knew beast milk had such effects. It's just that the taste is really awful. When I was unconscious, Ailu fed me beast milk without me knowing, and I swallowed it purely on instinct. Now that I was awake, my sense of smell had returned, and the fishy smell of the beast milk was hard for me to handle. Lulu, do I really have to drink it?
Your body hasn't fully recovered, you have to drink it.
Ailu put her hands on her hips, commanding me like a wife ordering her husband around. Medusa silently muttered to herself, this fox is starting to look a bit like a housekeeper, tisk tisk. I didn't want to waste Ailu's effort. After all, every drop of beast milk came from her hunting beasts, and it was not easy to come by. Gulp, gulp tilde. I pinched my nose, closed my eyes tightly, and downed the beast milk in one go. The taste was indeed unpleasant, but the effects were immediate. After drinking the beast milk, I felt warm all over, as if my body was brimming with endless energy. I walked out of the cave. This is an island of modest size. The island is situated in the central area of the Beast Sea, surrounded by scattered smaller islands and large rocks jutting out of the sea. These scattered islands and rocks are the territory of the mammalian beasts. Luckily, I have Ailu and Medusa, both beast god-level companions, protecting me. Without them, I would have already become a meal for the beasts. Asha, with your speed, how long will it take us to reach the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom? A half a day is enough. Medusa's true form, the Calamity Serpent, is the fastest creature in the water. With Medusa, I don't have to worry about missing the finals of the Supernova Tournament. I'm a bit hungry. Beast milk can only serve as an appetizer. After drinking it, I feel an unprecedented hunger.
Lulu, Sha, can you go hunting?
I want to eat some beast meat. Without a word, Ailu and Medusa jumped into the sea simultaneously. My job is to keep the fire burning in the cave, while my 2 beautiful attendants are responsible for hunting. In most households, the man handles the outside tasks and the woman the inside, but in my case, it's the opposite. At this rate, I might as well stay home to take care of the kids and become a house husband. While Ailu and Medusa went hunting, I sat alone by the fire in the cave and opened the system's storage. I retrieved the dragon egg from the system's storage. In a flash of light, I found myself holding a heavy egg. The eggshell was golden and blue, with intricate patterns all over it, emanating a faint dragon aura. Even through the shell, I could sense a small life growing inside. As for what type of dragon this egg would hatch into, that was still a mystery. I held the egg and activated my demon god's eye, and a data panel appeared in my mind. Name * dragon egg. Species * purebred dragon. Attribute * unknown. Innate ability * unknown. Nurturing method * infuse with dragon power to nourish. Materials to accelerate hatching * dragon bone snow lotus, dragon heart, earth flame fruit. A hatching warning * avoid contact with evil aura, otherwise it may cause a genetic mutation, purebred dragon demon dragon. After reading the data panel, I couldn't help but sigh. Hatching this dragon egg is going to be a huge challenge. Hatching the dragon egg requires frequent infusions of large amounts of dragon power. This step can only be entrusted to Ailu. To accelerate the hatching process, rare materials are required. Dragon Bone Snow Lotus is a snow lotus that grows on dragon bones. It's not something you can buy on the market, and it's nearly impossible to find. Dragon Heart, as the name implies, is the fossilized heart of a fallen dragon. I was already extremely fortunate to find a piece of dragon bone at the bottom of Dragonfall Lake. Finding a dragon heart is 1,000 times harder than winning the lottery. Any material related to dragons is incredibly rare and hard to come by. The only material I might have a chance to obtain is the Earth Flame Fruit. The Earth Flame Fruit grows in the Vermilion Bird Cavern on the southern border of the Dragon Kingdom. As long as I have enough strength, it won't be too difficult to infiltrate the deepest part of the Vermilion Bird Cavern and pick the Earth Flame Fruit. Hatching this dragon egg is a long-term endeavor. Haste makes waste, so I'll take it slow. I knew well that patience is a virtue, so I temporarily stored the dragon egg back into the system's storage. I also kept the hatching taboos in mind. No matter what, the dragon egg must not come into contact with any evil aura. The beast sea is filled with bloodthirsty beasts, and the evil aura is like a fog enveloping the entire sea. Keeping the dragon egg in the system's storage is the safest option. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the sea outside the cave. Ailu entered the cave, dragging the corpse of a giant demon flame tiger shark with one hand. This beast, a king-class monster capable of churning the seas, seemed like a toy in Ailu's hands. Medusa also returned, carrying a giant octopus on her shoulder. Thanks to the hunting skills of my two companions, tonight's meal was a feast. As night deepened, inside the cave, I was enjoying roasted octopus tentacles and crispy, tender shark meat. Even without seasoning, the primal flavor of the meat was more pure, constantly stimulating my taste buds. It was a meal that left a lasting impression. Feeling full and satisfied, I lay at the cave's entrance, gazing at the full moon in the sky. There were less than 20 hours left until the Supernova Tournament finals. Medusa mentioned that it would take just 12 hours to get me back to the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, I still had time to sleep and recharge. Master, aren't you going to sleep? Medusa seemed to notice that something was on my mind.
Asha, what do you think of our relationship?
You are my savior, so speak your mind. Can you give me a piece of your feces? I got straight to the point, shocking her. Medusa was stunned, thinking she must have misheard.
What did you just say?
I asked if you could give me a piece of your feces. Medusa immediately lost her temper.
Fox, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this brat.
The biggest difference between beastmen and other beasts is that they have human traits. One of these traits is a sense of shame. Medusa is, after all, a female, and females care about their dignity the most. Asking for a girl's feces, what girl could tolerate that? I turned to Ailu. Lulu, if Xiao isn't willing, can you? If she isn't willing, you think I would be?
Xiao Xingyu, you're a pervert.
What kind of fetish is this? I couldn't help but laugh and cry. I was misunderstood again. Lulu, I'm not a pervert. If you're not a pervert, then why would you ask for our?
I can't even say it.
Unable to clear up the misunderstanding, I helplessly took out a flower pot from my spatial ring. In the flower pot, a small green sprout about 4 centimeters tall was growing. It looked weak and delicate, but it radiated a strong life force, surrounded by a refreshing fragrance. Ailu and Medusa exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why I had taken out a potted plant. I explained, don't underestimate this thing. It's an ancient bloodline plant-type beast, the Sky Soul Vine Beast.
Ailu, an ancient bloodline?
Medusa, a plant-type beast? This is just the sprout stage of the Sky Soul Vine Beast. To fully cultivate it, a lot of evolutionary materials are needed. One of those materials is the feces of a beast god level beast or a beast god level monster. Ailu's expression softened considerably.
So that's how it is.
Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had explained, I wouldn't have misunderstood you. Medusa still shook her head, her tone icy. Master, even so, Foxy and I belong to the beastmen category. We have the same modesty and dignity as human females. I scratched my head awkwardly. You're right. I was too abrupt and didn't respect you. I realized my mistake. Asking Ailu and Medusa for their feces was indeed inappropriate. But back to the point, will the feces of any beast god level monster accelerate the growth of this sprout? Yes, any beast god level monster's feces will have this effect. Medusa had a sudden idea and made a suggestion. Master, this is the Beast Sea. At least 100 beast god level monsters lie dormant at the sea's bottom. Sha, are you suggesting? Foxy, how about we accompany the master for a trip underwater? Ailu had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement.
Thank you both. Once this is done, I'll treat you to some spicy hot pot.
I know how to maximize benefits. A 6 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot significantly reduces my costs. Under the night sky, with waves rolling, a giant snake over 1,000 meters long dove into the icy depths of the sea. Inside the snake's mouth, Ailu and I stood on her tongue, watching various water-type monsters swim past. The water-type monsters were all below Beast King level. Due to the suppression of their level and bloodline, Medusa and Ailu didn't even need to act. The monsters were so scared that they scattered, clearing a path. As we descended deeper, I could see the seabed volcano. Near the seabed volcano's mouth, scorching magma flowed in a thin stream. A giant creature lay on the volcano's mouth, looking lazy and occasionally blowing a series of black bubbles. I activated the demon god's eye to confirm the information about this creature. This is a beast god level monster, the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale. I couldn't help but smile.
It's decided you're the one.
Near the seabed volcano, the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale lay on the hot magma, sleeping peacefully. This is a beast god level monster. Though its size isn't as exaggerated as the Leviathan under Murong Shinchin's command, it's still quite intimidating. In its sleep, the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale occasionally grinned, revealing sharp, flaming teeth. There are only a handful of flames in the world that can burn underwater, and the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale's Sea Dream Flame is one of them. Ailu patted my shoulder, signaling me with her eyes. I felt a bit timid and hesitated to approach. Ailu's look was interesting, as if saying, "A coward, with the two of us here, what are you afraid of?" I wasn't ready, but Ailu gave me a push. After a stumble, I fell to the seabed at the mouth of the volcano, right in front of the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale. This is the bottom of the ocean, and as a human, I can't withstand the water pressure, so Ailu condensed dragon flames to create a spherical protective shield around me. Dragon flames are the most special kind of fire in the world. Not only can they burn underwater, but they can also keep burning in outer space, defying the laws of physics. The seabed began to tremble, and the surrounding water monsters fled in panic. The Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale was about to wake up. When it opened its eyes, it was as if two red meteors had appeared in the pitch-black depths of the sea, emitting a fierce aura and flashing with a cold light. The Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale loves to sleep, and if disturbed, it triggers a severe case of waking rage. I was the one who shattered its sweet dreams, the culprit responsible for waking it up. With its dreams shattered, the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale was burning with anger, emitting a terrifying aura, its fierce gaze locked onto me. The next second, the scene changed dramatically. The fierce and terrifying look in the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale's eyes vanished instantly, its terrifying aura retracted, and it even showed a friendly expression. At this moment, this beast god level monster looked cute and silly, smiling with squinting eyes. I was completely confused by this.
Oh, I see.
I turned around, unable to hold back my laughter. Behind me coiled a black giant snake over 1,000 meters long. There was also a fox with 9 tails burning with purple-gold dragon flames, its dragon eyes locked onto the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale. Both Ailu and Medusa, as beast god level beings, had bloodlines far superior to the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale. Especially Ailu, who only needed to release a bit of dragon power to exert a soul-shaking pressure on the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale. With Ailu and Medusa backing me up, the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale instantly turned into a compliant little fish, its gaze becoming much clearer. I couldn't help but think to myself, it's all about that bloodline suppression. I then moved behind the Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale and collected a large amount of feces from the volcanic rock cliffs. The Emperor Flame-Toothed Whale's feces had no foul odor, which was related to its special digestive system.
I got it.
I placed the bag full of urea into my spatial ring. For other Beastmasters, beast god level monster feces might be useless. But for me, it's an essential fertilizer for cultivating the Sky Soul Vine Beast. Splash tilde. The giant snake broke through the surface of the water, revealing its massive head. I sat atop Medusa's head, looking thoroughly satisfied. Ailu reverted to human form and sat beside me. On the horizon, an orange glow appeared. Dawn was breaking and the day was beginning to lighten. There were about 10 hours left until the start of the Supernova Tournament finals.
Ashasha, let's go.
Medusa's beast god form, the Calamity Ghost Serpent, traveled through the water much faster than the Navy's fastest battleship. In just 5 hours, I returned to the southern coast of the Dragon Kingdom. After landing, Medusa reverted to human form, and it was Ailu's turn to take on her beast form. To take the shortest route back to Four Spirit City, we had to cross an uninhabited area known as the Zhonglei Mountains. The Zhonglei Mountains live up to their name. The weather here is strange, with countless lightning bolts striking the valleys day and night. In the dark depths of the forest, the nine-tailed dragon fox flashed like a ghost, moving through the mountains and forests at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Medusa and I, both in human form, rode on the back of the nine-tailed dragon fox, with Medusa sitting in front and me in the back.
Ailu, go faster.
Shut up, I'm already going as fast as I can.
Faster, it's thrilling fun, oh.
Ailu was speechless as usual. Medusa covered her mouth and giggled. This cool and aloof snake woman had started smiling more often since she joined me, the oddball.
There's a waterfall ahead, let's stop for a moment.
Freshwater resources were scarce at sea, so I had to rely on beast milk to quench my thirst. However, while beast milk was incredibly nourishing, drinking too much of it became cloying. My mouth was full of the milky aftertaste and my throat felt sticky. When I saw the waterfall cascading down from the cliff, my eyes lit up. Leaping off the nine-tailed dragon fox's back, I rushed to the pool by the waterfall, scooped up the clear spring water with my hands, and gulped it down. This was unpolluted mountain spring water, with a sweet aftertaste, and I drank to my heart's content. After spending a few days recovering in the beast sea, I stink.
I'm going to take a bath.
I stripped off my clothes and jumped into the pool. The waterfall above acted like a showerhead in a bathroom.
Lulu, you guys should come down and join me.
No way. Ailu blushed and refused. I then looked at Medusa, who was standing by the shore. Sasha, want to join me for a bath? I can scrub your back, and I even know some traditional Chinese breast massage techniques. Medusa sat on a rock, a cold smile playing on her lips. I'm quite satisfied with my figure, no need for breast massages. Neither Ailu nor Medusa joined me in the water, so I entertained myself. The young man, shirtless under the waterfall, was soaked from head to toe, revealing his well-defined abs. Medusa remarked, "Youth is wonderful." Ailu pursed her lips, not entirely agreeing. Wonderful? This boy is full of energy, always stirring up trouble. Being his contracted beast, you'll be kept busy in the future. Suddenly, a roar and heavy, hurried footsteps echoed from the woods near the pool. Whoosh! A small, shadowy figure darted out of the forest, tracing a half-arc in the air before landing squarely on my head.
What the heck?
I reached up and removed a small, furry creature from atop my head. It was a rabbit, no larger than an adult's palm. The rabbit's fur was as white as snow, but what stood out were its ears. The ears were shaped like two bolts of lightning. Thunder-eared rabbit? The two of us, the rabbit and I, stared at each other in surprise. The roars of the beasts in the forest grew louder and closer. I examined the thunder-eared rabbit in my hands. It was curled up, trembling, and its eyes were full of fear. In the beast world, the law of the jungle prevailed. It was clear that this weak little thunder-eared rabbit was fleeing from some higher-level predators. For the thunder-eared rabbit, the young man before it, who appeared gentle and kind, was its only lifeline. The electric-eared rabbit let out an adorable and innocent cry, its big, watery eyes exuding a pitiful expression. It wasn't hard to tell from the beast's eyes and actions that it was pleading for my help. The heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. Suddenly, a pack of over a dozen large wolves burst out of the forest. These wolves were as big as adult male lions, with tails that crackled with electricity and bristled fur, their appearance fierce and menacing. Thunderstorm wolves, extraordinary-level magical beasts. In the depths of the Zhonglei mountain range, there were hundreds of different magical beast species, with the thunderstorm wolves being the most populous group. The dozen or so thunderstorm wolves surrounded the edge of the pond, their eyes fixed on the electric-eared rabbit in my hand, eager and ready to attack. In the food chain, the electric-eared rabbit species was like an automatic ATM for the thunderstorm wolf species. According to scientific studies, an adult thunderstorm wolf eats about 4,000 electric-eared rabbits every year. With bloodline suppression, species counteraction, and level disparity. Given these factors, not a single electric-eared rabbit has ever survived a chase by a thunderstorm wolf. If it weren't for the chance encounter with me, this electric-eared rabbit would have already been devoured by the thunderstorm wolves. The electrocured rabbit was the thunderstorm wolf's food, and now that it was in my hand, to the wolf pack, I had become a competitor for their food. "Oh woo!" the wolves howled angrily, glaring at me. This clearly conveyed that if I didn't hand over the electrocured rabbit, they wouldn't mind having me as an appetizer along with it. At that moment, Ailu, who was leaning against a tree, raised an eyebrow, and a dragon flame imbued with dragon power ignited in her palm. Sitting on a rock, Medusa exuded a black ghostly aura. Sensing the presence of the two beast god-level beasts, the wolves were terrified, tucking their tails between their legs and fleeing immediately. After all, the thunderstorm wolves were merely extraordinary level magical beasts. This level of beast wasn't even worthy of being a snack for Ailu and Medusa. With the danger temporarily averted, the electrocured rabbit relaxed, its lightning-shaped ears twitching as it flashed me a silly grin. "A little bunny, survival of the fittest, adapt or perish," I said gently, and then casually tossed it away. Whoosh! The small electrocured rabbit flew through the air like a broken kite, falling into the distant woods. I wasn't being heartless, I simply had no interest in interfering with the natural selection law or the food chain's elimination process. Besides, the electrocured rabbit was nothing more than a useless creature, even less valuable than a galehound. Name: electrocured rabbit. Level: initial form, cannot upgrade. Bloodline: inferior quality. A gift: none. Attribute: weak electricity, barely usable as a phone charger. Skills: none. Likes carrots and other fruits and vegetables, enjoys rainy and stormy weather. This was the electrocured rabbit's attribute panel, easily discernible by the eye of the demon god. The electrocured rabbit's bloodline was of inferior quality, with no potential for level advancement, and it had no combat skills. No sane beast tamer would form a blood contract with such a worthless creature. I was no exception. I had no desire to waste energy on a magical beast with no potential. Suddenly, strange noises echoed from the forest, followed by the angry roars of thunderstorm wolves. A shadowy figure dashed past. As I was singing a tune while bathing in the pond, something soft and fluffy suddenly crawled into my shorts. Holy crap! I was startled and quickly reached into my pants, pulling out a small fluffy ball. The little fur ball was none other than the curled-up electrocured rabbit. "Ah hey, little guy, that's really rude. How could you just crawl into my pants like that? Do you know that, according to the law, my little brother has every right to sue you for breaking and entering?" Breaking and entering, indeed. Seeing me talk about the law to a rabbit, Ailu sighed and face-bombed. My master is truly one of a kind. At that moment, a dozen shadows emerged from the forest. A pack of thunderstorm wolves once again surrounded the pond's edge. Seeing the electrocured rabbit hiding in my arms, the wolves were angry but didn't dare express it, only letting out low whimpers. I grabbed the electrocured rabbit by its fluffy ears. "A little one, stop clinging to me, or I'll have to decide whether to make spicy rabbit heads or braised rabbit heads for dinner." The electrocured rabbit, seemingly understanding my words, turned pale with fear. I licked my lips. Honestly, it's been a while since I had spicy rabbit heads. In an instant, a spark of electricity flashed through my mind. The eye of the demon god activated automatically. My crimson gaze fell once again on the electrocured rabbit. This time, I saw hidden information. Name: electrocured rabbit. Hidden information: mutant species electrocured rabbit. This wasn't just an ordinary electrocured rabbit, it was a mutant species. The world is vast, full of wonders. Any kind of beast, whether tamed or wild, has the potential to undergo genetic mutation given the right conditions. A species that undergoes such a mutation becomes a mutant species. According to the hidden information detected by the eye of the demon god, this electrocured rabbit was indeed a mutant. At first glance, it looked almost identical to a normal electrocured rabbit, with the only noticeable difference being that its ears folded at a sharper angle, resembling irregular lightning bolts seen in severe weather. The hidden information indicated that, despite being a mutant, this electrocured rabbit's bloodline was still of inferior quality. In terms of growth, it showed no potential. It would remain at the initial stage, never reaching maturity or breaking through to the next level. However, this seemingly unremarkable electrocured rabbit possessed a hidden skill. Hidden skill: Return to Heaven, resets an ally's ultimate ability, can reset up to 3 times consecutively. I was shocked. Having read countless books in the Azure Dragon library, I was familiar with the various skills of over 10,000 types of beasts worldwide. But this hidden skill on the electrocured rabbit was something I'd never encountered before. To be able to reset an ally's ultimate ability? This power is insane. Beastmasters heavily rely on their beasts' ultimate abilities in battle, also known as finishing moves. Since they are finishing moves, they can't be used frequently in each battle. For example, the Hellhound's Hell's Howl is a skill with overwhelming attack power, but once used, it requires a cooldown of 15 minutes. In a battle where the outcome is decided in mere moments, using an ultimate ability can tip the scales. Once the ultimate ability is used, you're at a disadvantage. Before the ultimate ability's cooldown finished, the battle had already ended. However, this mutant electric-eared rabbit's hidden skill perfectly compensates for that shortcoming. For any Beastmaster, a mutant electric-eared rabbit is an invaluable support tool. I looked at the electric-eared rabbit in my arms, and my lips curled into a wide grin. Ahahaha, I am truly the child of fortune. Overwhelmed with emotion, I threw my head back and laughed. Ailu and Medusa exchanged glances, thinking that I was acting up again. When luck is on your side, nothing can stop it. I was just taking a bath and happened to stumble upon this mutant electric-eared rabbit. By the pond, the wolf pack lowered their heads, their tails tucked between their legs. They were wary of me, protected by 2 beast god-level beasts, but they also didn't want to give up on the electric-eared rabbit as a tasty lunch. The electric-eared rabbit let out soft, adorable cries, its eyes filled with tears, begging me to save its life. Ailu and Medusa didn't take it seriously. They believed that with my typically confident personality, I would never save such a low-quality beast. Lulu, Sasha, I'm keeping this rabbit. I'm going to make it my beast. After I made my decision, Ailu was surprised, and Medusa gave me a confused look. Master, are you sure about this? Sasha, I'm serious. Medusa reminded me, the electric-eared rabbit has no growth potential. No matter how much you train or nurture it, it will never break through, and it will stay in its initial form for its entire life. I know all that. But I've made up my mind, I'm keeping this rabbit. Interrupted Medusa. Ailu, who initially wanted to say something, thought better of it and looked over at Medusa. Well, if the master wants to keep this rabbit, then we just have to do our jobs. As my tool serpent, Medusa had a strong sense of professionalism. A sinister black mist burst from Medusa, instantly filling the entire forest. This was the innate ability of the catastrophe ghost python, Ghost Chi. Frost formed on the treetops, and the clouds in the sky seemed frozen in place. Ghost Chi, a power originating from the underworld, was also known as the power of Hades. This energy inflicts mental attacks on beasts, even freezing their souls. Enveloped in the pitch-black Ghost Chi, the wolf pack was terrified and fled in disarray. At that moment, a dragon-shaped flame ignited within the Ghost Chi. Ailu leaned against a tree, holding a fireball in her palm, her gaze cold as a blade. Sensing the terrifying aura of the 2 beast god-level beasts, the wolves first stood on end. The lead thunderstorm wolf in the pack trembled, its spirit shattered, and it quickly abandoned its prey, fleeing for its life. With the leader gone, the rest of the wolves tucked their tails and bolted. Soon, the forest was quiet again, with only the sound of the waterfall cascading down. After witnessing the wolves disperse, the electric-eared rabbit showed a relieved smile and then burrowed into my arms. Oh no, it tickles, haha. My weak point is that I'm ticklish. The way the electric-eared rabbit shows affection is by rubbing its lightning-shaped ears against my cheeks. The furry ears brushing back and forth on my skin made me itch uncontrollably, and my laughter echoed through the valley. After getting out of the water and putting on my clothes, the electric-eared rabbit stayed glued to me, sitting right on top of my head. The rabbit was already small, and perched on my head, it looked like a round, fluffy ball, adorable and silly. Ailu valket over. Is there something special about this electric-eared rabbit? I can't seem to figure it out. I explained, this isn't an ordinary electric-eared rabbit, it's a mutant electric-eared rabbit with a mysterious power. Curious, Medusa came closer as well. What kind of mysterious power? I was about to explain, but then I decided to play coy. You'll find out what power this electric-eared rabbit has during the final of the Supernova Tournament. Medusa's smile froze, and she clenched her delicate fists in frustration. I really hate it when people don't finish their sentences. Sasha, are you insulting me? Master, how could I dare? Ahihi, you were just about to report my ID number. I shot Medusa a resentful look, then gently took the curled-up electric-eared rabbit off my head. I didn't save you for nothing. Do you want to become my beast? Choo-choo. The electric-eared rabbit nodded and made cute noises. Feeling playful, I turned on my acting skills, and my handsome face suddenly took on a sly, wicked expression. I licked my lower lip. If I wanted to eat spicy rabbit head, would that be okay? The electric-eared rabbit was terrified, its ears stood straight up, and every bone in its body trembled.
Ahihi, I'm just kidding.
Electric-eared rabbit Medusa looked serious. I understood what it said, it was cursing you out really badly. Ailu sighed. So, electric-eared rabbits can roll their eyes too. This one seemed speechless at its savior. Not wanting to waste time, I bit my finger. Plop. A drop of blood fell on the electric-eared rabbit's forehead. In less than a minute, the blood contract was successfully formed. I gently held the tiny, fragile electric-eared rabbit and smiled warmly.
A little one, from now on, you're my beast.
Achoo-choo! The electric-eared rabbit was excited, and small blue sparks of electricity flickered between its ears. With such a small amount of power, it wouldn't even be enough to tickle an enemy on the battlefield, let alone anything else. It might at best serve as a backup battery for my phone.
Lulu, Sasha, let's get going.
The young man rode the nine-tailed dragon fox over mountains and across valleys, with the fluffy little creature perched on his head. A snake-like beauty walked beside him, constantly alert for potential threats around them. After the young man left, the Thunderclap mountain range returned to its usual tranquility. The pool beneath the waterfall suddenly began to bubble. This was the same place where I had just taken a bath and where I had made the contract with the electric-eared rabbit. Boom tilde. The mountain collapsed, the sky rumbled with thunder, and the wind rampaged like the iron hooves of a giant beast, mercilessly trampling down one towering ancient tree after another. A massive shadow rushed out of the forest, arriving by the pool. It was a rabbit. This enormous creature exuded a terrifying aura but had a gentle appearance. It was a giant electric-eared rabbit, round and as large as a mountain. In the realm of human understanding, no one had ever seen an electric-eared rabbit of such size. What was even stranger was that this rabbit stood upright, just like a human. The giant electric-eared rabbit's nose twitched as it sniffed the familiar scent by the pool, as well as the scent of a human. This was the mother of that little electric-eared rabbit. While the mom had dozed off, her child was kidnapped. This was exactly what the giant electric-eared rabbit was thinking. Roar. The giant electric-eared rabbit let out a thunderous roar, its body wrapped in thick, snake-like bolts of lightning. Its ears trembled violently, expressing its inner fury. Clearly, this giant electric-eared rabbit was also a rare mutation. For Spirit City, open-air stadium, backstage, preparation room. Murong Shinchin paced back and forth.
Where on earth has Xiao Xingyu gone?
There's only 15 minutes left before the match starts, could he be planning to forfeit? Murong Shinchin was doing some pre-match warm-ups, stretching her slender, flexible waist. Her long white hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall. Brother, call him again. I've called him more than 10 times already, and every time I hear the same reply, sorry, the number you dialed is out of service, please try again later. Murong Shinchin felt frustrated. Murong Shinchin remained calm. Call one more time. Fine, I'll try one last time. Murong Shinchin pulled out his phone and dialed my number. This time, Murong Shinchin heard a different reply than before. Sorry, the number you dialed has insufficient funds. Murong Shinchin's chest heaved with anger, and it took him a moment to suppress his fury. Great, just great. At least he's in the service area. If it's just a matter of insufficient funds, I'll top it up for him. In a fit of anger, Murong Shinchin recharged my phone account with an exorbitant amount. At that moment, a text notification sounded from outside the preparation room. Ping! A recharge successful, $100,000 credited. The door to the preparation room swung open, and I rushed in, flustered.
Shinchin, Shinchin bro, long time no see. I've missed you guys.
Murong Shinchin's face turned dark as he stood silent for a moment before rushing up to me.
Xiao Xingyu, where on earth have you been these past few days?
Neither my sister, nor Qingdao, nor the dean could reach you. Shinchin bro, calm down. Don't let your temper get the best of you.
Cut the crap, give me back the phone credit.
Murong Shinchin wasn't hard to appease. With just a few words, I managed to calm him down. The 100,000 yuan phone bill might sound ridiculous, but to young Master Murong, it was just the cost of a meal. Once his anger subsided, Murong Shinchin deliberately warned me in a cold tone, I topped up your phone this time. Don't disappear on me again, got it?
I got it.
Good attitude. By the way, weren't you supposed to be back in Longyin City with your sister these past few days? So why was your phone showing out of service when I tried calling you? Murong Yangshuo hit the key point. Murong Shinchin was also curious, glancing at me. When you were blowing up my phone, I must have been in the Tsanglei Mountains. That ghostly place definitely isn't in any service area. I only dared to mutter this to myself, not aloud. After thinking for a moment, I decided to change the subject. Shinchin, you look beautiful today. But there's a bit of willow fluff stuck in your hair. Let me get it for you. And there's something on your face too. I'll take care of that as well. I always found a legitimate excuse to touch Murong Shinchin. Murong Yangshuo furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth. You really have a way with things, either you vanish without a trace, or when you show up, you start flirting with my sister. Murong Shinchin didn't seem to mind. Her attitude towards me was different from how she treated anyone else. The three of us chatted for a while before hearing the broadcast. 10 minutes until the match begins. All contestants, please prepare and proceed to the stage for the opening ceremony. Murong Yangshuo straightened his clothes, his expression serious, even a bit solemn. Xingyu, Shinchin, it's time for us to go on. Brother, my dress is torn. I'll go change. I hurry back. In the women's changing room. Murong Shinchin's dress had a tear, affecting its appearance, so she was going to change it. Shinchin, we meet again. A delicate voice came from behind Murong Shinchin. Xiao? Murong Shinchin usually maintained a somewhat expressionless demeanor in front of others, appearing as a calm and composed ice queen. But upon seeing this fairly pretty girl in front of her, Murong Shinchin's expression changed slightly, her eyes showing surprise. Xiao, the daughter of Dragon Kingdom's top strategist, Xiao. In the hierarchy of Dragon Kingdom's power structure, Xiaozhong's status was second to none, save for the emperor. The female emperor, Shangguanlan, highly valued Xiaozhong and consulted him on all national matters. Shinchin, you didn't expect me to compete, did you? I really didn't expect it. I thought the only real opponent in this final would be Xiao. I didn't expect both of you siblings to show up. Murong Shinchin was referring to Xiao's older brother, Xiao. It's interesting that Xiao's last-minute entry added a new dynamic to this final. On Azure Dragon Academy's side, there were the Murong siblings. On Vermilion Bird Academy's side, there were the Xia siblings. The sibling rivalry added an intriguing twist to this final, making it even more of a spectacle. Shinchin, even though we're childhood friends, I won't go easy on you in the arena. Xiao was a sweet, girly type, but as she said this, her demeanor turned sinister, her eyes flashing with brutality and malice. Is that so? Then I'll see you in the ring. Murong Shinchin finished changing her dress and brushed past Xiao as she left. Only Xiao remained in the dressing room. She looked up at herself in the vanity mirror, the corners of her scarlet lips curving into a twisted smile. Murong Shinchin, what happened back then was all because of you, making me the subject of ridicule.
This time, I'll get my revenge.
Murong Shinchin and Xiao both hailed from prominent families and had crossed paths in their childhood, though it seemed those interactions weren't particularly pleasant. Xiao adjusted her makeup, reining in her malice and putting on a sweet smile. To outsiders, she appeared as an innocent and naive girl, but looks can be deceiving. Xiao stepped out of the dressing room to find a tall man waiting for her. This man had striking features, his face as beautiful as a painting, but his expression was so stern that it deterred anyone from approaching him. Brother, I'm ready. Good, it's time for us to take the stage. The man Xiao called brother was her older sibling Xiao. As the eldest son of Dragon Kingdom's strategist Xiao was exceptionally talented and strong, widely recognized as a national treasure and the future successor to his father's position. Brother, wait a moment. They were just about to step out of the contestants' tunnel, only a step away from the arena. Even from here, the cheers of the audience were clearly audible.
What is it?
Xiao stopped in his tracks. Brother, you know about what happened between Murong Shinchin and me.
Yes, I know.
I might not be able to beat her. No matter. With me here, I'll ensure you get your revenge. At this moment, the match between Azure Dragon Academy and Vermilion Bird Academy officially began. The judge for this competition was Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Shangguanlan. As I looked up at her, I noticed she was also staring at me. In that moment, the sense of destiny was overwhelming. On the surface, in terms of status, power, and strength, there was an insurmountable gap between us. However, this Azure Dragon Academy boy, once he donned the black robe and ghost mask, could become a formidable opponent, even managing to escape from under Shangguan Lan's watchful eye. This boy, if I remember correctly, his name is Xiao Xingyu. The attendant beside her nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, you are correct. During the first round, you even asked me to deliver an invitation to him for the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Shangguan Lan's mind wandered back to thoughts of artificial rain and a Hellfire Lotus. This is the final round. If he ends up facing the strategist's son, the story will get interesting. Wouldn't you agree, strategist Xie? To Shangguan Lan's left sat a middle-aged man with a handsome face. The man's pupils were a pale gray, the same as those of Xie Weian and Xie Lian. Heterochromatic eyes. This was a unique mutation within the Xie family line. The color of these eyes was not fixed, it would change depending on the weather. Just then, as clouds covered the sun and the sky darkened, the man's eye color shifted from gray to deep blue. Your Majesty is right. Student Xiao Xingyu is exceptionally gifted. If he faces my son Weian, it will undoubtedly be a spectacular match. Xie Zhong, the top strategist of Dragon Kingdom, possesses the strength of a 10-star Beastmaster. Every year, the focus of the Supernova Tournament isn't just on the rising stars in the ring, but also on the prominent figures in the judging panel. The Empress of Dragon Kingdom, Shangguan Lan, and the top strategist, Xie Zhong. These two are arguably the top two figures in Dragon Kingdom's power structure, with no one able to challenge their positions. What makes this year's final different from previous ones is that Xie Zhong's son and daughter are also competing as contestants. Xie Weian, as the eldest son of the Xie family, has been the primary focus of Xie Zhong's efforts. Coupled with Xie Weian's innate talent, which far surpasses that of ordinary people, he is undoubtedly the most favored contestant. As long as Xie Weian performs normally, leading Vermilion Bird Academy to victory won't be an issue. Azure Dragon Academy is strong too, but they're out of luck, running into the strategist's son. Victory and defeat on this stage can be decided in an instant, timing, destiny, luck. Didn't last year's Golden Girl, Yi Shuangning, also lose to that Li Muqing? I do favor Vermilion Bird Academy to win, but let's not forget, Azure Dragon Academy has an X factor. Yes, that Xiao Xingyu. He's the biggest dark horse this year, he might give the Xie family genius some trouble. Before the match even started, the audience's chatter grew louder and louder. In the eyes of most, Xie Weian would undoubtedly lead Vermilion Bird Academy to victory. Of course, a few still placed their bets on me. Who would have thought Vermilion Bird Academy's first contestant would be their ace, Xie Weian? The host's surprised expression mirrored that of the tens of thousands in the audience. Logically, in a tense final match like this, holding back your ace until the end would be the safest strategy. Xie Weian was undoubtedly Vermilion Bird Academy's ace, his strength far surpassed that of his teammates Xie Lian and Dongfang Qing. But Vermilion Bird Academy wasn't playing by the rules, deciding to lead with their ace right from the first match. Murong Shinchin stood on the stage, his expression stunned, clearly caught off guard by Xie Weian's appearance. I thought I'd be up against Dongfang Qing or maybe Xie Lian, but to face such a tough opponent right at the start. The smile on Murong Shinchin's face vanished in an instant, his demeanor turning serious. In the waiting area below the stage, Murong Shinchin's eyes flickered with concern. My brother is usually quite narcissistic, very confident in his own abilities. I nodded. Yes, Brother Yangshuo is usually very confident, but now his expression shows he's treating this as a serious threat. Xie Weian's strength is well known. Even someone as self-assured as Murong Shinchin would be uneasy facing him. Brother Yangshuo, do your best. Murong Shinchin glanced back and saw me waving a glow stick for him, along with Murong Shinchin's determined gaze. Even though my opponent is strong, I am the son of a Dragon Kingdom Navy Admiral. I can't lose my composure in front of my brother and sister. Murong Shinchin's eyes regained their steely resolve as he began to channel his spiritual energy. Xie Weian, however, appeared very calm, softly saying, "It's over." Murong Shinchin was puzzled. "Oh, what's over?" From the moment I stepped onto the stage, this match was over. Xie Weian, what do you mean? I alone will take down all three of you. Talking trash before the match is a necessary ritual, and Xie Weian's words hit hard. The host, eager for drama, egged it on. Did you hear that? Everyone, did you hear that? Xie Weian has made a bold statement, declaring that he alone will take down all three members of Azure Dragon Academy. It's clear that Xie Weian is determined to win the championship, and honestly, I believe he has the strength to back it up. Xiao Weian's words ignited the atmosphere in the stadium. What is a true final? A confrontation with sparks flying and a stare-down that brings up grudges and rivalries. This is the essence of a final. As Xiao Weian, you can be arrogant, but you won't break through my defense. As the defender, Murong Yangshua's face was full of determination, vowing to protect the honor of Azure Dragon Academy in this first battle. The match is about to begin. On defense, from Azure Dragon Academy, Murong Yangshua. On offense, from Vermilion Bird Academy, Xiao Weian. Please, both contestants, summon your beasts. A friendly reminder, in this competition, contestants may summon as many beasts as they wish. The host read out the match rules, marking the final statement before the battle commenced. In the judges' seats, Shangguan Lan and Xia Zhong didn't seem entirely focused on the match. The two of them, sovereign and subject, were discussing the recent incident. Your Majesty, have we still not uncovered the identity of the black-robed man? I've already ordered the Imperial Soul Association to mobilize all silver priests to secretly investigate the whereabouts of the black-robed man, but there's no news yet. The black-robed man had rescued Medusa, turned the naval headquarters upside down, and even escaped from Shangguan Lan's grasp. It was an incident significant enough to alarm the entire nation, yet Shangguan Lan deliberately concealed the information. The entire nation remained unaware of this matter. The black-robed man had become a taboo topic. Xia Zhong pursed his lips and analyzed, Your Majesty, the black-robed man's background, strength, and identity are all unknown. Such a dangerous figure must be eliminated as soon as possible. Shangguan Lan sighed, that person is elusive, capturing him is easier said than done. Xia Zhong was silent for a moment before speaking astonishing words. Your Majesty, have you ever heard of the saying, the darkest place is under the lamp? You're suggesting. Xia Zhong continued his analysis. Is it possible that the black-robed man has two identities? When cloaked in black, wearing the ghost mask, he is the black-robed man. But without the robe, without the mask, he could be an inconspicuous person in some city of Dragon Kingdom, or perhaps even a high-ranking official or a general? Shangguan Lan's body stiffened, turning to look at Xia Zhong. Your analysis makes sense, but according to what you're saying, you could be the black-robed man as well? Your Majesty jests. Naturally, I am not, but you must be cautious of all those around you who appear to be beyond suspicion. Around Shangguan Lan were her closest ministers. For instance, Xia Zhong, the Grand Advisor. For instance, the Imperial Guard she personally nurtured, the Imperial Soul Association. And for example, the three generals of land, sea, and air. Shangguan Lan was deeply suspicious by nature. She would doubt everyone around her. But right now, she would never suspect a mere two-star Beastmaster from Azure Dragon Academy. After all, without the benefit of omniscient perspective, how could anyone possibly connect the black-robed man, who single-handedly overthrew the naval headquarters, with a new student from Azure Dragon Academy? Right now, she has no reason to suspect a small figure like me. I should be safe. From the audience, I kept stealing glances at Shangguan Lan in the judge's seat. A heart-to-heart with the Empress while you're playing mind games with her. That's a story for another time. Just then, a sharp, clear cry echoed from the arena. Above Murong Yangshua, a massive griffin circled in the air. From the sidelines, while cheering for Murong Yangshua, I didn't forget to activate my demon god's eye. The data panel of the thunderstorm griffin appeared before my eyes, revealing even its hidden information. Name * thunderstorm griffin. Level * growth stage, 3rd tier. Stern i Blutlein Stern legendary Blutlein. Talent * spirit thunder, can temporarily paralyze an enemy's soul. Attribute * thunder element, flying element. Loyalty * 94. Hidden evolution path * thunderstorm griffin sky thunder firehammer griffin, able to harness both fire and thunder elements to create dual warhammers. Weakness * poor endurance, if the battle isn't concluded quickly, it will face significant trouble. This was the thunderstorm griffin's data panel, and I could see it all. Who would have thought that the thunderstorm griffin also has a hidden evolution path? Considering that Yangshua is a brother to me, I'll find an opportunity to help him out. In this world, the only person who can activate a beast's hidden bloodline is me, the ultimate cheat user. As the battle was about to begin, I rubbed my chin, weighing the pros and cons. The thunderstorm griffin's strength lies in its high burst damage and its rapid attack and movement speeds. For a beast like this to win on the arena, the key is the first 3 minutes. If it doesn't gain an advantage within those 3 minutes, its weakness of poor endurance will be exposed. After my analysis, I looked up at Murong Yangshua's back. Then, my gaze shifted to Xia Weian. This guy is Xia Zhong's son. He seems deeply calculative, not easy to deal with. Xia Zhong was the first Grand Advisor of the Dragon Kingdom and also one of the few 10-star Beastmasters in the country. The son of such a prominent figure would naturally have exceptional strength and talent. The host, dear audience, Xia Weian has summoned a brand new beast. This is a beast he has never used in any previous competition. All 100,000 spectators on site, as well as millions of online viewers, focused their eyes on Xia Weian. Tiger roars, wolf howls, and leopard snarls echoed simultaneously in the sky. Beside Xia Weian appeared a massive shadowy figure. Its body resembled a strong steed, with long limbs and iron hooves burning with a ghostly blue flame. But what made everyone gasp was that it had 3 heads growing from its shoulders. It didn't stop at that. Each of the 3 heads was different. The middle one was a tiger's head, the left a wolf's, and the right a leopard's. This bizarre and almost indescribable creature drew immediate attention and stirred up a storm of discussions among the audience. There's an old saying among the people. The weirder it looks, the faster it wins. The meaning is that beasts with more bizarre appearances often win matches quicker on the arena.
Oh my god, what kind of beast is this monster?
It seems I'm not well informed. I've never seen a beast like this before. 3 heads, tiger, wolf, and leopard, on a body that resembles an ancient warhorse, with hooves emitting blue flames. This is something I've never seen before. Even the host was taken aback. He had never encountered such a beast before. Fortunately, the staff backstage provided an answer. The electronic screen hanging above the arena displayed the data panel. Name * Hellfire Blue Flame Beast. Level * Growth Stage, 3rd Tier. Bloodline * Hellfire Bloodline, Mythic Quality. Talent * Hellfire Gene, reduces enemies' attack power and movement speed within its range by 70%. Attribute * Psychic Element. This was the basic attribute panel of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast, information that was publicly available. Although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed, it was enough to elicit gasps and exclamations from the crowd.
A Hellfire blood.
No way, the Hellfire bloodline in the Supernova competition? This Xia Weian was hiding deep. He didn't even use this beast in the first round. Reducing enemy attack power and movement speed by 70%? This is outrageous, absolutely ridiculous. The Hellfire bloodline was of mythic quality. Beasts with such bloodlines were extremely rare, usually only found in the blood-forged ice mountains beyond the northern borders of the Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary Beastmaster families, there was no chance of reaching the blood-forged ice mountains. However, Xia Zhong was a 10-star Beastmaster. With his power, he could freely roam the blood-forged ice mountains. In that context, it wasn't surprising that a father would venture into such dangerous territory to obtain a beast with a Hellfire bloodline for his son. I stood beneath the arena, my expression serious. The demon gods, I could see through all the data of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast, including its hidden information. This era is still an era of nepotism. It doesn't matter how talented Xia Weian is. If anyone had a father like Xia Zhong and received such incredible resources, they could become a strong contender. Murong Shinchin bit her lip. My brother is in danger. I put an arm around her shoulders, comforting her. Ailu Jean, don't jump to conclusions just yet. I think Yangshua still has a chance. Murong Shinchin shook her head. The fact that Xia Weian summoned the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast speaks volumes. I couldn't argue with that. The truth was clear. If Xia Weian didn't have any ulterior motives, why didn't he use the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast in the first round? His intention was obvious. He was determined to teach the Murong siblings a lesson. Sensing something amiss, I couldn't help but ask, Lu Jin, is there some grudge between your family and the Xia family? Murong Shinchin looked surprised. You figured it out? So there is something going on. Tell me, I love hearing about drama. Murong Shinchin's face darkened. I quickly corrected myself, I'm curious to hear about your history. Murong Shinchin fell into contemplation. Do you see that woman? I followed Murong Shinchin's gaze. Isn't that Xia Weian's sister, Xiaolian? I had some unpleasant experiences with her when we were kids. Murong Shinchin hadn't finished explaining when I suddenly froze. Xia Weian, Xiaolian, and Xia Zhong. There's something strange about this family's pupils. My demon gods, I could see things that ordinary people couldn't. The appearance of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast stunned the audience, making them even more eager for the showdown on the stage. While everyone's attention was focused on the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast, I noticed something else. Whether it was Xia Weian, Xia Lian, or even Xia Zhong who was sitting high in the judging panel, the color of their pupils changed with the intensity of the sunlight. Shinchin, the Xia family's eyes. That's called heterochromatic eyes, a genetic trait of the Xia family. I probed further. What's the difference between heterochromatic eyes and the pupils of ordinary people? Not much, just the color is different. After hearing Murong Shinchin's explanation, I confirmed something. The world only knows about heterochromatic eyes but doesn't understand the mysteries of these special pupils. When I activated my demon god's eye, I could see the data of these heterochromatic eyes. These heterochromatic eyes aren't just as simple as changing color with the sunlight. They can also detect the movements of the enemy, predicting the opponent's attack moves and angles in advance. Strictly speaking, these are beast eyes. I was deeply shocked seeing beast-like eyes in a human for the first time. A human body with beast-like eyes, are they human or beast? My thoughts, always meticulous, began to run wild, and the image of Shangguan Lan transforming into a black dragon surfaced in my mind. Shangguan Lan hides a pair of dragon eyes, and pure-blooded dragons back then were also part of the beast clans. Xia Zhong is Shangguan Lan's most trusted minister and possesses the special gene of beast eyes. These two big figures are both connected to beasts. My brows furrowed into a deep line as my thoughts churned, yet I couldn't make sense of it. It seems that it's not just Shangguan Lan, this Xia family must also be closely related to the dragon-slaying battle back then. However, given my current strength, it's better not to have too much interaction with these big figures. A stealthy growth is the way to go. When I'm on the arena, my fighting style is wild and unconventional, and my tactics are extremely bold. But when it comes to matters of life and death, I'm more cautious than anyone. When your strength isn't enough, you shouldn't be curious about the secrets of big figures. Curiosity killed the cat, I'm well aware of that saying. The match begins. The referee blew the horn. The showdown on the stage officially started. Murong Yangshuo had no other options. The Thunderstorm Griffin's advantage would only last for the first 3 minutes, so he had to try to strike first. Under the stimulation of spiritual energy, the Thunderstorm Griffin soared into the sky, flapping its wings, and dove down from above, transforming into a lightning spear. The host shouted, "Murong Yangshuo makes the first move." Right from the start, the Thunderstorm Griffin unleashes its signature battle technique, Celestial Lightning Spear. The lightning spear shot across the sky, piercing through the solidified air and illuminating the earth. Xia Weian's face remained expressionless as he simply gave the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast a subtle signal. The host exclaimed once again. An incredible scene is unfolding on the stage. As Xia Weian isn't even channeling his spiritual energy, his intention is to let the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast take the hit head-on. Crackle, crackle. The lightning spear struck the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's back, but the electric current was instantly weakened by 2/3. The Thunderstorm Griffin was revealed in its true form, with the electric glow around it dimming significantly. Boom! After the explosion, the smoke cleared. The audience's eyes widened, staring at the center of the arena, all wearing expressions of disbelief. The host's jaw nearly dropped as he raised his arm and shouted. Incredible! The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast withstood the Thunderstorm Griffin's signature attack and came out unscathed. On the arena, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast stood tall, with all 3 of its heads showing cruel yet excited smiles. The Thunderstorm Griffin flew back into the sky, shocked that its proud battle technique failed to cause any damage. Murong Yangshuo clenched his fist secretly, his face dark with frustration. This guy's beast is simply a monster. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's innate ability is called a Sky Demon Gene. This ability is the most prominent feature of all Sky Demon bloodline beasts. If you look closely, you can see a faint ring-shaped aura emanating from the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's feet. This aura's diameter is about 10 meters. Within this field, any enemy attacking the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast will have their attack power reduced by 70% and their movement speed will also be reduced by 70%. Couple that with the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's naturally hard bones, thick fur, and high armor value. Considering both factors, it's understandable, though still outrageous, that it could withstand the Thunderstorm Griffin's attack without a scratch. Damn, Sky Demon bloodline beasts are ridiculously tough. With a 70% damage reduction and super thick armor, no opponent of the same level can hurt it. The outcome is already clear. It looks like young Master Murong will have to swallow this defeat with tears. In just one round, the balance of victory tipped sharply. Murong Yangshuo began to feel anxious, with cold sweat forming on his forehead. Imagine, when your beast attacks with all its might, and the enemy's beast doesn't even bother to dodge, emerging completely unharmed. This sense of defeat instantly drains all your confidence, leaving you suffocated. At this moment, Murong Yangshuo found himself in such a predicament, or rather, a deadlock. Down in the arena, I was listening to Murong Shinchin's story. When I was 12, I awakened my spiritual power. Xiao Yan also awakened her spiritual power. At that time, we were still friends, as our fathers were longtime acquaintances in the government. Murong Jin is a Grand Admiral of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, and Xia Zhong is the Dragon Kingdom's chief military advisor. With such statuses, the two were old comrades in arms. Murong Shinchin continued to recall. That year, our Dragon Kingdom won a great victory, capturing many young beasts with high-quality bloodlines. The Empress issued an order allowing us spiritually awakened children to choose a beast cub to prepare for becoming Beastmasters. Xiao Yan and I both took a liking to the same beast cub. I interjected, the bone-wing-bet beast? That's right. Murong Shinchin nodded. Back then, the bone-wing-bet beast was just a month-old baby, as small and delicate as a nightingale. Since both Xiao Yan and I wanted it, we decided to compete fairly. Whichever the bone-wing-bet beast chooses will be its master. I interrupted with a smile, so, without a doubt, the bone-wing-bet beast chose you, and Xiao Yan has held a grudge ever since? At that time, the Empress and some other high-ranking officials were present. She felt embarrassed by the incident, so she bore a grudge. Since then, we've rarely seen each other. After hearing the story, I turned my gaze back to the other side of the arena, where Xiao Yan stood in the waiting area. She was looking at Xia Weian on the stage. Even though I couldn't hear her from such a distance, I could tell just by reading her lips. A brother, don't hold back. Crush her brother's beast right in front of Murong Shinchin. My face darkened, and a cold gleam appeared in my eyes. And no wonder this family has beast-like eyes, heterochromatic eyes, their nature is as ruthless as that of savage beasts. Another round of exchanges. The thunderstorm griffin flapped its wings, circling in the air, breathing heavily, while the electric currents on its body weakened further. On the other hand, the sky demon blue flame beast stood motionless in the center of the arena, with its rough, thick skin unscathed. The host couldn't help but exclaim once more, it's truly unbelievable. The damage reduction effect of the Sky Demon gene is simply an unbeatable talent. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's natural 70% damage reduction, combined with its thick skin, left the Thunderstorm Griffin helpless. At this moment, Murong Yangshua's face was slightly pale. Although he wanted to win the match, he found himself powerless. Xia Weian smiled, his tone mocking, Murong Yangshua, the 3-minute mark is approaching. The Thunderstorm Griffin's strong period is almost over. Murong Yangshua clenched his teeth, unable to retort. In the audience below, Coach Chen Qinyan's expression gradually darkened. The Thunderstorm is a beast that relies on establishing an early advantage. If it doesn't establish that advantage within the first 3 minutes, it becomes vulnerable. I nodded in agreement, Coach Chen, the Thunderstorm Griffin has high burst damage but poor endurance. This match might. Chen Qinyan glanced at me and suddenly asked, Xiao Xingyu, you're full of ideas. How do you think we should deal with the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast? The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's Sky Demon gene has a 70% damage reduction. To counter it, there's only one way. Increase the Thunderstorm Griffin's attack power by 70% or even 80%, 90% to offset its talent and deal effective damage. After I finished speaking, Chen Qinyan paused for a moment before shaking his head with a laugh. Easier said than done. Without using any drugs, how could the Thunderstorm Griffin's attack power suddenly increase that much? I muttered softly, my Black Fawn can do it. What did you say? Nothing. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the arena. I looked up to see Xia Weian, who had been holding back, suddenly launching a counterattack. Under Xia Weian's command, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast stomped its limbs on the ground, leaving behind 4 blue flames on the shattered floor. The Thunderstorm Griffin, circling in the air, couldn't react in time and had its wings torn apart by the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's claws. Boom! The Thunderstorm Griffin fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena. Murong Yangshua's face changed dramatically, and he quickly rushed forward to check on the situation. The entire audience erupted in thunderous applause. The spectators loved watching bloody and brutal battles, savoring the intense visual impact. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast landed a ferocious strike, hitting the Thunderstorm Griffin. The Thunderstorm Griffin's left wing has suffered severe damage, impairing its ability to fly. There's no denying the significant gap between these two beasts. And the gap between the two Beastmasters is also. The announcer didn't finish the sentence, but the crowd could see clearly. Based on their current performance, it was obvious that Murong Yangshua and Xia Weian were not on the same level. Asai, it looks like young Master Murong is destined to lose. Actually, young Master Murong's strength isn't bad, but unfortunately, his opponent is the son of the Grand Military Advisor. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's abilities are just too overpowered. The Thunderstorm Griffin's strong period is over. Continuing the fight is meaningless. If it were me, I would just surrender. Murong Yangshua stood on the stage, able to hear the audience's discussions. He knew deep down that he wasn't a match for Xia Weian because there was nothing he could do against the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Xia Weian gave a sly smile. It's just a match, no need to go all out. You can surrender. Murong Yangshua clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing a small amount of blood. Damn it, this guy is trying to provoke me. Murong Yangshua wasn't reckless, he could think independently and clearly understood that Xia Weian was intentionally trying to provoke him. From a rational standpoint, surrendering would be the best choice. After all, knowing you can't win, it would be better to spare your beast from further suffering. The Thunderstorm Griffin's left wing was injured, and its stamina was showing signs of exhaustion. Continuing the fight would only lead to more severe injuries. But at this moment, Murong Yangshua couldn't stay calm, especially when he looked back at Murong Shinchin below the stage. Murong Yangshua was well aware of the past conflict between his sister and Xia Lian. Xia Weian. Murong Yangshua turned back to Xia Weian, his eyes burning with fierce determination. What, you still want to continue? I won't lose to the Xia family in front of my sister. Bring it on. Murong Shinchin saw her brother's determination and wanted to intervene, but I stopped her. Why are you stopping me? Shinchin, right now, Yangshua isn't just a competitor on the stage, he's a brother. Murong Shinchin hesitated. Since childhood, Murong Yangshua had always doted on his sister. I don't have much spirit energy left, I have to take a gamble. I can't lose to the Xia family in front of my sister. It was clear to everyone that Murong Yangshua wasn't fighting for himself but for his sister. Because if he surrendered, according to the rules, Murong Shinchin would be the next to enter the stage. Murong Yangshua was not just Murong Shinchin's brother but also her shield. If the shield broke, the person behind it would face danger. This was something Murong Yangshua didn't want to see. The match continued. The announcer shouted, Murong Yangshua has summoned a second beast. Next to Murong Yangshua appeared a strong, muscular ape. The ape had no fur, its skin was pitch black, as hard as steel. The Iron Steel Giant Ape, Murong Yangshua's second beast, was at the same level as the Thunderstorm Griffin, both in the mature stage, Tier 3. The announcer said, it seems Murong Yangshua is betting all his remaining spirit energy on one final attack. The entire audience stood up, eagerly anticipating a thrilling moment. Murong Yangshua let out an enraged roar, unleashing all his remaining spirit energy. The Iron Steel Giant Ape leaped high into the air, its left arm extending and thickening, resembling the legendary Rui Jingu Bang wielded by the Monkey King, stretching across the entire arena. Although the injured Thunderstorm Griffin could no longer fly, it could still unleash lightning. Crackle! The Iron Giant Rod entwined with blue lightning descended from the sky, aiming straight at the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. This is the combined skill of the Iron Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin, Heavenly Thunder Strike. And this is Murong Yangshua's all-out, life-risking final attack, using up all his spirit energy. What will be the outcome? Let's focus on the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. At the crucial moment, Xia Weian's eyes flashed coldly as he issued a command through his thoughts. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast had 3 heads, and the right leopard head opened its mouth, creating a blood-red vortex in the air around it. The lightning-enshrouded iron rod smashed into the blood-red vortex, triggering an explosion that shattered the eardrums of the spectators. The explosion lasted for a long time, with streaks of lightning snaking and writhing across the sky above the stadium, intertwining like dancing serpents. Thud! Murong Yangshua dropped to one knee drenched in sweat. The combined attack of the Iron Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin had drained all of Murong Yangshua's spirit energy.
Did it work? No, it must have worked.
Murong Yangshua's eyes were filled with determination as he stared intently at the dense black smoke and mist caused by the explosion. This was Murong Yangshua's most powerful strike, one he had tirelessly practiced with his two beasts on the training grounds, sweating profusely. The terrifying explosive damage, combined with the extremely high attack speed, left almost no delay or preparatory movement. And everyone had seen that the attack had indeed hit the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast.
Incredible!
The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast actually withstood the combined skill of the Iron Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin. The announcer leaped onto the commentary table, shouting, while the entire audience erupted into a boiling frenzy. What was unfolding on the arena defied everyone's understanding. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's right leopard head on its shoulder was spewing out an elliptical blood-red vortex, distorting the surrounding air. The lightning-enshrouded iron rod had smashed into the blood-red vortex, but it was like hitting soft cotton, the force dissipating. Strictly speaking, the force wasn't dissipated, it was absorbed.
Look closely.
The blood-red vortex has absorbed all the damage. The spectators sitting in the front rows could clearly see streaks of lightning being sucked into the bottomless blood-red vortex.
How is this possible?
Murong Yangshua's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils trembling as he struggled to accept the reality before him.
Was my ultimate move ineffective?
A Murong young master is doomed. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's abilities are too monstrous. It actually absorbed such a massive amount of damage. And the ability to absorb damage is just the power of the leopard head. Yeah, there's still the tiger head and the wolf head. On the arena, Murong Yangshua had exhausted his last bit of spirit energy, losing the chance to fight back. Xia Weian no longer wasted time, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. The match is over. There was no emotion in those words, like a death sentence for Murong Yangshua. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast crouched down, opened its mouth, and roared, spewing a pillar of blue flames that struck the Iron Steel Giant Ape and the Thunderstorm Griffin with precision. A gale swept through the stadium, the ground was torn up, and the very air seemed to ignite. This is the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's signature skill, Blue Demon Roar. This move has decided the match. Does anyone else feel the same way I do? This move looks a lot like the Hell Howl of the Hellfire Netherwolf. The announcer voiced the thoughts of the audience. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's Blue Demon Roar indeed bore a striking resemblance to the Hellfire Netherwolf's Hell Howl. The only difference between the two was the color of the flames. One was blue, the other black. After the flames died down, the scene on the arena was completely different from before the match started. The Iron Steel Giant Ape lay motionless on the ground, its once hard steel skin now scorched, a large area melted by the blue flames, with wounds oozing blood. The Thunderstorm Griffin was barely breathing, its wings severely damaged, feathers charred black, and smoke rising from its head. Murong Yangshua was exhausted, his body swaying on the verge of collapse. The referee blew the whistle to end the match. The match is over. The winner is Xia Weian from Vermilion Bird Academy. The audience erupted in applause. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong, an era where martial prowess reigns supreme. People admire only the strong, never pitying the weak. Even some of Murong Yangshua's die-hard fans were now swayed by Xia Weian's power, switching their allegiance. Xia Weian maintained a graceful smile, speaking coldly, "You're too weak." Next. The announcer couldn't help but exclaim, Xia Weian claims victory, and his words are full of arrogance, but he certainly has the right to be arrogant. Murong Yangshua's vision blurred as he fell backward. But his body didn't hit the ground, it landed in a broad, supportive embrace. Yangsu. Murong Yangshua had fallen into my arms. Who would have thought I'd make a fool of myself in front of a brother? What a disgrace. Murong Yangshua chuckled bitterly, his tone filled with unwillingness and helplessness, the blood on his lips mingling with the bitterness of defeat. I helped Murong Yangshua off the arena, and Murong Shinchin approached, offering a bottle of water. Brother, have some water. Little sister, I'm sorry I let you see me in such a pitiful state. Murong Shinchin shook her head, then looked up at Xia Weian on the arena. Brother, losing the first match doesn't matter. I'll win it back for you. According to the rules, it was now Murong Shinchin's turn to take the stage. As soon as Murong Shinchin stepped onto the arena, Xiao Yan in the audience became visibly agitated, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles cracked.
Brother, teach this woman a lesson. This was Xiao Yan's inner monologue, something she would never say out loud. In public, she always presented herself as a sweet and gentle girl, hiding her dark side well. Xiao Weian glanced at Murong Shinchin. I don't want to hurt a girl. If you forfeit now, there's still time. Xiao Weian knew how to provoke. He didn't need many words, but he always managed to hit the mark with his taunts. This kind of talk could easily anger his opponents, which was exactly his intention. I will defeat you. Murong Shinchin was also someone who didn't waste words. Xiao Weian smiled and nodded. If you choose not to forfeit, then I will make sure your defeat is even more humiliating than your brother's. From that moment, the atmosphere on the arena turned tense. The duel between Xiao Weian and Murong Shinchin was not just a competition, it was also tinged with personal grievances. Before the battle began, Xiao Weian glanced at his sister, Xiao Yan, in the audience. Seeing the eager expression on his sister's face, Xiao Weian thought to himself, don't worry, sister. I'll make sure that Murong girl is utterly defeated. On the other side of the preparation area, I kept a close eye on Xiao Weian's changing expressions. It seems this guy plans to use the match as an opportunity to get revenge on my 6 gold, Shinchin, on behalf of his sister, Xiao Yan. Instinctively, I activated the demon god's eye, and my crimson gaze was as fierce as that of a demon hunter. If you dare to bully 6 gold, when it's my turn, I'll make sure you regret it. I don't have many virtues, but one of them is keeping my word. At this moment, Murong Shinchin stepped up to avenge her brother and face off against Xiao Weian. I even played the role of a strategist, handing over a battle strategy to 6 gold before the match. With this method, she has at least a 60 to 70% chance of winning against Xiao Weian. The first round has begun. The bone-winged beast isn't attacking head-on but is instead circling around to the back. The sky demon blue flame beast isn't holding its ground but is choosing to evade. The first round of exchanges left people puzzled. The audience erupted in discussion. Strange, doesn't the sky demon blue flame beast have a 70% damage reduction? Why is it dodging? I'm not sure either. The situation is still unclear. The entire audience and the commentator could only see the surface of the battle. In the judges' area, Shangguan Lan's eyes sparkled with interest. It seems the Murong girl has discovered the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's blind spot for damage reduction. Indeed, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's Sky Demon gene grants it a natural 70% damage reduction, meaning it can typically withstand attacks from beasts of the same level without issue. However, it chose to dodge because its tail is its blind spot for damage reduction. The tail is the only part of its body where the 70% damage reduction does not apply when under attack. In other words, the tail is the key to defeating the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Xia Zhong observed carefully, stroking his beard with a smile. Empress, it seems the Murong girl has some expert guidance behind her. An expert? Who? That boy. Shangguan Lan was once again drawn to Xiao Xingyu. Indeed it's him. Before the match began, he whispered to the Murong girl. From my angle, I could see his lip movements. Shangguan Lan understood. She knew Xia Zhong was skilled at reading lips. Even without hearing the sound, he could translate lip movements into words. The actions of small figures never escape the scrutiny of the powerful. Xia Zhong deciphered what Xiao Xingyu had whispered to Murong Shinchin, and his interest in the young man grew. Empress, I watched the footage of Xiao Xingyu's last match. He has remarkable talent and a battle intelligence far beyond his peers. Yes, which is why I have already sent someone to deliver an invitation to him for the Imperial Soul Training Camp. Shangguan Lan and Xia Zhong simultaneously glanced at Xiao Xingyu in the audience, no longer paying attention to the match on the stage. Since the Murong girl has this young strategist by her side, it will take at least half an hour to determine the outcome of this match. Empress, in your opinion, who do you think will emerge victorious? Shangguan Lan raised an eyebrow and chuckled, your son has inherited your beast eyes. Do you still need to ask me about the outcome? The two shared a knowing smile, understanding each other without words. On the arena, the battle raged on. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast and the Bone-Winged Beast clashed multiple times, biting and tearing at each other, drawing applause from the audience. A quarter of an hour has passed, and the two sides have exchanged 30 rounds. The Bone-Winged Beast's undead flame is incredibly powerful. Since it can cause mental damage, it somewhat counteracts the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's damage reduction talent. After an explosion, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast took a step back, its 3 heads dazed, and its eyes unfocused. Good, well done. Keep it up, sis. Murong Yangshuo, despite his exhausted body, cheered hoarsely for Murong Shinchin. Chun Qinyan's eyes were deep as he quietly analyzed, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's 70% damage reduction talent only works against physical and magical attacks, those that are tangible. A Undead Flame appears to be a fire magic attack, but it also inflicts mental damage. This is something the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast cannot immunize against. I nodded in agreement. So the Undead Flame is the key to victory. Before the match, I had whispered this to Murong Shinchin. The Undead Flame is the sacred weapon to deal with the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast. Murong Shinchin channeled her spiritual energy and gave her command. The bone-winged beast soared into the sky, flapping its wings and continuously launching bone arrow barrages, each tipped with the burning undead flame. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast howled in pain as the undead flame scorched its soul, causing uncontrollable mental damage. The situation on the field is shifting. It seems Murong Shinchin has gained a slight advantage. We must admit, the undead flame indeed has some restraining effect on the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's Sky Demon gene. If so, will Murong Shinchin expand her advantage, or will Xia Weian find a way to counter it? No sooner had the commentator finished speaking than Xia Weian smiled faintly. Miss Murong, if this is the extent of your strength, then there is no need for me to waste any more time. Xia Weian harnessed his spiritual energy and synchronized with the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's consciousness. At this moment, the bone-winged beast circled high above, flapping its wings and unleashing a dense barrage of bone arrow barrages. Each bone arrow was ablaze with the green undead flame. This was the bone-winged beast's signature move, the undead arrow rain. Stern Stern. Roar. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast let out a furious roar. The leopard head on its right shoulder opened its blood-red mouth, once again unleashing a blood-red vortex. At that move again! Murong Yangshuo became excited. He recognized this move. The blood-red vortex released by the leopard head could absorb the opponent's damage. Under the gaze of all, countless bone arrows were swallowed and absorbed by the blood-red vortex. But that wasn't all. In an instant, the wolf head on the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's right shoulder opened its mouth, filled with sharp fangs, and fired a volley of bone arrows, now engulfed in blue flames. The commentator was stunned. My goodness, am I seeing things? The leopard head absorbs damage, but then the wolf head reflects it. How many other miraculous abilities are hidden within the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast? By this point, the abilities of two of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's heads had been revealed to the audience. The leopard head can absorb damage from enemies. The absorbed damage doesn't disappear but is instead reflected back by the wolf head, used to counterattack the enemy. Caught off guard by the incoming arrow rain, the bone-winged beast was unprepared. A series of arrows, ablaze with blue flames, pierced through the bone-winged beast's body. Bang! The bone-winged beast crashed to the ground, its body falling apart. Though Murong Shinchin showed a surprised expression, she quickly adjusted her mindset and channeled her spiritual energy. Crack, crack. The sound of shattered bones being reassembled echoed. In just 10 seconds, the bone-winged beast returned to its original form, and its skeletal frame even seemed larger. Here's a fun fact. Undead-type beasts have no pain receptors, and when their bodies are damaged, they can rapidly regenerate. After this round of battle, the situation appeared balanced, but some could see that Murong Shinchin was gradually falling behind. Though the bone-winged beast didn't feel pain and could quickly repair its damaged body, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast's abilities were even more terrifying in comparison. The leopard head absorbs damage, and the wolf head reflects it. Just these two abilities from the heads alone left Murong Shinchin with no way to counter. Not to mention, the central tiger head of the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast had yet to reveal its full abilities. Murong Shinchin's expression darkened, sweat soaking her hair at the temples. By now, the battle had been raging for 20 minutes. Murong Shinchin had enough spiritual energy, but her physical endurance was poor, especially with an old ankle injury flaring up. Beastmasters on the arena stage need to move frequently, observing the movements of the opponent's beast from different angles. This was a heavy burden for Murong Shinchin's injured ankle. After 20 minutes, Murong Shinchin clearly felt the discomfort in her ankle, the pain gnawing at her nerves, making it difficult to focus. Miss Murong, it's time to end this battle. Xia Weian frantically channeled his spiritual energy, and the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast swelled to twice its size, the blue flames on its back rising 10 meters high. Murong Shinchin glanced down at me in the audience. We locked eyes. Xiao Jin, do it as I said, the final strike. The bone-winged beast shot into the sky, its massive bone wings unfolding and blocking out the stadium's overhead lights, leaving no gaps. The bone-winged beast's skeletal structure grew frantically like bamboo shoots after rain. The enormous bone wings enveloped the entire arena, the air seeming to stand still, thickening to the point where it couldn't flow. Even though the bone-winged beast had yet to unleash its technique, the audience could already smell the scent of blood and storms. That pressure capable of shaking human souls was unique to the rage of undead-type beasts. The wrath of the undead. Murong Shinchin's face paled as she poured all her spiritual energy into the attack. Sensing its master's resolve, the bone-winged beast let out a sharp howl, then flapped its wings. The once solidified air became turbulent, and the bone-winged beast descended from the sky spinning rapidly. As the spinning grew faster, the audience could no longer see the bone-winged beast itself, only a tornado wrapped in green flames plummeting from the sky. This was the bone-winged beast's most powerful technique, a wrath of the undead. Stern. The tip of the green flame tornado resembled a massive drill, crashing heavily toward the sky demon. Blue flame beast. The attack hadn't even landed, yet the effects were already visible. The special material of the arena's platform began to crack extensively, teetering on the verge of collapse. Xiao Xingyu channeled his spiritual energy, and the sky demon blue flame beast's leopard head opened its mouth wide, releasing a blood-red vortex. Boom! The deafening sound of a collision resounded. The green flame tornado and the blood-red vortex clashed fiercely, sending ripples of energy waves outward. Under the audience's watchful eyes, the blood-red vortex released by the sky demon blue flame beast began to fade and even showed signs of shattering. In contrast, the power of the bone-winged beast's green flame tornado continued to weaken as the damage was continuously absorbed by the blood-red vortex. The commentator furrowed his brow. It seems like a closely matched battle, but in reality, Murong Shinchin is falling behind. The situation doesn't look optimistic. Under the stage, Murong Shinchin was drenched in cold sweat, clenching his fists in worry for his sister. A coach Chun, if this continues, once the damage from the wrath of the undead is completely absorbed by the sky demon blue flame beast, won't my sister lose? Chun Chinian stood with his hands folded, squinting his eyes as he observed every detail on the stage. Don't panic. Look at her composed expression, she still has a trick up her sleeve. The wrath of the undead is a terrifyingly powerful attack, and while the sky demon blue flame beast is absorbing the damage, it also reveals a subtle weakness. During the absorption process, it is not invincible and can still be affected. The commentator also noticed this and entered a passionate commentary mode, his words spilling out rapidly. At this moment, 2/3 of the damage from the wrath of the undead has been absorbed by the blood-red vortex, but the sky demon blue flame beast's body is trembling and convulsing. Blood is seeping from the eyes and ears of its 3 heads. Theoretically, as long as the attack power is high enough, surpassing the sky demon blue flame beast's absorption limit, it can be defeated. However, from what we see now, the wrath of the undead doesn't seem to reach that level. If Murong Shinchin doesn't have a backup plan, this match may be over. Just when everyone thought Xiao Xingyu was about to secure another victory, the situation suddenly reversed. A sharp bone spike, engulfed in the flames of the undead, attacked from behind the sky demon blue flame beast. This bone spike was Murong Shinchin's backup plan, a strategy once suggested before the match. In the judges' seats, Xia Zhong wasn't focusing on the match itself but was instead fixated on me in the preparation area. This little strategist from Azure Dragon Academy is quite interesting. His battle IQ is very high. Xia Zhong, after all, is the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist, nationally recognized as the man with the highest battle IQ. Under his strategic leadership, the Dragon Kingdom's army, navy, and air force have won countless battles against overwhelming odds. Shangguan Lan's red lips curled into a slight smile, and she softly laughed. For you to call him a little strategist? It seems you highly regard this young man. Ahahaha, the younger generation surpasses the old. It's a great fortune for the Dragon Kingdom to have such promising talents. Xia Zhong also laughed, but behind his seemingly kind demeanor, who knows how many schemes were hidden. The bone spike pierced through the scorching air, like an arrow capable of toppling cities, shooting towards the tail of the sky demon blue flame beast. The tail is the sky demon blue flame beast's greatest weakness. This area doesn't have the 70% damage reduction, and if heavily damaged, it would lose its mobility.
Oh my god, the tide has turned. When was that bone spike set up?
In terms of battle IQ, Murong Shinchin is truly the standout among this year's rising stars. If we rewind time by 10 seconds and view it in slow motion, the truth would become clear. Murong Shinchin channeled her spiritual energy to have the bone-winged bat beast snap off one of its ribs and place it in a corner at the edge of the arena. The color of the bone spike was almost identical to the arena floor, so no one noticed it. So, the seemingly powerful wrath of the undead was just a feint, a tactic to draw all of Xiao Weian's attention. This unexpected bone spike attack was simple and unremarkable but had the potential to turn the tide of the battle. Victory or defeat would be determined in a split second, with the bone spike just an inch away from the sky. Demon Blue Flame Beast's tail. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Murong Shinchin had it in the bag. A good thing she followed my plan. It looks like my Xiao Jin is going to win. Everything had been set up by me, with Murong Shinchin acting somewhat like a tool in my hands. As long as the bone spike pierced the sky demon Blue Flame Beast's tail, Murong Shinchin would win. But just as everything was about to be settled, the situation reversed again.
Dodged it?
Dear viewers, the sky demon Blue Flame Beast actually dodged the bone spike attack. The sudden turn of left Murong Shinchin momentarily stunned. It must be noted that the preparation for the bone spike ambush was extremely covert. From the moment the spike was launched to when it was close to the sky demon Blue Flame Beast's tail, only 0.3 seconds had passed. Moreover, the sky demon Blue Flame Beast's attention was fully absorbed in countering the wrath of the undead, making it seemingly 74. Impossible for it to react in time. Upon witnessing this, I first widened my eyes, then bit my lip. At that Xiao Weian, he actually used the power of the beast eyes. How despicable. My demon gods, I saw through the beast eyes of the Xie family. The ability of the beast eyes is straightforward and brutal. It can predict the opponent's actions. Xiao Weian had preemptively activated the beast eyes, anticipating the bone spike and thereby giving mental commands in advance, allowing the sky demon Blue Flame Beast enough time to evade. This is cheating. But the referee wouldn't blow the whistle for a foul, because no one, apart from Empress Shangguan Lan, knows about the beast eyes. Most think of Xie family's heterochromatic eyes as merely a genetic mutation, like how some people are born with white hair or red eyes. In the spectator stands. This match is about to end. Who would have thought Xiao Weian would predict Murong Shinchin's final move? It's incredible. Although Murong Shinchin lost, we must admit this was the most thrilling match of this year's Rising Star Tournament. The Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast evaded the bone spike ambush from behind, signaling the match's conclusion. Boom! The loud crash was the sound of the bone-winged bat beast hitting the stage. Although it wasn't injured, it had exhausted all its energy. It struggled to rise from the ground but could no longer take to the sheath. Murong Shinchin had also depleted her spiritual energy, even though the match rules allowed summoning multiple beasts. She had no energy left to call upon the Snowfeather Hunter to continue the fight. Under the stage, Xiao Yan could no longer contain her excitement and joy, jumping up and down with her eyes locked onto Murong Shinchin. You lost, Murong Shinchin. You finally lost, ha ha ha. The more wretched Murong Shinchin looked at that moment, the happier Xiao Yan felt. Even though Murong Shinchin lost to Xiao Weian and it had nothing to do with Xiao Yan, it didn't matter. To Xiao Yan, it wasn't important who defeated Murong Shinchin, but rather that she witnessed the bone-winged bat beast getting destroyed. Brother, what are you waiting for? Take the opportunity to cripple the bone-winged bat beast. I want to personally witness the bone-winged bat beast becoming a crippled creature. I bet Murong Shinchin's expression would be quite interesting. Xiao Yan could only shout these thoughts in her heart, her eyes bloodshot, eager to see the next cruel scene. Before taking the stage, Xiao Weian had promised his sister that he would teach Murong Shinchin a good lesson. Now, he channeled his spiritual energy, and the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast grinned, revealing its bloodthirsty smile. Blue Demon Roar. Under Xiao Weian's mental command, the Sky Demon Blue Flame Beast unleashed its ultimate move once again. Its massive mouth spewed a blue flame, seemingly intent on setting the entire stadium ablaze. The bone-winged bat beast, barely holding onto its weakened body, shielded Murong Shinchin with its wings. Murong Shinchin had no spiritual energy left, which meant the bone-winged bat beast couldn't unleash any techniques to counter or retaliate. This blue demon roar, if it struck the bone-winged bat beast, would cause irreversible injuries, leaving it permanently crippled. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the audience in shock and the commentator in a panic. At this critical moment, a dominant wolf howl pierced through the dark clouds above the stadium, striking deep into 75. The souls of the people. A giant wolf, engulfed in black flames, rushed onto the stage, its mouth spewing a pillar of black fire. Two pillars of fire clashed, one blue and one black, intertwining and entangling with each other. After the explosion, the dust gradually settled. On the shattered stage, I stood in front of Murong Shinchin, my tall and straight figure bathed in the soft afternoon sunlight. The Hellfire Nether wolf stood beside me, emanating a red and black mist that filled the entire arena. This aura. It's demonic power. The strongest dark horse of this year's Rising Star Tournament, Xiao Xingyu, has appeared. Oh wow, just look at the Hellfire Nether wolf, its appearance, its stance, its gaze, its oozing dominance. My sudden entrance disrupted Xiao Weian's plans. Xiao Weian had intended to avenge his sister by crippling Murong Shinchin's bone-winged bat beast. But my arrival brought a hint of caution to Xiao Weian's eyes. And this guy's beast was able to easily withstand the blue demon roar. I helped Murong Shinchin up, my eyes full of worry and concern. Galu Jean, are you alright? I'm fine, just out of spiritual energy. I turned to the referee, my anger reaching its peak. You useless referee, what the hell are you doing? According to the competition rules, when one contestant's spiritual energy is exhausted, they are considered to have lost the match. As the referee, you should have blown the whistle to end the match earlier. Why didn't you? My questioning resonated with the audience, gaining their support. Yeah, Xiao Xingyu is right. According to the rules, the referee should have blown the whistle to end the match earlier. Why the delay? What's going on? A scandal. 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 The spectators responded in unison, the public's anger was rising. In the judges' panel, Xia Zhong stood up. Remove this corrupt referee and ban him for life from ever working as a referee again. The staff rushed in and took away the referee, who looked like he was about to cry. Below the stage, Murong Yangshuo gritted his teeth in hatred. That referee was just a scapegoat. He was afraid of the Xia family's power, so he hesitated to blow the whistle. If I hadn't shown up to intervene, everyone knew what the outcome would have been. The bone-winged bat beast, a rare and extraordinary undead beast, would have been crippled by Xiao Weian. Following the organizers' arrangements, a new referee appeared and immediately announced. The second match is over. The winner is the defender, Xiao Weian. Xiao Weian's victory also meant that Azure Dragon Academy had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. I supported Murong Shinchin to the edge of the stage, where Murong Yangshuo came to take over. Just before leaving the stage, Murong Shinchin grabbed my hand. Xiao Weian, there's something off about him. It's like he could see through every move I made. I know. I understood very well that the only reason Xiao Weian managed to turn the tide of the battle was because of those family-inherited beast eyes. The beast eyes have the ability to predict an opponent's actions. Without using the beast eyes, Xiao Weian would never have been able to see through Murong Shinchin's final move. This was clearly cheating, but no one would question it. After all, the beast eyes are the Xia family's secret. If E76 were to expose it, Xiao Weian would become a target, drawing the attention of the powerful figures. Yangshuo, take good care of Lu Jin. By the way, there's some herbal oil in my bag, rub it on Lu Jin's ankle to relieve the pain. Don't worry, I'll take good care of my sister. After Murong Yangshuo helped Murong Shinchin off the stage, the referee made an announcement. Third match. Vermilion Bird Academy Xiao Weian against Azure Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. The match is about to start. Both contestants, please prepare yourselves. A staff member walked onto the stage and handed Xiao Weian a pill and a bottle of water. According to the rules, if a contestant defeats 2 opponents in a row, they are awarded a spirit recovery pill.
After taking the spirit recovery pill, Xiao Weian's previously consumed spiritual energy was restored by about 70 to 80%, leaving him nearly at full strength. The commentator was excited. Dear audience, you are now witnessing what could be the final match of this year's Rising Star Tournament. With the Murong siblings from Azure Dragon Academy consecutively defeated, only Xiao Xingyu remains. In contrast, Vermilion Bird Academy's Xiao Weian has won 2 matches in a row, and they still have Xiao Lian and Dongfang Qing waiting in the wings. Based on my experience hosting tournaments, the chances of Azure Dragon Academy making a comeback are slim to none. But just then, after injuring my girlfriend, Xiao Weian dared to provoke me again. In a fit of rage, I immediately activated the Demon God's Eye, and the crimson gaze instantly pierced through Xiao Weian's soul. Oh, what a terrifying gaze! Xiao Weian instinctively took a step back, his previously composed face showing an unprecedented look of panic and astonishment. The power of the Demon God's Eye was something a mere beast I could never compare to. I let out a wicked smile. I know your sister has a grudge against Murong Shinchin. Oh, it seems the Murong siblings have shared everything with you. You all seem pretty close, huh? I could tell that you had the thought of crippling the bone-winged bat beast earlier. Xiao Weian smiled and nodded, bringing his thin lips close to my ear. That's right, I did plan to cripple the bone-winged bat beast, but... Xiao Weian paused, then provocatively said, what are you going to do about it? I wasn't provoked but instead replied meaningfully, I'm going to cripple your sister's beast. I think I just heard the joke of the century. Xiao Weian's smile lasted only a second before his gaze turned cold again. Xiao Xingyu, don't forget, I'm your opponent right now. Unless you defeat me, you won't even get a chance to face my sister. To face Xiao Lian, I first had to defeat Xiao Weian. I showed no sign of urgency, instead, I smiled lazily and comfortably. Next, I'll let your sister witness just how pathetic her brother will be on this stage. A big talk. The referee came over and separated us. As for the harsh words exchanged between us, only we knew, the audience couldn't hear. The referee then announced, a third match. Azure Dragon Academy, Xiao Xingyu vs Vermilion Bird Academy, Xivain. A begin. The referee blew the whistle and the match officially started. A welcome, brothers and sisters of the live stream. This broadcast is of the ongoing Rising Star Tournament. Finals third match. So far, the Murong siblings from Azure Dragon Academy have both lost, leaving them with no choice but to fight this last battle. Xiao Xingyu is this year's strongest dark horse and also Azure Dragon Academy's last hope. Although the chances of a 3-win comeback are slim, let's all cheer for Xiao Xingyu. In the audience, people were treating this as the final battle, giving it their all, cheering hysterically, and pushing the atmosphere to its peak. I activated my spiritual energy. Blackfang, go! The Hellhound leaped high, pouncing towards the Hellfire Cerberus. Everyone knew that the Hellhound's Hellfire could bypass enemy armor defenses, inflicting true damage. Xiao Weian didn't take it lightly, releasing his spiritual energy. The Hellfire Cerberus shuddered, the leopard head opened its mouth wide, preparing to release the blood red vortex. After the earlier battle, the audience was well aware that the blood-red vortex could absorb damage from the enemy. The sound of flesh being torn by a sharp weapon. Blood stained the arena. The commentator raised his arm and shouted, "Go my, what a surprise! The Hellhound's speed is too fast." And it used its dark attribute skill, Silent Claw. Silent Claw was a dark attribute skill that every Beastmaster dreamed of. The attack value of this skill wasn't particularly high, but it had an incredible effect. As long as the enemy was hit by Silent Claw, they would be silenced for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the enemy couldn't use any skills. 1 second earlier, just as the Hellfire Cerberus was about to release the blood-red vortex, the Hellhound's Silent Claw had already ripped its face apart. Silent Claw hit its target, putting the Hellfire Cerberus into a 3-second silence. A Blackfang, Hell Slam. The Hellhound let out a roar, and the chains of Hellfire that wrapped around it were instantly unleashed, binding the Hellfire Cerberus. In a flash, the Hellhound charged forward, using all 4 limbs to pin down the Hellfire Cerberus, and with a mighty leap shot into the sky. All the spectators' gazes had to turn skyward. The Hellhound's leaping ability was terrifying, lifting the Hellfire Cerberus high above the stadium at least 30 meters from the ground.
In the next instant, Hellfire ignited on the Hellhound as it hugged the Hellfire Cerberus and plummeted 78 downward in a free fall. In the spectator's view, it was like a flaming meteor was crashing down from the sky with the surrounding airflow whistling distorting the very air. Boom tilde. A massive black fireball smashed into the center of the arena, sending up 1,000 layers of fire waves as a mushroom cloud rose up. When the smoke cleared, the Hellfire Cerberus lay on its side, its skin suffering extensive burns and the flesh on the leopard head's face was a bloody mess. The Hellhound landed steadily beside Xiao Xingyu, its fierce eyes showing a touch of the arrogance and contempt that only a wolf king could possess. The audience was silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in deafening cheers. The commentator was even more excited, clutching the microphone and shouting. That was the first exchange, and Xiao Xingyu has taken the lead. A Hellfire's true damage can bypass the Hellfire Cerberus' defensive shields. The effect of Silent Claw can interrupt the release of the blood-red vortex. Everyone, remember this young man's name, he is the strongest dark horse of this tournament. The commentator raised his voice, enunciating each word, Xiao Xingyu. The audience was buzzing with excitement. This guy is amazing. He's already gained the upper hand against Xiao Weian. The Hellhound's Silent Claw is like a cheat code. If Xiao Xingyu really wins against Xiao Weian, won't he become a legend? Take away the question mark, be confident, this guy is already legendary. The sound of the wolf's claws slicing through the air was like a whisper from the underworld, sending chills down the spine and evoking a fear that seeped into the bones. The scene on the arena was dazzling, the Hellhound had turned into a dark shadow, weaving through the stage with ease. The audience's naked eyes couldn't even catch the Hellhound's form, all they could see were the burning traces left by its claws. Ladies and gentlemen, it's too fast. The Hellhound's speed is just too fast. Even with the cameraman using 100x slow motion, it's difficult to capture the Hellhound's true form. Repeated silent claws are making life miserable for the Hellfire Cerberus. Silence after silence, it's endless. The commentator's words couldn't keep up with the Hellhound's speed. The Hellhound continuously struck with Silent Claw, leaving the Hellfire Cerberus defenseless. Every time it was hit by Silent Claw, it would enter a 3-second silent state. This left Xiao Weian with an abundance of spiritual energy but nowhere to use it. The battle on the field is getting more and more intense. And no, to be precise, this isn't a battle between two sides, it's a one-sided massacre. The Hellhound has hit the Hellfire Cerberus with Silent Claw 23 times in a row, leaving the Hellfire Cerberus unable to release a single skill. At this moment, the Hellfire Cerberus was just taking hit after hit, unable to release any skills to defend or retaliate, despite being beaten black and blue. In the cameraman's close-up, the aggrieved expression of the Hellfire Cerberus was made into a funny meme by the netizens of this year. A retreat! In the end, Xiao Weian had to put aside his pride and dignity and gave the order. Although the Hellfire Cerberus couldn't release any skills, its agility was still intact. Hearing its master's command, it quickly leaped back, out of the range of the Silent Claw's attack. Silent Claw was a close-range attack skill. Once the Hellfire Cerberus created some distance from the Hellhound, it was able to avoid the Silent Claw. But for Xiao Weian, this was a humiliation. When facing Murong Yangshuo and Murong Shinchin earlier, Xiao Weian had never ordered the Hellfire Cerberus to retreat even half a step. Because for a Beastmaster to order their beast to retreat meant losing dignity. As the eldest son of Xia Zhong, the first military advisor of the Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Weian found this hard to accept. But the Hellhound's Silent Claw was too overwhelming, leaving Xiao Weian with no options but to give the order. The moment the Hellfire Cerberus retreated, the situation on the field became clear. The Hellfire Cerberus was forced back? Who would have thought that someone as proud as Xiao Weian would order his beast to retreat? Well, his opponent is the strongest dark horse of this tournament. Don't even say it, Xiao Xingyu might actually defeat Xiao Weian and bring pride to us common folk without power or influence. I am the most unique contestant in this year's tournament. Almost all the contestants from the 4 great academies have notable backgrounds. The Murong siblings' father is Admiral Murong Jin of the Navy. The Xia siblings' father is the first military advisor of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou Ye's father is Zhou Xiong, the lord of Huangyan City. Dongfang Qing's father is Dongfang Zhan, the most powerful lieutenant general of the Air Force Headquarters. Only I have no father or mother, having come from a small border town in the Dragon Kingdom with only a sister who hasn't awakened her spiritual energy. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, I am the representative of the grassroots hero. It was my appearance that gave the ordinary citizens hope and dreams of defying fate. In the past, no one would have dared to think that a boy from a humble background, with no power or influence, could make it to the final stage of the Supernova Tournament. Let alone the fact that right now, I am suppressing Xiao on the arena. After finally creating some distance from the Hellhound, the Hellfire Cerberus was panting heavily, its fur standing on end as if facing a formidable foe. Xiao face showed less composure and more gloom. Keep your distance from the enemy at all times. Don't get hit by the silent claw again. The Tianma blue flame beast nodded, raising its vigilance, its nerves taut. Below the stage, Murong Shinchin clapped his hands in excitement. A great
Xingyu, well done. That was satisfying.
Murong Shinchin waved his fist, gritting his teeth. Murong Shinchin also cheered me on in her own way. Her way was to stand obediently in place, gently clapping her hands. It looked somewhat perfunctory, but it was truly cute in a silly way. Even though I clearly had the upper hand, Coach Chinchinian didn't show any joy on his face. Instead, he looked more serious. A strange, very strange. This kid's aura has completely transformed compared to the first round of matches a few days ago. A person's strength can be hidden, but their aura is hard to conceal. When a Beastmaster stands on the stage, facing enemies and spectators, their aura says it all. I have innate talent, but he was just a 2-star Beastmaster with limited battle experience. In the first round between Azure Dragon Academy and White Tiger Academy, the aura I exuded was within Chinchinian's expectations. Youthful, immature, lively. These are the words that should describe the aura of a young Beastmaster. But now, the aura I exuded on the stage was completely different from a few days ago. Though my face still appeared youthful, it was filled with the composure and elegance of a grandmaster. Level Beastmaster. My starry eyes showed no trace of nervousness, only calm like an ancient well. Steady, mature, experienced. These are words used to describe seasoned Beastmasters, and at this moment, they fit me perfectly.
What has he experienced in these few days?
Chinchinian fell into deep thought. There are only 2 ways for a young person to grow. 1, through long-term accumulation.
In just a few days, how could I accumulate anything?
2, by experiencing life and death crises. The second path is how I enhance my aura. In the battle at the naval headquarters Icefire Island, as the Black Robe, I experienced life and death, dealing with multiple influential figures and finally escaping death. This life-altering experience caused my mentality to mature rapidly overnight. When facing Xiao, I was composed, like a seasoned artist. What Chinchinian could see, the 2 prominent figures in the judges' panel naturally noticed as well. Xiao stroked his beard and pondered, Empress, this Xiao Xingyu, he's wise beyond his years. Shangguan, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes twinkling with interest, fixed her gaze on me. In the center of the stage, I send someone to investigate this young man further. I'm very curious about his background.
Yes, Empress.
Several priests from the Emperor's soul left the stadium, splitting up to gather information about me. Even though I really didn't want to get involved with the likes of Shangguan, my brilliance on the stage made it hard for her to ignore me. Fortunately, Shangguan didn't associate me, the young man with the black robe. For now, I was just under the Empress's attention, not yet in danger.
By the way, how about we place another bet? Your Majesty, what shall we bet on?
Whether your son wins or Xiao Xingyu wins. Xiao smiled faintly. Wei is my child, so as his father, I'll support him and place my bet on him. Alright, then I'll bet on Xiao Xingyu. Empress Shangguan bet on me to win. Ladies and gentlemen, this battle has only been going on for 5 minutes, and the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf has already unleashed dozens of silent claw combos. As Xiao has clearly become more cautious, choosing to order the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast to retreat, constantly maintaining distance from the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf.
As for how Xiao will respond next, I'm looking forward to it.
The announcer analyzed the situation on the field, and the entire audience stood up, anticipating more from this peak duel. On one side is the military strategist's son, who has won 2 consecutive rounds. On the other side is the
Underdog representing the last hope of Azure Dragon Academy. On the stage, Xiao Yan rarely showed a serious expression. He had to admit that the seemingly gentle smiling boy before him was really not easy to deal with. A go, brother. Defeat him. If you beat him, Vermilion Bird Academy wins. Below the stage, Xiao Yan stood on tiptoe and shouted. Only this final victory stands between them and the championship. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. But let's not forget, this match also has a reason that I cannot afford to lose. Xiao Yan suddenly channeled his spirit power. Attack! The Hellfire blue flame beast's body shook, energy accumulated deep in its throat, and a massive blue fireball formed at its mouth. This was the Hellfire blue flame beast's signature move, Judgment of Flames. The blue fireball grew larger and larger, rushing straight toward the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. The announcer shouted excitedly. The Hellfire blue flame beast has unleashed its signature move, Judgment of Flames. This blue fireball is so huge it nearly engulfs the entire stage. Even from the commentary booth, I can feel the scorching heat. Especially those sitting in the front rows, they could even feel the searing pain as if their skin was being scorched. Because the blue fireball was so massive, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf had no way to dodge. If it tried to dodge, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf would leave the stage and be penalized by the referee for out-of-bounds violation, leading to an automatic loss. I reacted swiftly, making a decision. A Black Fang Shadow Stealth. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf activated its dark attribute, transforming into a shadow and slipping into the ground. Boom tilde. The blue fireball crashed onto the stage with a thunderous explosion, sending waves of fire surging through the arena, and the terrifying blast even cracked the load-bearing pillars of the stadium. Steel and concrete fell from the heights, randomly knocking out one lucky spectator. This is the destructive power of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast, but it didn't harm the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf at all. At this moment, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf, in its shadow form, was skimming across the shattered ground. Whoosh! The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf suddenly leaped up, returning to its true form, and once again swung out a silent Kla. Xiao Yan revealed a sinister smile. Xiao Xingyu, the match is over. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast suddenly whipped its tail. The seemingly inconspicuous tail of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast was like a sharp sword piercing through the chest of the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. An inch longer, an inch stronger. The tail of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast was longer than the claws of the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. The announcer couldn't help but exclaim, so this was Xiao Yan's strategy. Xiao Xingyu fell for it. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's release of the blue fireball was just a feint. Xiao Yan had anticipated that I would have the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf enter its shadow state to avoid the blue fireball. Then, Xiao Yan made another prediction, foreseeing that the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf would emerge from the ground, return to its physical form, and use its silent claw to strike the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast. On the large electronic screen, the close-up shot showed the sharp, bone-like tail of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast piercing firmly and viciously into the chest of the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. This scene left the audience in awe. The announcer shook his head. What a shame, Xiao Xingyu didn't anticipate that the attack range of the Silent Claw was shorter than the attack range of the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's tail. Xiao Yan's prediction changed the course of the battle. Is the match about to end? Boom! Just when everyone thought I was about to lose regrettably, the struck Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf suddenly exploded, dispersing into black mist. That wasn't the real body, it was a clone? For the first time, Xiao Yan showed a look of shock. No one in the entire audience expected that the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf pierced by the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast was not the real body but a clone. This unexpected reversal left everyone taken aback. Even the announcer was stunned. Why was it a clone? I don't understand. Unless... In the blink of an eye, the real Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf appeared behind the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast. A Black Fang Hell Howl. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf raised its head, spewing hellfire. A pillar of black flames instantly sent the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast flying. At that moment, the announcer suddenly understood. I get it. I finally get it. Just now, Xiao Xingyu predicted Xiao Yan's prediction. The announcer's words woke the entire audience. Right, this kid predicted his opponent's prediction. Exactly, it's just like playing chess. Xiao Yan only saw one move ahead, while Xiao Xingyu saw one move further. Incredible.
A 19-year-old 2-star Beastmaster with such outstanding predictive abilities? Don't forget, besides spirit power and beast-taming skills, battle IQ is also part of one's talent. This exchange was so thrilling that the audience couldn't help but cheer. It's worth noting that there were many talent scouts from Super Beastmaster guilds in the audience, all there to discover new talents. My performance made these scouts' eyes light up, eager to bring me into their guild. On the judging panel, Shangguan Lan's attention was deeply captivated by me. This young man is quite interesting. Shangguan Lan only said this one sentence, but those who knew her well understood that it was an extremely high compliment. On the surface, Xia Zhong appeared calm, but internally, he was filled with doubt. This kid actually predicted my son's prediction? How could the Xia family's beast eyes lose to an ordinary person's vision? In the end, Xia Zhong was too old and muddle-headed. He had no idea that the Xia family's beast eye gene was nothing but a joke in front of my demon god's eye. Bang! The Hellfire blue flame beast crashed at the edge of the arena, its entire body scorched by Hellfire and all 3 of its heads wore expressions of agony. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf stood by my side, unharmed, exuding an awe-inspiring and domineering presence. Xia Weian looked up at me from a distance, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Oh, what's going on with this guy? His predictive abilities are stronger than mine? Xia Weian had always been highly confident in his beast eyes, never once failing in his predictions. But in this duel, his beast eyes were completely overpowered by my eyes. Xia Weian stared at my eyes, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. To outsiders, my gaze appeared clear, with normal pupils, irises, and sclera, everything seemed perfectly normal. The mystery of the demon god's eye was something even Shangguan Lan couldn't see through, let alone a small fry like Xia Weian. Xia Weian, is this the extent of your strength? Xiao Xingyu, I admit, you're indeed a worthy opponent who deserves my full attention. Xia Weian stretched his muscles and joints, then smiled slyly. Next, I'll show you the consequences of angering me. With a surge of intent and overwhelming spirit power, Xia Weian began to frantically channel his spirit power into the Hellfire blue flame beast. The announcer's face lit up with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've seen so far has just been a warm-up. What comes next will be the most exciting part of this match. The son of Dragon Kingdom's top strategist is about to get serious. How will our grassroots prodigy Xiao Xingyu respond? At this moment, I had the son of Dragon Kingdom's top strategist at my mercy on the battlefield. However, he kept pouring massive amounts of spirit power into his beast, and I couldn't tell what he was up to. Just then, the Hellfire blue flame beast rose from the ground, with its scorched skin rapidly healing from the Hellfire burns. The sound of bones breaking and then reforming echoed through the arena. Under everyone's gaze, the Hellfire blue flame beast let out an enraged roar to the sky, its already massive body growing even larger. Its limbs swelled up like sponges absorbing water, expanding wildly. At this moment, the Hellfire blue flame beast, standing upright, was over 10 meters tall. Its 3 heads, perched on its shoulders, glared ferociously with a menacing and malevolent aura. From its physical characteristics, this beast had transformed into a beastman-type beast. Then, the sound of muscles tearing echoed, sending chills down the spines of every spectator, causing goosebumps to rise. It's growing new arms. What kind of monster is this? The Hellfire blue flame beast's back split open, and 4 new arms burst out from the flesh. These arms, with bones rapidly developing muscular flesh, were covered in 2 distinct types of fur. One was leopard fur, the other was wolf fur. These 2 types of fur corresponded to the leopard head and the wolf head. The announcer, full of astonishment, blurted out, 3 heads and 6 arms? The Hellfire blue flame beast had undergone a radical transformation from its previous form. Now, it looked like a monster that walked upright, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. Its towering, giant-like stature was enough to look down on the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. I looked up, my gaze remaining calm and unperturbed, as all of this had been within my expectations. A beast berserker form? So what? The demon god's eye sees through everything. A staff member rushed to the announcer's side, handing over a data file. After quickly skimming through it, the announcer took hold of the microphone again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is data submitted by our beast analysis expert. The 3-headed, 6-armed giant we are seeing is the Hellfire blue flame beast's second form. A beast berserker form. Upon entering the Beast Berserker form, the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's attack and defense values are tripled. At the same time, its tail will degenerate and disappear. The audience could clearly see that the now upright Hellfire Blue Flame Beast no longer had a tail behind it. The tail was the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's only weakness, and now that it's gone, doesn't that mean it's even stronger? And tripling the attack and defense values, those are terrifying stat increases. The Hellfire gene is truly formidable. From this moment on, Xiao Weiyan finally revealed his trump card. In the judging panel, Shongwan Lan Vore Asmail, teasing Xi Zong Beside her. You didn't expect Xiao Xingyu to push your son this far, did you? Xia Zhong tried his best to hide his emotional fluctuations, nodding with a smile. Yes, I didn't expect such a gifted young man to emerge in this year's Supernova Tournament. It's a blessing. For our Dragon Kingdom, ha ha ha. Though Xia Zhong laughed and seemed indifferent, deep down, he had started to harbor thoughts of suppressing me. In the preparation area, Xiao Yan's expression was complex, her heart in turmoil. The Hellfire Beast's Beast Berserker form is my brother's trump card. I remember he once said that he planned to use it during the 3-star Beastmaster exam. I had forced Xiao Weiyan to reveal his trump card, which made Xiao Yan feel uneasy and also sense the impending danger. A brother, you won't lose. I believe in you, you will secure victory. I want to stand on the podium with you, holding the championship trophy, looking down on Murong Shinchin. To Xiao Yan, the championship honor didn't matter, what mattered was winning so she could hold it over Murong Shinchin. On the battlefield, the fight had reached a fever pitch. With the Beast Berserker form activated, the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's power surged. Its 6 thick, python-like arms simultaneously clenched into fists, launching an attack on the Hell Shadow Ghost. Wolf. A flurry of fists, like a violent rain of petals, covered every corner of the arena. At first, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf could rely on its agility to dodge and weave. But as the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's speed increased, more and more fists began landing on the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's body. Blood trickled from the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's mouth, dripping onto the arena. Xiao Weiyan channeled a large amount of spirit power once more, roaring, activate the skill 6 hammer. Strike! The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast swung all 6 arms at once, each fist igniting with blue flames, carrying immense force as they simultaneously smashed into the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling through the air, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf was sent crashing to the ground, tumbling and rolling, sliding all the way to the edge of the arena before it could finally stop. Itself with its claws, barely managing to steady its stance. At this moment, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf was just 10 centimeters away from falling off the stage. The audience erupted into a buzz, with everyone talking about the Beast Berserker form. The announcer drew a sharp breath. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast in its Beast Berserker form is terrifyingly powerful. A Black Fang, get up. At the sound of my voice, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf rose once more, its crimson eyes filled not with fear, but with a fierce excitement that only grew stronger with the battle. Red and black mist began to emanate from the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf, enveloping the entire stadium. The power of the demon was unleashed. Down below the arena, Chen Qinyan's eyes lit up. Oh, what a dense demon power! Demon power is unique to demonic-type beasts, and it has a peculiar trait: the more damage a demonic beast takes, essentially, the lower its health, the stronger its demon power becomes. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf howled into the sky, and the demon power it emitted doubled in intensity. The entire audience felt the effects of this demon power. Some began to cry involuntarily, others grew irritable, and some became inexplicably angry. Demon power is the source of negative emotions: sadness, anger, jealousy, greed. Under the influence of the demon power, the audience's negative emotions erupted all at once. I looked at Xiao Weiyan, my face as cold as frost and my voice even colder. A Hellfire Lotus! The announcer could barely contain his excitement, his voice hoarse from shouting. Under the watchful eyes of the entire audience, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf opened its mouth and spat out a black fire lotus. The fire lotus spun in midair, its size expanding geometrically. But this wasn't an ordinary Hellfire Lotus, its core was compressed with an immense amount of demon power. The lower the beast's health, the higher the damage it can inflict. This is the additional attribute granted by demon power. Earlier, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf was severely injured by the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's 6-hammer strike. But that was intentional on my part, with the aim of lowering the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's health. The arena's floor cracked and shattered, and the temperature inside the stadium soared rapidly. As the Hellfire Lotus closed in on the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast, its size expanded to the maximum, nearly bursting the entire stadium. Xiao Weian gritted his teeth, frantically channeling what little spirit power he had left. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, hellfire burned fiercely, and the demon power reverberated coldly in the turbulent air. The announcer was beside himself with excitement. "This is the largest Hellfire Lotus I've ever seen. It's simply unbelievable. The power of this Hellfire Lotus could probably take down a fully evolved beast on its own." After the explosion, the smoke on the arena gradually cleared. The scene in the center of the arena came into view once again. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast was seen lifting its 6 arms, holding up a blood-red vortex. The power of the Lotus was being absorbed little by the blood-red vortex. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast actually absorbed the damage of the Hellfire Lotus. As the audience gasped in amazement, the Hellfire Lotus continued to shrink until it was completely absorbed by the blood-red vortex. This is simply unbelievable. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast absorbed the full power of the Hellfire Lotus. I have to say, the battle between these two contestants is comparable in excitement to a 3-star Beastmaster duel. In the audience? How is this possible? The Hellfire Lotus with added demon power was absorbed by the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast? The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's abilities are too overpowered. Its blood-red vortex is like a black hole that swallows everything. I think I get it now. After entering the Beast Berserker form, not only did the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's attack and defense values triple, but even its damage absorption capability tripled as well. The last flicker of flame was swallowed by the blood-red vortex, and the Hellfire Lotus completely vanished. The entire audience fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere growing tense. Xiao Weian twisted his mouth into a smile that was a stark contrast to his usual elegant and handsome demeanor. "Xiao Xingyu, is this your limit? Even if there were 2 Hellfire Lotuses, my beast could absorb them all." With those words, Xiao Weian channeled his spirit power. The Hellfire Blue Flame Beast let out a furious roar, and the central tiger head spewed out a blue fire lotus. This was the Hellfire Blue Flame Beast's counterattack ability. It absorbed the enemy's attack, converted it into its own energy, and then reflected it back. The blue fire lotus streaked through the air, slamming directly into the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf. Explosions erupted, and waves of fire burst forth. The stadium shook as if it might collapse, and the audience covered their eyes in fear. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf was hit by the blue fire lotus. With the smoke spreading, we can't see the exact situation at the center of the arena. Could Xiao Xingyu's comeback end here? The smoke is clearing. Cameraman, zoom in. That's the armor of the sun. With the host shout, the audience could finally see the scene on the arena. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf still stood, covered in a flaming armor. This was a high-level fire attribute defense technique, Armor of the Sun. Though the Armor of the Sun was damaged in several places, it had successfully blocked the blue fire lotus. I stood amidst the ruins, my head lowered. A gust of wind swept by, and as I lifted my gaze, my eyes shone like stars. How could this be? Xiao Weian was dumbfounded and instinctively took a step back. You just said your beast could absorb even 2 Hellfire Lotuses, right? I paused, then continued, but what about 3? Xiao Weian tried to remain calm, sneering, Xiao Xingyu, what nonsense are you talking? The Hellfire Lotus is the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's ultimate move, with a cooldown of at least an hour. I simply smiled and activated the Beastmaster's crest. As Xiao Xingyu has activated his Beastmaster's crest, he's summoning a second beast. Is he going to summon the Holy Light Angel Beast? No, it's not. He summoned a Rabbit Ear Electric? When my second beast appeared, the entire audience was shocked. What the hell, Rabbit Ear Electric? A Rabbit Ear Electric is a weak, non-elemental beast. Has Xiao Xingyu gone mad? Honestly, when I saw the Rabbit Ear Electric appear, I almost had a brain freeze. The Rabbit Ear Electric was infamous as a useless beast. Summoning it on the grand stage of the new star tournament finals was laughable. Seeing the Rabbit Ear Electric, Xiao Weian was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Ahahaha, Xiao Xingyu, you're not a Beastmaster. I must admit, you're a comedian. Thank you for bringing joy to everyone. Xiao Weiyan's words were dripping with sarcasm as he ridiculed me and dismissed the electric rabbit with disdain. I didn't bother explaining much. Instead, I patted the electric rabbit on its ear. Sensing its master's intent, the electric rabbit perked up its lightning-shaped ears, letting out a fierce yet adorable chirp. This little guy is just here to be cute, isn't it? I don't get Xiao Xingyu's baffling tactics. We thought the dark horse was about to rise, but it seems like it's just a dark horse after all, can't make it. In the end. Just as the audience was losing faith in me, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a Hellfire Lotus. Before anyone could even gasp in surprise, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf fired another Hellfire Lotus. And then, a third Hellfire Lotus appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, 3 massive Hellfire Lotuses floated above the stadium, encircling the Hellfire Blue Flame. Beast! The commentator shot up from his seat. I can't believe my eyes. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf just unleashed 3 Hellfire Lotuses in one go. Xiao Weiyan stood there as if struck by lightning, his body frozen in shock. This is impossible. Everyone knew that the Hellfire Lotus was the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's ultimate move, with a cooldown of at least an hour. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf had just released 1 Hellfire Lotus earlier, so it should have been impossible for it to use the move again within an hour. However, I have never been one to play by the rules. As the 3 Hellfire Lotuses hovered above the arena, they captivated the entire audience, shattering their expectations. 3 Hellfire Lotuses? My bro is awesome. On the sidelines, the most excited person was Murong Shinchin. Seeing my incredible performance, Murong Shinchin couldn't contain his pride as he shouted to the audience. Did you see that? That badass on stage is my brother. Isn't my brother amazing? Ahahaha, keep praising my brother, I love hearing it. Chen Qinian, shocked as he was, shifted his attention to the electric rabbit. At that moment, the electric rabbit was perched on my left shoulder, resting its head against my neck, looking adorably cute. The Hellfire Lotus has a cooldown time of about an hour. Unless this electric rabbit has the ability to refresh an ally's ultimate move. Chen Qinian was astonished by his own speculation. In the judge's area, a look of admiration flickered in Shangguan Lan's eyes. A mutated electric rabbit extremely rare. It seems Xiao Xingyu has an eye for choosing beasts that far surpasses other geniuses of his age. Xie Zhong fell silent. He knew that his son no longer had any chance of winning this battle. I can't lose. Xiao Weiyan couldn't afford to lose, not here, not now. Bearing the title of the Dragon Kingdom's first strategist's son, Xiao Weiyan had always been in the spotlight since he was a child. With his family's inherited beast-taming talent and a pair of eyes that could predict his opponent's moves, Xiao Weiyan had always stood out among his peers. Before encountering me, Xiao Weiyan had never lost a single match. There were 100,000 spectators in the arena and over 30 million viewers watching the live stream online. Moreover, many scouts from various Beastmaster guilds were watching this match closely. Among the judges was none other than the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, the Empress Shangguan Lan. To lose in such an environment would mean more than just losing honor, it would mean losing his dignity. Xiao Weiyan's mind was in turmoil, fear gripping him tightly, he was terrified of losing. Desperately he mustered every ounce of his spiritual energy. The Hellfire Blue Flame beast once again raised its 6 massive arms, forming a blood-red vortex above its head. This was Xiao Weiyan's final attempt at resistance. I lifted my hand and pointed downward with a light tap. A descent. The commentator, now in an ecstatic state, continued with a raspy yet fervent voice. 3 Hellfire Lotuses descend from the sky, striking the Hellfire Blue Flame beast from 3 different angles. The Hellfire Blue Flame beast has nowhere to escape. This will be Xiao Xingyu's defining moment, a battle that will cement his legend, the Hellfire Lotus Triangular Strike. This is the true purpose of a commentator, not only to narrate the battle but to also throw in some creative names for the moves. The blood-red vortex couldn't withstand the pressure of the 3 Hellfire Lotuses and instantly dissipated into nothingness. With 100,000 eyes watching, the 3 Hellfire Lotuses exploded simultaneously. The resulting fiery shockwaves swept across the arena like waves, leaving everyone in the audience stunned by the intense heat that seemed to wash over them.
This kind of impact that reaches deep into the human soul is no longer just about Beastmaster techniques. It's an art form. The commentator's eyes welled with tears as he used his expertise to express the greatness of my performance. When the smoke finally cleared, the arena had turned into a sea of black flames. The Hellfire blue flame beast was severely injured, automatically reverting from its berserk beastman form. Its entire body was charred by the flames, its 3 heads foaming at the mouth, smoke billowing from its jaws. As it fell unconscious, Xiao Xingyu knelt amidst the ruins, his knees cut by sharp stones, staining his clothes with blood. But compared to the slight pain of bleeding, the shame of losing his dignity hurt far more. Oi, lost? At that moment, Xiao Xingyu found it hard to accept the reality of his defeat. The referee blew the whistle. The match is over. The winner, Azure Dragon Academy Xiao Xingyu. For a moment, the entire stadium fell silent, followed by an overwhelming wave of cheers and thunderous applause. I stood in the midst of the burning ruins, my handsome face still wearing a calm and confident smile. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf stood proudly behind me, exuding an aura of majesty and dominance. We won. Xingyu won. Murong Shinchin was more excited than anyone else, jumping up and down in place. Murong Shinchin stood below the stage, gazing up at the tall figure on stage, her delicate features softening into a charming smile. Chen Qinian clenched his fist in quiet triumph. Xiao Xingyu, you truly live up to your name. From that moment on, my name echoed throughout the land. This boy from humble beginnings, with his move, the Hellfire Lotus Triangular Strike, had defeated the favored child of the heavens, Xiao Xingyu. Due to his exhaustion, Xiao Xingyu had to be supported off the stage by the staff. Before he left the stage, he stared at me for a long time. Xiao Xingyu, just you wait. After Xiao Xingyu was helped off the stage, I remained unfazed. Don't waste time, bring on the next one. The entire audience turned to look at Vermilion Bird Academy's preparation area. Xiao Yan and Dongfang Qing's expressions turned ashen, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Xiao Xingyu was the most talented and powerful Beastmaster among the new students of Vermilion Bird Academy this year. Now that Xiao Xingyu had fallen to me, Xiao Yan and Dongfang Qing didn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. The headmaster of Vermilion Bird Academy, Gu Nansheng, wore a cold expression. Our academy can lose a match, but we cannot lose our dignity. Gu Nansheng walked over to Xiao Yan and, in a tone that left no room for argument, said, "As Xiao Yan, it's your turn to go up." According to the competition rules, since Xiao Xingyu had lost his match, I became the one defending the stage. Vermilion Bird Academy had to send their next contestant to challenge me. Panic-stricken, Xiao Yan's face was helplessness. A headmaster, if my brother couldn't defeat Xiao Xingyu, what's the point of me going up? It'll be like handing him the victory. Xiao Yan kept retreating, and Dongfang Qing beside her was also having second thoughts. Gu Nansheng reminded her, "Xiao Yan, your father is watching from the judging panel. Whether you go up or not is your choice." Xiao Yan looked up and felt a shiver run down her spine. From the judging panel, Xia Zhong's expression was as cold as if it had been soaked in the Arctic Ocean, exuding a chilling aura. Fine, I'll go up." Xiao Yan took trembling steps onto the stage. Watching Xiao Wei's sister being forced into the ring, I let out a cold smile. As Xiao Yan, I hold no personal grudge against you. But just as Xiao Yan started to relax, I continued, my gaze growing colder. But 6 Jean is my person. Since you've crossed her, I'll give you a lesson on her behalf. Xiao Yan froze. A 6 Jin? Murong Shinchin. Realizing that a 6 Jin referred to her enemy Murong Shinchin, Xiao Yan's face turned pale. After regaining her composure, Xiao Yan approached me, lowering her voice. Xiao Xingyu, my father is the one sitting on the judging panel. If you deliberately make a mistake and lose to me, I guarantee you'll live a life of wealth and privilege. I smiled slightly. Xiao Yan, are you trying to bribe me? Xiao Yan smiled confidently, flipping her hair to reveal her charm. Yes, I'm bribing you. If you're willing to lose to me, you can become a friend of the Xie family. Compared to our family's connections, what does the Murong family even matter? At this moment, Xiao Yan was certain that I would choose the Xie family over the Murong family. After all, Xie Zhong's status was second only to the highest, and the Xie family's power and influence far surpassed that of the Murong family.
Have you made up your mind, Xiao Xingyu? Yes, I have. I'll crush you. I said the harshest words in the calmest tone. Xiao Yan recoiled in shock, realizing she would soon face my wrath. At this moment, under the gaze of the entire nation, I had already defeated Xiao Weian, the son of Dragon Kingdom's top military strategist. Now, I was forcing his sister, Xiao Yan, onto the stage to fight me. For the sake of avenging 6 Jin, I was determined to crush her. Yet, when the match began, I stood perfectly still, not moving a muscle. The Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf sat beside me, matching my demeanor, lazy and relaxed, showing no intention of attacking. The match had officially started, and Xiao Yan, with every nerve on edge, noticed I wasn't moving. She dared not move either, her mind full of doubts. Why isn't he attacking like he did when he fought my brother? Could he be intimidated by the Xie family, planning to deliberately lose to me to curry favor? No, it can't be. When he said he'd crush me, he was clearly serious. The moment a strong opponent stands on the stage, even the slightest movement, or lack thereof, can trigger a psychological storm in the weaker party. Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the weaker side. Even if I so much as blinked or raised an eyebrow, it would cause her immense anxiety, leading her to overthink my every move. No, I can't just drag this out. Even if I lose, I must lose with dignity. Water-type beasts naturally counter fire-type beasts. If I can just last 3 rounds, I won't disgrace the Xie family or Vermilion Bird Academy. Xiao Yan lowered her expectations to the bare minimum. She just wanted to survive 3 rounds against me. The two have been in a standoff for over 5 minutes now, with Xiao Xingyu remaining still. But from Xiao Yan's expression, it seems like she's about to crack. Audience, I was right, Xiao Yan has made the first move. All eyes turned to Xiao Yan. She channeled her spiritual energy, a flash of venomous intent appearing in her eyes. Her beast, the torrential night peacock, resonated with its master, letting out a sharp cry. Its tail feathers spread wide, instantly unleashing a violent torrent of water. The water swirled in the air, resembling a waterfall cascading off a cliff, crashing down toward the Hell Shadow Ghostwolf. I slowly opened my eyes, which had been closed in meditation, and coldly uttered a command. Infernal Blaze Claw. The laziness in the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf's eyes vanished in an instant. It raised its massive, razor-sharp right paw and slashed forward. The claw, engulfed in hellfire and infused with terrifying demonic power, tore through space, shredding the torrent from the torrential night peacock as if it were nothing, obliterating it with ease. The sound of flesh being torn apart by the wolf's claws sent chills down the spines of the spectators. Under the cameraman's close-up, the torrential night peacock crashed heavily to the ground, its blood-soaked feathers scattering in all directions. Its body was a mangled mess, with wounds shaped like wolf claws. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The announcer was stunned for a moment before breaking the silence. Defeated in 1 strike? Just 1 move, ignoring type advantage, and the torrential night peacock, in peak condition, was instantly taken down. Incredible, unbelievable. The announcer voiced what everyone was thinking. No one could believe their eyes. Everyone knew that in my battle with Xiao Weian, I had won, but the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf had expended a great deal of energy. With the added factor of type disadvantage, it should have taken the torrential night peacock at least a round or 2 to fall. But with just 1 infernal blaze claw, the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf had annihilated the beast that Xiao Yan had painstakingly raised over the years. Xiao Yan stood frozen on the stage, staring in shock at the fallen, unconscious torrential night peacock. Her eyes were wide and her lips trembled. This can't be happening. I couldn't even last a single round. The announcer gently reminded her, Xiao Yan, according to the rules, you can still summon a second beast. In this competition, there was no limit to the number of beasts a contestant could summon. Xiao Yan forced a bitter smile, her voice filled with sourness and resignation. Y concede. The referee blew the whistle. The match is over. Azure Dragon Academy's Xiao Xingyu has successfully defended the stage. Applause and cheers once again erupted from the audience. As Xiao Yan stepped down from the stage, she glanced at me one last time. You're a terrifying monster. Though harsh, Xiao Yan's words aptly described me. She was smart enough to know that surrendering, while controversial and likely to be criticized as cowardly, was better than summoning a second or even third beast only to have them all taken down in one hit. That would be even more humiliating.
The next challenger, please step up.
Reluctantly, Dongfang Qing stepped onto the stage. He was the last contestant from Vermilion Bird Academy. Whoever won between us would secure the championship for their academy in this year's Supernova Tournament. But for the audience, the outcome seemed inevitable before the match even began. Given the talent and strength I had shown by defeating Xia Weian and instantly overpowering Xia Lian, taking down Dongfang Qing was just a formality. At this moment, the final match hadn't even started, yet the crowd was already chanting in unison.
A champion Xiao Xingyu! A champion Xiao Xingyu! A champion Xiao Xingyu!
For Dongfang Qing, those chants were like ominous hymns from the underworld, making his legs tremble. Losing isn't the worst thing, but I can't forfeit without even trying. For the dignity of Vermilion Bird Academy, I can't back down. Dongfang Qing kept repeating these thoughts to himself, trying to bolster his courage. The referee blew the whistle to start the match, and the tension rose once more. Gritting his teeth and steeling his nerves, Dongfang Qing activated his beast mark, summoning 3 beasts simultaneously. From this, it was clear he wasn't fighting to win but rather to lose with some semblance of dignity. I channeled my spiritual energy, and the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf let out a howl that echoed through the sky. A new layer of solar flame armor covered its body, and the demonic energy within it expanded with every heavy breath. Dongfang Qing was terrified. Behind the Hell Shadow Ghost Wolf, he saw a massive gate of black flames open. From within, countless skeletal arms reached out. Of course, it was all just an illusion, a manifestation of the demonic energy. Thud! Dongfang Qing collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat.
E.
After stuttering for a while, he finally muttered in a weak voice, "I surrender." As soon as Dongfang Qing admitted defeat, the referee blew the whistle to end the match. With a strong, resonant voice, the referee announced, the champion of this year's Supernova Tournament is
Azure Dragon Academy.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire arena erupted in cheers. Murong Shinchin rushed onto the stage and gave me a huge bear hug.
Xiao Xingyu, you really made me proud.
Woohoo! He screamed, spinning me around in circles. Chen Qinian and Murong Shinchin also joined us on stage, celebrating the joy of victory together. Down below, Su Ruyan, the headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy, clapped along with the audience, her eyes filled with pride as she gazed at my youthful face.
You, this boy?
Su Ruyan started to speak but seemed to struggle to find the right words to describe this incredible young man. She settled for clapping heartily, her eyes reflecting not only pride but also a deep, almost maternal affection that was difficult to understand. The announcer, gripping his microphone, shouted excitedly, "This year's Supernova Tournament has concluded. Congratulations to Azure Dragon Academy for winning the championship." The outcome had been decided, the champion crowned, and naturally, there were those who rejoiced and those who were dismayed. Sitting in the rest area beneath the stage, Xia Weian smashed the glass of the nearby vending machine with a punch, his face full of resentment and frustration. Xia Lian stood beside her brother, unable to say a word, occasionally stealing glances at Murong Shinchin on the stage.
A6 Jean, we won the championship.
I know.
We won, so why are you still so calm?
Murong Shinchin's temperament was always like this, even with Azure Dragon Academy winning the championship, her expression remained largely unchanged. Suddenly, I opened my arms and wrapped them around Murong Shinchin's slender waist.
What are you doing?
For the first time, Murong Shinchin stammered, her expression becoming awkward. Of course, we're celebrating our victory. I spun around in place, holding her tightly.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing? Put me down.
A6 Jean, this is Azure Dragon Academy's moment of glory. Don't just stand there with a serious face, get
excited. Oh.
As I whirled around with Murong Shinchin, Murong Yangshuo joined in on the fun, rather than stopping us. Spinning along with us. Sitting in the judges' seats, Shangguan Lan watched all of this unfold, her lips curving into a rare, genuine smile. This is the energy of youth. At this age, they should be this wild and carefree. But for Xia Lian, these scenes felt like a deep sting. Watching me twirl Murong Shinchin around, she experienced a sudden surge of jealousy. Back then, that bonewing but beast cub didn't choose me, but her instead. And now, why is it that such an outstanding man circles around her but won't even look at me? Failing to measure up only fueled her burning jealousy. Xiao Yan found herself caught in a vicious cycle of self-torment, always believing she was better than Murong Shinchin, but watching as Murong Shinchin obtained everything she couldn't, whether it was the bonewing bat beast or me. 5 minutes later, the award ceremony began. On the stage, cannons fired and streamers flew through the air. The Dragon Kingdom's Empress, Shangguan personally presented the championship medals to the 3 competitors from Azure Dragon Academy, finally handing over the heavy championship trophy to me. At that moment, the cheers from the crowd reached a fever pitch, loud enough to be heard across the entire city. Major online media outlets scrambled to cover the news, and my name shot to the top of national trending topics. As I accepted the championship trophy from Shangguan, my emotions were a mix of triumph and apprehension. Memories of that dangerous encounter on the boundless sea, where I narrowly escaped being hunted down by Shangguan, were still fresh in my mind. If it hadn't been for the dragon's tear, I wouldn't have survived to accept this Supernova Tournament championship trophy from her today. Shangguan raised her hand and patted me on the shoulder. You are a promising young talent. I have high hopes for you. Those simple 8 words catapulted me into the national spotlight. At that moment, everyone in the country knew that the Empress herself had taken notice of a grassroots genius with no background or connections. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan was consumed by jealousy and rage, like a volcano ready to erupt, gradually losing his grip on reason. Just as Xiao Yan's emotions were on the verge of collapse, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. A father. Xiao Yan looked up to see Xia Zhong standing beside him, his expression severe and cold. Seeing his father's stern and emotionless face, Xiao Yan lowered his head, a look of desolate resignation settling over him, as if a layer of fallen autumn leaves had draped over his face, a scene that carried a poignant sense of melancholy. What's truly frightening isn't losing the match, but losing your fighting spirit. Father, that Xiao Xingyu's strength far exceeded my expectations. I was too careless, as Xiao Yan said, his voice tinged with regret. Xia Zhong smiled slightly and remarked, even if you hadn't been careless, you still wouldn't have been his match. Xiao Yan wanted to argue, but he hesitated, knowing deep down that his father was right. Just considering those 3 simultaneous Hellfire lotuses, even if given 100 chances to prepare in advance, he wouldn't have been able to counter them. At the same time, a system notification sounded in my mind. Oding tilde. A congratulations to the host. Achievement unlocked, Supernova Tournament Champion. Achievement rewards, 1 Attribute Fusion Crystal plus Bloodline Upgrade Crystal. These 2 treasures were exactly what I needed. The Attribute Fusion Crystal can be used to integrate other attributes into my beasts. I'll hold onto it for now and find the right moment to use it on Freya. The Bloodline Upgrade Crystal can enhance the quality of a beast's bloodline. It'll be perfect for Hafing. I had already planned how to use these treasures. When the time was right, they would be used on the Holy Light Angel Beast and the Hellish Netherwolf, respectively. Just then, talent scouts from various Beastmaster guilds swarmed around, handing out business cards. Xiao Xingyu, I'm a scout from the Chonyu Guild. Can we exchange contact information? I'm a scout from the Ice Soul Guild. Are you interested in joining us? A handsome Xiao, 2/3 of our Jinyu Guild members are beautiful women, and even our guild master is a stunning beauty. With my victory, I became the object of desire for all these top Beastmaster guilds. In this era, the most precious resource is talent. Even though I was only a 2-star Beastmaster, my potential was so enticing that it left them drooling. No one doubted that if given 5 years to grow, this boy would undoubtedly become one of the top Beastmasters in the Dragon Kingdom. The setting sun hung in the sky like a jade plate, casting its golden light on my handsome face. I stood in the center of the podium, holding the championship trophy high with one hand, politely declining every scout's offer. Chun Chinian smiled and asked, Xiao Xingyu, those guilds that just extended an olive branch are all within the top 50 Beastmaster guilds in the country. You turned them all down just like that? I placed the trophy in Chun Chinian's hands. Director Chen, don't forget, I'm the specially appointed pharmacist for the Sky Guild. I can't betray them. Are you sure about that? The guilds that approached you just now are far superior to the Sky Guild in terms of strength, wealth, and reputation. I shook my head firmly. I've thought it through, and I won't regret my decision. The Sky Guild holds a special place in my heart. The guild master, Qin Longyue's daughter, Qin Yanran, is my sworn sister. Qin Yanran's aunt, Lu Yu, who is also the vice guild master, treats me very well too. That evening Su Ruyan, the headmaster of Azure Dragon Academy, booked a luxurious private room at a high-end venue. Inside the private room, Su Ruyan called over a waiter and ordered an expensive bottle of red wine. Pour some for these 3 kids, she instructed. The waiter deftly poured wine for me and the Murong siblings. Chun Chinian whispered a reminder, Headmaster, you know we have school regulations. What school regulations? Su Ruyan asked casually. You must have forgotten, according to school regulation number 95, students participating in external competitions are prohibited from drinking alcohol during the events. Su Ruyan took a sip of her wine and then ordered, what a ridiculous rule. Change it. Chun Chinian softly reminded her, this regulation, you were the one who personally wrote it. Go back and inform the discipline department to remove this rule. Chun Chinian's smile became stiff and sweat appeared on his forehead. Yes, you're the principal, whatever you say goes. Since the principal was sitting right across from us, Murong siblings and I were particularly well behaved, like little kindergartners with our hands behind our backs, sitting up straight, with clear eyes tinged with a hint of naivety. All right, you 3, don't be so stiff. Drink up. Despite Su Ruyan's encouragement, the 3 of us remained upright and cautious, too nervous to pick up our glasses. Chun Chinian quipped from the side, considering you are the principal, it's understandable the kids are feeling tense. Su Ruyan then removed the badge from her chest, which signified her position as the principal of Azure Dragon Academy. You 3 listen up. At least here, in this private room, on this championship night, I am not the principal. Right now, I'm just an older sister who wants to celebrate this championship victory with you, so don't be so stiff. Xiao Xingyu, you start. Su Ruyan got up and sat next to me. The principal. You're the biggest contributor to this victory. Don't be so stiff, and don't think of me as the principal. Just relax. Okay. Feeling relaxed? Yes. Anything you want to say? Look at those legs. Uft. My word shocked everyone. Chun Chinian spat out his tea, spraying at 5 meters. The Murong siblings stared at me with a look that could only be described as witnessing utter stupidity. Seeing Su Ruyan's face darken, I hurriedly tried to explain. Principal, you were the one who told me not to think of you as the principal and to relax, so I just... Yangshua 6 Jin, come on, help me out here. Murong Yangshua said, Principal, I don't know Xiao Xingyu that well. Saying something like look at those legs is beyond me. I need to use the restroom. Murong Shinchin added, I left the gas on at home, I need to step out. I then turned to Chun Chinian. Chun Chinian replied, the signal is bad here, hold on. Seeing Chun Chinian pretending to make a phone call as he walked out of the room, I was almost in tears. You 3, your excuses are getting worse and worse. Now, only Su Ruyan and I remained in the room. I wished I could find a hole to crawl into. Su Ruyan leaned in close to my ear, her bright red lips brushing against my ear. You really want to see my legs, huh? Principal, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Su Ruyan lifted her skirt slightly, revealing her snow-white, round, and beautifully long legs. I glanced at her leg for just a second, but it was enough to make my blood boil. I never would have guessed that even at over 30, the principal's skin is so well maintained, with thighs so smooth and fair. Su Ruyan's voice carried a hint of allure. A kid, you've seen my legs, consider it your reward for bringing the championship trophy to Azure Dragon Academy in this year's Supernova Tournament. No need to thank me, Principal. As a member of Azure Dragon Academy, it's what I should do. Raise your glass. I obediently lifted my glass, my face flushing bright red. Su Ruyan clinked her glass with mine. Xiao Xingyu, among your peers, your talent is the best I've ever seen, bar none.
Thank you for your praise, Principal. If you can pass the 4-star Beastmaster exam by the end of this semester, I'll give you an additional reward. What kind of reward? My interest was piqued. Su Ruyan had drunk quite a bit tonight. The usual pressure she exerted was gone and her eyes gleamed seductively as she looked at me. The additional reward is that you won't just be able to look at my legs, you'll be able to touch them too.
Oh well,
The redness that had just left my face returned with full force. With just the two of us in the room, the atmosphere became quite intimate. Principal, you're joking, right? I'm not joking. As long as you pass the 4-star Beastmaster exam by the end of this semester, you can touch them. I replied earnestly, Principal, I'll make sure to pass the 4-star Beastmaster exam by the end of this semester. Su Ruyan gave a satisfied smile. But let me clarify, it's not because I want to touch your thigh. I just want to get stronger quickly to bring more honor to Azure Dragon Academy.
Good, I believe in you.
We clinked glasses and downed the rest of our drinks. Under the influence of alcohol, my thoughts began to wander, though I still retained a sliver of rationality. There are only 3 months left in this semester. I'm only a 2-star Beastmaster now, and I need to advance 2 more ranks to pass the 4-star exam. 3 months is too short. But I've already made a promise to the principal, so I have no choice but to try my best. A knock sounded at the door. Su Ruyan said, "Come in." A cold-looking woman with long hair walked into the room, a gold token hanging from her waist. Mr. Xiao, the Empress requests your presence at the palace for a meeting. At that moment, I had just won the championship in the Supernova Tournament, and now the Empress was summoning me late at night. She wanted me to join the Earth Soul organization, which she personally founded. Anyone who joins this organization is considered the Empress's confidant. However, the death rate within it is over 90%. And it would mean working directly under the terrifying figure of Shangguan Lan. But just as I pondered for a second, Shangguan Lan's cold and slightly impatient voice broke the silence. How long do you plan to stand there dazing before you answer this Empress's question? Your Majesty, first of all, thank you for your favor and trust. From the way you're talking, it sounds like you're about to reject me and give me the good person card.
Aren't you?
Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming pressure. The pressure came from the aura exuded by Shangguan Lan. The power of the dragon. I had encountered Shangguan Lan before on the ocean while in the guise of the black robe. The aura she exuded when she transformed into a black dragon was the same as what I felt now. This power is elusive, colorless, odorless, yet it can bring a devastating spiritual pressure to any being. In just 3 seconds, my face turned pale and my clothes were soaked with sweat. Your Majesty. Shangguan Lan smilet serenely.
Have you come to your senses?
I have. I'm willing to accept the 4th option. I was forced to make this decision, a temporary measure out of sheer helplessness. Shangguan Lan revealed an expression of approval, personally helping me to stand up from my kneeling position. To be able to be so close to the Empress, even to have physical contact, across the entire nation, only I had this privilege. You're a smart one, making the right choice.
Internally, I was grumbling, choice?
Did I even have one? I'll bide my time for now, but one day I'll make sure to bring you down to your knees. Given my current strength, I couldn't afford to defy someone of Shangguan Lan's caliber. But as I thought about it more, my frown relaxed. Serving the Empress might be as dangerous as serving a tiger, but it's not without its benefits. If I can earn Shangguan Lan's trust and get a chance to join the Imperial Soul Organization, then someday I might even replace Xie Zhong and become the most trusted person by her side. At that point, Xiao Xingyu would be second only to the Empress in Dragon Kingdom. And with the identity of the black robe, one day, I'll be able to bring this Empress down from her throne. Ambition stirred within me, and my demon god's eye shifted past Shangguan Lan, settling on that dragon throne. Shangguan Lan, who had encountered countless people, couldn't see through the heart of the boy standing before her. This boy is different from anyone else. There's something special about him, something pure and clean. At this moment, I was plotting how to seize power and overthrow the Empress. But Shangguan Lan was beginning to feel an inexplicable sense of affection for me. This affection wasn't just a fleeting emotion, it felt more like a destiny-bound connection. In the midst of it all, there seemed to be an unbreakable link between us. Your Majesty, is there anything else you need?
I just wanted to leave Night Orchid Palace as soon as possible. The longer I stayed in Shangguan Land's presence, the more my fear and unease would grow. Wait a moment. Shangguan Lan had no intention of letting me leave. Instead, she summoned her spiritual energy. Sensing Shangguan Lan's energy, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from outside the hall. Whoosh! A shadow streaked past me. As I focused my gaze, I saw that beside Shangguan Lan a beast had appeared. A dragon's head, a deer's body, snake's scales, horse's hooves, this is a Qilin-class beast. Throughout the long history of Beastmaster civilization, the bloodlines of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins have stood at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The pure-blooded dragon lineage became extinct during the dragon-slaying wars 200 years ago forever, remaining in the dust of history. Currently, in the Dragon Kingdom, among the three great bloodlines, only the Phoenix and Qilin remain. One of the four great Beastmaster families, the Yi family, excels at controlling Phoenix-type beasts. For instance, the second-year prodigy of Azure Dragon Academy, Yi Bingning, who is also Yi Shiming's older sister, has contracted a Phoenix-type beast. The head of the Yi family, Yi Patian, commands a beast of divine stature, the Scorching Heaven Divine Phoenix, which is the pinnacle of power among Phoenix-type beasts. As for the Qilin bloodline, these beasts are also known as the royal beasts. This is because the Qilin is the beast that Shangguan Lan, the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom, is most skilled at controlling. I had heard that ever since Shangguan Lan became the Empress, she had contracted over 100 Qilin-type beasts. At this moment, the Qilin by Shangguan Lan's side is of a relatively low level, probably a newly born cub. I observed closely, deeply fascinated by the appearance of this Qilin. The Qilin was a deep blue all over, with blue currents of electricity running through its scales. A diamond-shaped gem was embedded in the Qilin's forehead. Not to mention its bloodline and talents, this Qilin was exceedingly handsome, with looks that could captivate any Beastmaster. I activated the Demon God's Eye, and the data panel became fully visible. Level * complete form Tier 1. Bloodline * Qilin bloodline, Divine Phantom quality. Talent 1 * lightning sensitivity, in thunderstorms, all attributes like attack, defense, and agility triple. Talent 2 * thunder flash mark, after marking an enemy with lightning, it can instantly teleport behind the enemy. Talent 3, not yet activated, activation condition, breakthrough to transcendent form bloodthirsty. Divine Thunder converts its own blood into crimson lightning, causing confusion in the enemy's mind. Talent 4, not yet activated, activation condition, breakthrough to transcendent form thunder. Purification uses heavenly thunder to cleanse itself and allies, removing negative effects such as burns, poison, and slow. Attribute * lightning healing. Loyalty * 30. Skills * Thunderous Wrath roars to the heavens, summoning 18 bolts of thunder that cause explosive damage in an area. The number of thunderbolts increases with power. Lightning Chain swings its tail, releasing a lightning chain to immobilize enemy units. Awakening skill * not yet activated. Evolution path * Thunder Jade Qilin Thunder Fury Qilin Beast Thunderstorm Qilin King Purple. Heaven Thunder Qilin Emperor. Habits and preferences * enjoys rain, gnawing. I quickly skimmed through the extensive data panel, feeling deeply impressed. And no wonder the Qilin lineage is three great bloodlines, its stats are so comprehensive with almost no weaknesses. The Thunder Jade Qilin sat beside Shangguan Lan, sticking out its tongue with a playful smile. Shangguan Lan gently stroked the Thunder Jade Qilin's head and looked at me. Do you like it? I asked, do you like this beast? I answered truthfully, I don't think there's any Beastmaster in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could resist the allure of a Qilin-type beast. If you like it, this beast is yours, the Empress said. I thought I had misheard her, my face full of shock. Qilin-type beasts are royal beasts, meant only for Shangguan Lan and her daughter, the Dragon Kingdom's Princess Shangguan Qian to command. Shangguan Lan's smile carried a deeper meaning. Xiao Xingyu, this beast won't be given to you for free. You need to fulfill one condition. In next month's Supernova trial, you must take on an S-level trial mission and complete it. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and this saying was proven true in my case. Shangguan Lan didn't intend to simply reward me with the Thunder Jade Qilin, instead she added a prerequisite. The Supernova Trial is a test specifically designed for the participants of each Supernova competition. The difficulty of the trials is divided into 4 levels, ranked from lowest to highest as C, B, A, and S. Usually, most participants choose B-level trial missions. For past Supernova competition champions, the difficulty increases and they usually select A-level trial missions. I consulted with Chun-Chinian about this. In the history of the Supernova Trial, only 8 participants have chosen S-level trial missions. Out of these, 6 failed to complete the mission. Only 2 barely passed the S-level trial mission. Judging by probability alone, it's clear how terrifyingly difficult the S-level trial mission is. Because of this, the S-level mission is also known in popular culture as the Hell mission, and only fools who overestimate their abilities would attempt it. I lowered my head in thought, but Shangguan Lan interrupted my contemplation. Is the S-level mission too difficult for you? I understand that the Empress wants to test my potential to see if I'm truly capable of becoming a candidate for the Emperor's Soul Organization. Shangguan Lan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. You're indeed smart. Winning the Supernova competition alone is too small a sample size to judge my potential. Moreover, the essence of a competition is a confrontation between Beastmasters, not a real battlefield. The Supernova Trial, on the other hand, is the real battlefield, where no matter the level of the mission, the trial participants face bloodthirsty and ferocious monsters. Only through such a brutal trial can a Beastmaster's true potential be revealed. Empress, I will choose the S-level mission in the Supernova Trial 1 month from now. Very well. I hope you don't disappoint me. Shangguan Lan had never placed such importance on someone so young before. What plans she truly had in mind were known to no one. It's late. You may leave now. Feeling relieved, I bowed to Shangguan Lan and turned to leave the palace hall. Just as I reached the door, Shangguan Lan's voice came from behind. Xia Weian, the genius you defeated on the arena. His father, Xia Zhong, has approached me several times, hoping that I would consider Xia Weian as a candidate for the Emperor's Soul Organization. I paused. I could easily understand Xia Zhong's intentions. The Emperor's Soul Organization is Shangguan Lan's most trusted imperial guard, as well as the entire military intelligence network of the Dragon Kingdom. As the Dragon Kingdom's chief strategist, Xia Zhong already held a high position of power. If his son could enter the Emperor's Soul Organization, the Xia family's power would rise even further. Shangguan Lan continued, I haven't agreed to Xia Zhong's proposal yet. Do you know where my thoughts lie? I turned back and bowed again to Shangguan Lan, placing my fist over my heart and speaking with resolute determination. Xiao Xingyu will never let the Empress down. When smart people converse, there's no need to spell everything out, mutual understanding is enough. As Shangguan Lan watched me leave the Night Lawn Palace, her gaze deepened and she casually moved a white chess piece on the board in front of her. Originally, the white pieces were in a losing position, but with the move of a single piece, the whole board was revitalized and the black and white pieces were evenly matched. Xiao Xingyu, I hope I haven't misjudged you. I left the Night Lawn Palace and took the royal carriage to depart from the imperial city. However, instead of returning to the 5-star hotel in Four Spirits City, I headed to the forest outskirts of the city. Standing beside me were 2 beauties, Ailu, the 9-tailed dragon fox, and Medusa, the catastrophe. Ghost Python. You two look so serious, it's making the atmosphere tense. Can you at least smile? Ailu placed her hand on the tree trunk, pinning me against it, her gaze sharp. A fool, do you not understand the saying serving a monarch is like serving a tiger? I sighed helplessly, of course I understand, but dear Lulu, in that situation, if I hadn't agreed with Shangguan Lan, she would have killed me on the spot. Ailu fell silent, she knew how Shangguan Lan operated. At that moment I had no other choice. Medusa, more composed than Ailu, spoke in a gentler tone. Master, I understand the position you were in. Agreeing with Shangguan Lan was a necessary compromise. But I must remind you, Master, that the death rate for the lower ranks of the Emperor's Soul Organization, like the Silver Priests, exceeds 90%. I dropped my playful demeanor and adopted a serious expression. Sasha, sometimes, the only way out of a deadlock is to find the hidden path to survival. Master, do you mean? I recounted the conversation I had in Night Lawn Palace. Do you two remember what Shangguan Lan said just before I left Night Lan Palace? She mentioned that Xia Zhong wanted Xia Weian to enter the Emperor's sole organization in the future. But she rejected his proposal. Medusa analyzed along the lines I had suggested. Shangguan Lan is naturally suspicious, she doesn't fully trust Xia Zhong either. Ailu added, moreover, the Xia family's power is growing and in the future, they might even break free from Shangguan Lan's control. I snapped my fingers, my bright eyes gleaming with insight. Exactly, this is the hidden path within the deadlock. Why does Shangguan Lan value me? Is it because of my talent? Yes, but that's not the whole story. I stood with my hands behind my back, bathed in moonlight, my silhouette faint and indistinct. Shangguan Lan believes that if she nurtures me, I won't form factions or engage in corruption. I'll be her devoted sword, a piece on her chessboard. This is because I, Xiao Xingyu, have no power, no influence, and my background is as clean as a blank slate. Ailu and Medusa both nodded, agreeing with my analysis. I turned to face the two beauties, a smile of ambition on my face. So long as I keep playing this role, I can slowly gain Shangguan Lan's trust until I become the person she trusts most in this world. Ailu bit her lip. You're playing with fire. I replied, no, I'm just playing with people's minds. Medusa, growing anxious, said, Master, once you start down this path, there's no turning back. If we fail, Don't worry, in this game, if you follow me, I'll lead you to victory. My voice was soft and calm, but my face still bore the youthful innocence of a boy. Medusa knelt on one knee. My life belongs to you, Master. Even if the road ahead leads to an abyss, I will follow you, even if it means falling to my death. Ailu was stunned. When did you, this snake, learn to flatter? Sasha has already made her statement. What about you, Lulu? Fine, do whatever you want. I'll always stand behind you. The three of us looked up at the bright moon, envisioning the future as our ambitions swirled in the misty forest. If I can become a king in the future, these two will be the wings of the king. All the teachers and students of Azure Dragon Academy lined the path, eagerly rushing towards me. On this day, the entire city was immersed in the joy of Azure Dragon Academy's victory. Various TV stations broadcasted our championship parade. Amid the crowd, there was a disheveled, ragged beggar. The beggar lifted his dry, messy hair, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on me as I was surrounded by the crowd. This was Wang Yan, the son of Wang Dongsheng, the former vice principal of Azure Dragon Academy. In the past, Wang Yan was expelled for violating school rules. Wang Dongsheng had sought revenge for his son but was lured and killed by me in the outskirts of the forest. Wang Yan did not know that his father was dead, thinking he was merely missing. However, due to his father's mysterious disappearance, Wang Yan was reduced to a stray dog, becoming a beggar despised by all. Xiao Xingyu. Wang Yan gritted his teeth, muttering my name. Just a few months ago, Xiao Xingyu and Wang Yan were both freshmen at Azure Dragon Academy. But times have changed, and so have the people. Xiao Xingyu won the Supernova Tournament, becoming a young hero in the eyes of Longyin City's people, and a future pillar of the nation. On the other hand, Wang Yan not only lost his student status but also his qualification as a Beastmaster, reduced to a beggar begging on the streets. The gap between them was like the difference between the heavens and the earth, impossible to bridge. Wang Yan suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning around, he was startled. A man dressed in strange attire, with his hat pulled low, smiled with purple lips. Wang Yan, son of Wang Dongsheng. Who are you? Do you know my father? The mysterious man did not answer Wang Yan's question but instead glanced at me in the crowd. It seems you harbor deep hatred for this so-called genius hero. He's no damn genius. Wang Yan clenched his fists, his anger flaring. The mysterious man left behind a business card. If you want to defeat Xiao Xingyu, come find me. Before Wang Yan could react, the mysterious man disappeared into the bustling crowd. Who was that guy? A business card. Wang Yan looked down, and when he saw the words on the card, his pupils contracted. The text on the card read, Stern Dark Abyss Beastmaster gilt Stern. After the victory parade, we returned to our daily classes. Soon after, Chen Qinian began introducing the midterm exam schedule during class. This midterm exam will take place on train No. 13. Longyin City to Huangyan City is the starting point and destination of train No.
13. The exam content: escort the train and ensure the safe delivery of military supplies to Huangyan City. As Chen Qinian explained, he used a PowerPoint presentation to assist. On the electronic screen, students could see the harsh environment of Huangyan City. Huangyan City is located on the western border of Dragon Kingdom, in the heart of the desert. Train No. 13 departs from Longyin City and takes a full 24 hours to reach Huangyan City. Chen Qinian reminded us, the train will pass through 3 danger zones along the way: the 5 Venom Gorge, Kumi Mountain, and the White Bone Abyss, where beasts will attack the train. A student timidly asked, how high are the beasts' levels? Chen Qinian cleared his throat. Gahem, there is a chance that transcendent-level beasts, or even Beast King-level beasts, might appear. The entire class turned pale with fear. Director Chen, I still want to live a few more years. I'm dropping out and no one can stop me. This isn't a midterm exam, it's a death sentence. Chen Qinian smiled slightly as the students' reactions were within his expectations. Students, don't panic. The team responsible for escorting Train No. 13 is the Skyward Guild. You are just students, and your participation in the escort is for learning and training purposes. If we do encounter high-level beasts along the way, the Skyward Guild will naturally take action. After Chen Qinian finished speaking, the students sighed in relief. After all, the Skyward Guild is the second-ranked guild in Longyin City with strong capabilities. So, all you need to do is follow the seniors from the Skyward Guild, learn from them along the way, and kill low-level beasts within your abilities. That's all. I stroked my chin, analyzing the situation in my mind. With the Skyward Guild's team around, the risk of this midterm exam isn't too high. Basically, it's just an opportunity for students to gain some experience and learn battle techniques from the seniors. By the way, since the Skyward Guild is responsible for escorting Train No. 13, that means Sister Yanan. My pocket buzzed, and when I took out my phone, I saw it was a message from Qin Yanan. Xingyu, I just got the news that your class's midterm exam is to follow our Skyward Guild and escort the military supplies on Train No. 13. I replied with a nodding emoji. Qin Yanan replied instantly. Great. We'll finally have our first chance to fight side by side. Qin Yanan was very excited about this, sending many messages in a row, with the last one inviting me to dinner tomorrow night. Why tomorrow night? Because tonight, I have something important to do, going home to spend time with my sister and Yi Shimeng. After Chen Qinian finished explaining the midterm exam details, he announced that the rest of the class would be self-study. He then called me out to the hallway outside the classroom. Director Chen, what do you need? Are you confident about next week's midterm exam? Don't worry, Director Chen. I won't let you down. Chen Qinian patted my shoulder, looking very pleased. This midterm exam has a significant advantage for me. The final stop of Train No. 13 is Huangyan City, located on the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. City Lord Zhou Xiong has already returned to Huangyan City to continue his post. Zhou Xiong and I are friends, and he once cured the shaman vine disease of the War Rhino Emperor with his miraculous medical skills. Zhou Xiong also promised to help me gather the unique magic firefly flower from the ancient glacier. Right now, I already have phoenix tail grass and the dung of a beast god-tier beast. Once I get the magic firefly flower, I'll be able to cultivate the heaven soul vine beast from its sprout form. I've made up my mind, once I get to Huangyan City, I'll ask Zhou Xiong for the magic firefly flower. Oh, right. The headmaster asked me to give you this. Chen Qinian took out a fiery red beast core and handed it to me. This is a full-form beast core from the flame lizard. It's the headmaster's gift to help the hell underworld wolf break through its current level. The image of the beautiful, wine-loving headmaster flashed through my mind. After chatting with Chen Qinian for a while, he gently reminded me, there's not much time left before school ends. After school, go home and spend time with your sister, and make sure to prepare well and rest up for next week's midterm exam. I returned to the classroom, where the other students were busy reviewing theoretical courses, but my thoughts were already at the faculty apartments. There are 5 minutes left before class ends. I'll see my sister soon. At that moment, I suddenly felt a shock and turned my head to look out the window. The aura of dragon power?
Sangunlan?
No.
This dragon power is pure and holy. It's definitely not from Shangguanlan's black dragon.
I looked out the window.
The sky, tinged with soft hues of dusk, was peaceful and serene with only a flock of white pigeons passing by. Dragon power is one of the most unique auras in the world, something ordinary people can't sense at all. Even without using the sensory abilities of the demon god's eye, I could feel the fluctuations of dragon power. This was something that seemed to be an innate talent of mine. The source of the dragon power fluctuation seems to be. I raised my gaze through the classroom window, looking up at the sky with a frown. There's nothing visible, but I can faintly sense it. Besides Shangguanlan's black dragon, could there really be another purebred dragon alive in this world? High above the clouds, at 10,000 meters altitude, a colossal figure flew over Longyin City. 9 golden claws tread the clouds. Red dragon scales shimmered in the wind. A massive dragon head broke through the mist, its mouth holding crimson gold flames, while a long scar on its fierce face added a rugged edge. From the dragon's aura, it was clear that its level surpassed that of a beast god, reaching the level of a godlayer. A godslayer level beast, as the name suggests, possesses the terrifying power to kill gods. Standing atop the head of the crimson gold dragon were a man and a woman. The man wore a brown robe, his hair slightly disheveled, with a triangular brand on his left cheek. Despite this, his handsome features could still captivate countless women. This man's demeanor exuded endless experience and hardship. But upon closer inspection, he felt like a sword sealed in a scabbard for 1,000 years. Though the blade was covered in dust, a single gust of wind could reveal its sharpness, striking fear into the hearts of those who saw it. The man's appearance was identical to the most wanted portrait on the Dragon Kingdom's bounty list. He was none other than the leader of the rebel alliance, Xiao Lian. The woman beside Xiao Lian wore a leather outfit and a catwoman mask, with long hair cascading down her back. She was Yeme, the chief commander of the rebel alliance. Regardless of the overall power of the rebel alliance, these two alone could wreak havoc on the Dragon Kingdom's naval, land, and air forces. A leader, we're over Longyin City. Xiaoyu is in Azure Dragon Academy, right in this city.
Yes, I know.
Do you want to go see him? Yeme's suggestion stirred something in Xiao Lian's heart. Xiao Lian took a deep breath, gazing down at the city beneath the clouds. His sharp eyes locked onto the teaching building of Azure Dragon Academy. At that moment, I had my head fully out the window, staring up at the sky. I couldn't see what was above the clouds. Xiao Lian's vision could only make out the outline of Azure Dragon Academy. He couldn't see my head at all. It's not yet time for me to meet him. Leader, when exactly do you plan to meet him? Xiao Lian pondered for a long time before a gentle smile appeared on his resolute and handsome face. This child is growing fast. I believe the day we meet won't be too far off. The crimson gold dragon, sensing its master's intent, accelerated its flight and instantly disappeared into the depths of the clouds. I pulled my head back from the window, resting my chin on my hand, tapping the desk with my right index finger. How strange. That dragon power fluctuation vanished in an instant. Now I can't sense any trace of it. What kind of dragon could it be? As the bell rang to signal the end of class, I cast aside my random thoughts, grabbed my backpack and dashed out of the classroom, heading back to the faculty apartments. I sprinted all the way, so eager to see my sister that I didn't even wait for the elevator, instead running up the stairs 2 at a time. Hearing the knock on the door, Xiao Ruoxue, who was cooking in the kitchen, shouted, "Meng Meng, go open." The door opened, and when Yi Shimeng saw who was standing there, she immediately beamed with joy and threw herself at me.
A brother.
Yi Shimeng clung to me like a koala, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck.
Meng Meng, I'm back.
I gently removed the human koala from my arms, affectionately stroking her twin ponytails. Brother, you've been away from home for half a month.
I missed you so much. Every day, Sister Ruoxue and I would watch the Supernova Tournament on TV.
Brother, you were so cool on the arena stage. When Meng Meng grows up, she wants to marry someone as amazing as you. I playfully pinched Yi Shimeng's chubby cheeks. Meng Meng, you're still young. Besides, your brother isn't interested in lolas. I like older women. What's so great about older women?
Whatever they have, Meng Meng has too.
Yi Shimeng pouted, looking down at her large chest with a pouty expression. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe Yi Shimeng as a lowly with a large bust. Although she had a youthful face, her figure could rival that of any mature woman. Xiao Ruoxue walked out of the kitchen, holding the last dish.
Meng, come help with the dishes.
Yi Shimeng took the plate from Xiao Ruoxue and placed it on the dining table, then began setting out the dishes and utensils. I could no longer contain my excitement. With a quick step, I rushed forward and enveloped Xiao Ruoxue's slender figure in a tight embrace.
Sis, I missed you so much.
As I held Xiao Ruoxue, my grip gradually tightened, and I buried my face in her fragrant hair as if trying to merge her into my very being.
Xiaoyu, I missed you too.
From childhood, my sister and I had relied on each other. This was the first time we had been apart for half a month since I left for Xiling City to participate in the Supernova Tournament. This heartfelt hug between the siblings had a sweetness akin to the joy of reuniting after a long absence. The embrace was a brief moment of warmth, after which we all sat down to eat. At the dining table, Yi Shimeng wasn't just gobbling down food, she kept using her slightly chubby hands to serve me food.
Brother, you need to eat more, you've lost weight.
I had indeed lost some weight, but it wasn't due to the Supernova Tournament. Rather, it was because of the nighttime battle at the naval headquarters as the Black Robe. In that battle, I consumed 2 dragon spirit pills, exhausting both my physical and spiritual energy. In the end, I was chased by Shangguan Lan and only narrowly escaped death thanks to the dragon's tear. Fortunately, during the days I was unconscious, Ailu and Medusa fed me plenty of magical beast milk. To Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Shimeng, it just seemed like I had lost some weight, but my spirits appeared to be high and full of energy.
Sis, did you and Meng watch the live broadcast?
Of course we did. Xiaoyu, your performance was outstanding, you won the championship and brought glory to Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Ruoxue looked at her brother with a face full of affection, personally serving him soup. For her, as long as her brother could grow up safe and sound, she would be completely satisfied. After finishing my 4th bowl of rice, something suddenly came to mind. Oh right, sis, this time next week, I'll have to leave town again. Xiao Ruoxue's smile froze, and her eyes showed a hint of loneliness.
What? You have to leave again?
I took hold of my sister's soft hand and explained helplessly, I just got back and I really want to spend more time with you, but next week is midterm exams. After hearing my explanation, Xiao Ruoxue looked worried. Escorting train no. 13 to Huangyan City? That's a city on the western border of the Dragon Kingdom. The environment along the way is harsh and you'll encounter many magical beasts.
Sis, don't worry, I'll come back safely.
Late at night, Yi Shimeng had fallen asleep on the sofa, still hugging the teddy bear I bought her. This girl, sleeping on the sofa again. Not wanting to wake her, I fetched a quilt, covered her with it, and placed a comfortable pillow under her head. Brother, I want to become a real Beastmaster too. I want to go to a Beastmaster Academy. I froze in place, clearly hearing Yi Shimeng sleep-talking. The reason Yi Shimeng couldn't become a real Beastmaster was because she suffered from a fear of magical beasts, something I was well aware of. This condition was both a mental and physical ailment, just seeing a magical beast would cause her to faint on the spot, and no Beastmaster Academy would accept a student with such a problem. Meng, after my midterm exams, I'll find the time to cure your fear of magical beasts. I'll make sure you can enroll in Azure Dragon Academy and become a true Beastmaster. I crouched by the sofa, whispering as I gently stroked Yi Shimeng's little face.
Xiaoyu, I've tidied up your room. You should go to bed.
I turned around, and there stood Xiao Ruoxue, dressed in a silk nightgown. Xiao Ruoxue's figure was the epitome of curves, full breasts, a slender waist, and a perky backside. Sis.
What is it?
Can I sleep with you tonight like we used to when we were kids?
What did you just say? Say it again.
Xiao Ruoxue thought she had misheard. I rarely showed such a shy expression, my voice faint. Sis, can I sleep with you tonight? The atmosphere grew awkward and a bit ambiguous. Just when I thought my sister might be angry, Xiao Ruoxue giggled softly, her voice as gentle as water.
Xiaoyu, what brought this on all of a sudden?
Sis, ever since we were kids, we've always slept together.
It's our normal routine, so how could it be sudden? I was telling the truth because, since we had no parents, my sister and I had always relied on each other. With my sister's meager income from her job, we could only afford a one-room apartment. So, for the past decade or so, I had no choice but to share a bed with Xiao Ruoxue. Xiaoyu, you're right, but now our conditions have improved. The family apartment has a master bedroom and a guest bedroom, so we have enough rooms to sleep separately. I was determined, so I threw myself into Xiao Ruoxue's arms, acting cute. Sis, please, I want to sleep with you, or I'll have nightmares. Xiao Ruoxue rolled her eyes and gave me a playful flick on the forehead, filled with affection. Ailu! You're not a 6-year-old kid anymore, still clinging to your sister and acting cute? It won't work, go. Sleep in your own room. Sis, I want to sleep with you. I was persistent, sticking to my guns. Under my relentless pleading, Xiao Ruoxue had no choice but to give in. Besides her soft-hearted nature, there was also an external factor. Tonight, Longyin City was hit by another storm, with rain mixed with snow, and the temperature had dropped sharply. My room didn't have heating and the windows were drafty. Xiao Ruoxue couldn't bear to let her brother suffer in the cold, so she reluctantly agreed to my unreasonable request. As for Yi Shimeng, she was sound asleep on the sofa in the living room. The living room had heating, so this adorable, busta loli wouldn't freeze. Sis, I'm coming. After washing up, I tiptoed into Xiao Ruoxue's room and jumped onto the bed like a nimble rabbit. Xiaoyu, be gentle. You almost bounced me off the bed. Xiao Ruoxue chuckled, a trace of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. Over a decade ago, when I was still a little rascal, Xiao Ruoxue had played the roles of both father and mother. When it was time to sleep, Xiao Ruoxue only needed one arm to hold my frail little body close. Time flies, and now I've grown into a strong and handsome young man, over 180 centimeters tall and well-built. Xiao Ruoxue sighed, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big that I can't hold you with just one arm anymore. It doesn't matter, I'll hold you, sis. I slipped under the covers and wrapped an arm around Xiao Ruoxue, pulling her close. Xiao Ruoxue's delicate body trembled for a moment, but she soon relaxed, a comforting smile appearing on her lips. Time really flies. This kid has truly grown up. After turning off the lights, the storm outside intensified, with thick snowflakes swirling in the wind. The night grew colder and deeper, but under the covers it was warm. With our body heat, my sister and I created the most comfortable sleeping environment for each other. That night, we talked a lot, reminiscing about our childhood and dreaming about the future. Sis, when I graduate, I'll be able to make a lot of money. I'll buy a villa by the sea where it's always springtime and the flowers are always in bloom. You can pick up seashells by the shore every day, and when I return after slaying countless magical beasts and earning great honors, I'll get to eat the meals you cook. What more could I ask for in this life? Every word I said came from the bottom of my heart. Xiao Ruoxue leaned against me, her smile as sweet as a blooming flower. The image is so vivid. I'm already starting to look forward to the future you're describing. In a world of chaos, the most precious thing is living a peaceful life. Countless highly ranked master beast tamers, after decades of battle, never achieved such a life. Our conversation lasted until 1 in the morning, and then the room fell quiet. I fell asleep. Before drifting off, I was the one holding Xiao Ruoxue. But after I fell asleep, everything seemed to return to how it was 10 years ago. I curled up my 180 centimeters tall body and nestled into Xiao Ruoxue's embrace. The next morning, Xiao Ruoxue was the first to wake up. Seeing me snoring lightly in her arms, her expression turned dazed. And then she softly chuckled. It's been so long since I slept with this boy. This feeling is both familiar and strange. Xiao Ruoxue didn't rush to get up. Instead, she lifted her smooth, white jade hand, her fingertips tracing over my brow bone and then down my prominent nose bridge. The way a sister looks at her brother always overflows with endless affection. Just then, it seemed like I was sleepwalking and I kicked the blanket away. I wasn't wearing pajamas while I slept, just a pair of large shorts. Xiao Ruoxue instinctively glanced where she shouldn't have and immediately blushed. So Xiaoyu really has grown up. Given my age, I was at that awkward adolescent stage, and the morning brought with it certain natural reactions. It really wasn't appropriate for me to sleep with my sister anymore, otherwise, we'd end up in embarrassing situations like this one. Xiao Ruoxue touched her flushed cheeks, quickly getting out of bed. She washed her face with cold water 8 times before she calmed down.
Xiao, breakfast is ready.
15 minutes later, the aroma coming from the kitchen stirred me awake. I flipped out of bed like a sparrow, heading straight for the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, I suddenly remembered something and immediately locked the bathroom door. Activated my space ring. It's been a while since I checked on the growth of the celestial soul vine beast. I haven't seen it since I last fertilized it. I wonder how it's doing now. I muttered to myself as I retrieved a flower pot from the space ring.
Oh whoa, it's growing way too fast.
I held the flower pot in my hands, stunned by what I saw. A silver vine spiraled upward, filling the entire bathroom like the snake in a game of snake. The vine was covered in tiny barbs, each one brimming with vitality, gently pulsing in sync with my breath. Compared to the tiny green sprout it once was, this shiny silver vine now had the presence and grandeur befitting an ancient plant-type Beastmaster creature. I activated my demon god's eye, examining the silver vine's data. Only one more material is needed. As long as I get the nectar of the demon firefly flower, the celestial soul vine beast can detach from the pot and soil, becoming a true Beastmaster creature. The vine coiled around me, its tendrils pressing against my face, expressing affection. Everything was ready, except for the final crucial element, the demon firefly flower's nectar, which could only be found in Huangyan City, on the western border. That morning I declined the Murong siblings' invitation. Instead, I turned around and embraced a stunning woman, then got into her luxury car and disappeared from sight. The Murong siblings witnessed it all. That woman, isn't she Qin Yanran from the Skyfire Guild?
She's got a
really hot figure, Murong Yangshuo said, but then suddenly felt a chill. Ahem, Qin Yanran may have a good figure, but she's not as pretty as my sister. This was Murong Yangshuo's survival instinct kicking in as Murong Shinchin's older brother. Murong Shinchin stared blankly at the street corner, lost in thought. No one knew what was going through this young girl's mind at that moment. Murong Yangshuo lightly smacked Murong Shinchin on the head. A little sister, you saw it too, guys like Xingyu, who have both talent and looks, are really popular with beautiful women. If you want Xingyu to become the son-in-law of the Murong family, take the initiative. Murong Shinchin blinked, her white cowlick swaying in the wind. I don't know how to take the initiative. A dating stuff? It's true that girls should be a bit more reserved after all. Murong Yangshuo pondered for a while, then a light bulb went off in his head. How about this, little sis? After the midterm exams are over, I'll find a way to create an opportunity for you two to be alone together. Previously, Murong Yangshuo was as opposed to me as could be, but now he was as eager as ever to have me as his brother-in-law. On the other side, while I was having dinner with my godsister Qin Yanran, I noticed that many of the other guests in the restaurant were talking about something that revolved around the term Tianji Pavilion. Qin Yanran noticed too and immediately explained to me that Tianji Pavilion was actually an auction house, where all sorts of treasures, including rare Beastmaster creatures, were displayed and auctioned off. Intrigued, I decided to accompany Qin Yanran to Tianji Pavilion. Upon entering the grand lobby on the first floor of Tianji Pavilion, I was deeply captivated by the sight. Before me, the walls were adorned with various monster skulls, hides, and specimens. Feathers of the Windwing Falcon King, the fishtail of the Ice Vortex Naga Queen, the skull of a black iron giant. These are rare treasures indeed. Xingyu, these treasures on the first floor are not for sale. They're part of the personal collection of the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master? The Pavilion Master is the owner of Tianji Pavilion, Zhang Xuero. I hadn't heard of this person before, but I could guess most of it in my mind. To own a place like Tianji Pavilion, filled with treasures, and to hold the biggest auction in the entire city, this person must have a significant background. Move aside. Everyone, move aside, don't block young Master Li's path. A commotion broke out at the entrance to the lobby on the first floor, and the atmosphere turned chaotic. I turned around to see several guests lying on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. The crowd parted, and while everyone said their fear and apprehension kept them silent, unwilling to provoke further trouble. Amidst a group of men dressed in black, a young man in luxurious clothes walked into the lobby. His appearance was far from handsome, his stature was not impressive, and his arrogant demeanor was downright off-putting. The reason for this young man's audacity was the purple token hanging from his waist. The token bore the emblem of the Tempest Guild. It seems this must be that arrogant young master from the Tempest Guild, I muttered under my breath. Li Han was chewing gum with an overbearing, arrogant expression. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm some kind of monkey? Look at me again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Everyone backed away, unwilling to provoke Li Han. The Tempest Guild was the top-ranking guild in Longyin City. Li Han was the only son of Li Jianghe, the guild master of the Tempest Guild and the sole heir of the Li family. Because of this, Li Han had committed many despicable acts in Longyin City, and thanks to his father's reputation, no one dared to lay a finger on him. Li Han's attention was soon drawn to Qin Yanran, and a lecherous smile crept across his face. Yanran, you're here too, what a coincidence. Qin Yanran's expression turned cold. Li Han, stay away from me. We're not close. It was only then that Li Han noticed the young man standing beside Qin Yanran. I was standing very close to Qin Yanran, and she was holding my hand. Seeing this, Li Han's expression instantly darkened. Qin Yanran, not wanting to engage further with Li Han, tried to pull me towards the stairs to head to the second floor. However, Li Han, like a stubborn leech, followed closely behind. His black-clad bodyguards, fully aware of his intentions, blocked the stairway. Qin Yanran had no choice but to stop, turning around with a sharp glare, her beautiful face showing clear signs of anger. Li Han, what exactly do you want? Li Han's gaze shifted to me, taking in my presence for the first time. And who is this little brat beside you? He looks like he hasn't even grown out all his hair yet. Seeing a taller, more handsome boy being so close and intimate with the woman he desired, holding her hand no less, filled Li Han with jealousy and anger. At this point, a middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks walked up to Li Han. His demeanor was servile and his eyes were shifty. This was Qian Feng, the steward of the Tempest Guild. A young masterly, I did some checking. The guy beside Miss Qin is a new student at Azure Dragon Academy, Xingyu, who just led Azure Dragon Academy to victory in the Supernova Tournament. Given that I had made quite a name for myself in Longyin City, it was easy to find information about me. Qian Feng leaned in closer to Li Han and added, young masterly, although this Xingyu has gained some fame, he's only a 2-star Beastmaster, with no power or background to speak of. He's just a poor kid from a small town. Li Han squinted, re-evaluating the tall, upright young man standing in front of him. So winning the Supernova Tournament makes you think you're something special? Li Han then turned to Qin Yanran, a smug smile on his face, dripping with arrogance. Yanran, it seems your taste has really gone downhill. Even if you don't want to accept my advances, surely you can't be serious about spending your own money to keep some powerless pretty boy around? Qin Yanran's anger flared up, and she snapped, Li Han, watch your mouth. Xingyu is not some pretty boy. Ayo? Well, calling him Xingyu with such affection. So you're a sister type who likes delicate little boys, huh? Each word from Li Han was laced with humiliation aimed at me. Not only that, but he also took a step closer, fixing his gaze on me as he made a direct threat. A kid, Yanran is the woman I have my eye on. If you know what's good for you, get out of Tianji Pavilion. Otherwise, Li Han was accustomed to people fearing his status as the son of the Tempest Guild's guildmaster. He was certain that I would back off, intimidated by his identity, and willingly distance myself from Qin Yanran. I gave him my signature harmless smile and asked, or what? Qian Feng stepped in, his attitude unbearably arrogant. Brat, how dare you speak to young masterly like that? One word from him and you'll be run out of Longyin City. These people had been using the Tempest Guild's name to get away with all sorts of misdeeds, angering many. But the people around us, though furious, kept their silence. No one in Longyin City was willing to cross the city's top-ranked guild. Li Han began to walk toward Qin Yanran, his gaze filled with malicious intent, his lecherous expression making my stomach turn. Yanran, you see, you're always so fierce, never knowing when to compromise. Our Tempest Guild is ranked first in the city. Your Soaring Cloud Guild is ranked second. If you marry me and become my 8th concubine, our combined forces will only grow stronger. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? I couldn't help but shake my head and chuckle coldly. A young masterly, your scheme is so loud that even a guard dog 10 kilometers away could hear it.
It's no
wonder you and those dogs are alike. A brat, did you just call me a dog?
You're asking for it.
Li Han's face flushed with anger. No one had ever dared to insult him like this before. You already have 7 concubines and still want an 8th? If you're so desperate, go find an old Sao the pigsty instead of bothering with my sister Yenran. And what's more, you're not just after Yenran's beauty, you're also eyeing the soaring Cloud Guild, I continued, my voice calm but cutting. If I'm not mistaken, you're worried that the rapid rise of soaring Cloud Guild in the past 2 years is already threatening the status of Tempest Guild.
That's why you're
pursuing Yenran like a rabid dog, isn't it? My words hit the mark, sharp and precise, striking at the core of the issue. Li Han, now visibly shaken, felt his chest tighten as he stammered, unable to form a coherent rebuttal.
You're spouting nonsense.
Our Tempest Guild is the top guild in the city, how could we possibly
be?
But before Li Han could finish, murmurs spread through the crowd. That young man is spot on. Soaring Cloud Guild has been growing rapidly over the past couple of years. Yeah, in terms of reputation and public support, I think they've already surpassed Tempest Guild. I heard that Tempest Guild failed 2 S-rank missions just this month. There's also a rumor going around that Soaring Cloud Guild has snagged several contracts that were supposed to go to Tempest Guild. The crowd's voices were clear and unwavering. In the past 2 years, Soaring Cloud Guild had earned the trust of the citizens of Longyin City through their honest work and good reputation. On the other hand, the Tempest Guild, which was still ranked number 1, had been losing the public's favor due to their price gouging, increased mission failure rates, and poor after-sales service. Li Han, as the young master of Tempest Guild, was well aware of this. Objectively speaking, within a year, Soaring Cloud Guild's strength would likely surpass Tempest Guild's, claiming the top spot in the city.
His
father, Li Jianghe, who was the guild master, had been under tremendous stress because of this, which was why he sent Li Han to aggressively pursue Qin Yenran. I see it clearly now, this Li family is trying to swallow up Soaring Cloud Guild through a family alliance. One person in the crowd exclaimed.
No kidding.
That way, Tempest Guild can monopolize the market and continue to exploit people for their
money.
Tempest Guild is just a money-grabbing machine. Last time, I hired them to take down a fully evolved beast and they charged me 500,000 gold coins. The crowd's growing anger was palpable. Tempest Guild's reputation hadn't crumbled overnight, it had been a long time coming. Now, in this public setting, Li Han was left humiliated and at a loss for words, his face turning an ugly shade of green.
Damn insect! I'll crush you like the bug you are.
Li Han roared, all his fury now directed at me. The tension in the air was just as the situation was about to explode, a melodic and soothing female voice resonated through the first floor of Tianji Pavilion.
This is Tianji Pavilion.
If you have personal grudges, please take them outside. I won't have my treasures. Damigat. The voice was ethereal and captivating, commanding attention before the speaker even appeared. What a beautiful voice, I murmured, intrigued. I turned to see who it was. The crowd parted, creating a clear path. A woman dressed in a traditional qipao stepped into the light. Had seen many beautiful women before, but this was the first time I encountered someone who embodied the full essence of classical elegance. She held a folding fan in her hand, her figure graceful and poised. Her movements were light and refined, as if she were a butterfly fluttering through the air. I was mesmerized, feeling as if I had been transported back through time to an ancient era. The pavilion master has arrived. Jiang Boss lives up to her reputation, she truly is the #1 classical beauty of Longyin City. Her eyes are so clear and deep, like a lake that holds the secrets of 1,000 stars. Her lips are like cherry blossoms in full bloom, as if she's a goddess who has descended to the mortal world.
Wonderful, simply wonderful.
I thought to myself, marveling at this timeless beauty who seemed to defy the passage of years. This classical beauty, who had not been touched by the ravages of time, was none other than Jiang Xuero, the owner of Tianji Pavilion and the host of the auction. Are you stunned by Jiang Boss's beauty? Qin Yenren teased me, poking my shoulder playfully. I snapped back to reality, offering a sheepish smile. I got a bit lost in thought for a moment. Typical man. Can't help but be mesmerized when they see a beautiful woman. Qin Yanran's tone carried a hint of jealousy. A Yenrenjie, is she really the owner of Tianji Pavilion? I asked, still somewhat in awe. That's right. Her name is Zhang Xuero. Though she appears to be just a businesswoman, she holds a lot of influence. Even Li Han doesn't dare to openly challenge her. I noticed a small, snow-white ferret resting on Zhang Xuero's shoulder. The creature looked no bigger than the size of a palm, adorably harmless. A snow-stepping ferret, a beast king level, tier 3 beast. I was surprised. Despite its diminutive and innocent appearance, this ferret was a beast king level creature, indicating that Zhang Xuero's strength was likely above that of a 6-star Beastmaster. While I was observing Zhang Xuero, she too was casting a glance in my direction, a flicker of interest passing through her eyes. Li Han, noticing Zhang Xuero's presence, toned down his arrogant demeanor. A boss Zhang, I have no intention of causing trouble on your premises. Please forgive me. Zhang Xuero responded with a soft smile, but she didn't engage Li Han in conversation. Given her respect for Li Jianghe, the head of Tempest Guild, she wouldn't force Li Han to leave. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Please proceed to the exhibition hall on the top floor. A Yenrenjie, that Li Han has bad intentions towards you. Why don't we just leave? I suggested, concerned. Xingyu, we're here for the auction. I wanted to pick out a special gift for you. Qin Yanren replied. But that Li Han. Don't worry about him. Qin Yanran interlaced her arm with mine, her chest pressing against my elbow. So soft, so full. Yenrenjie's figure is even better than I imagined. I thought, relishing the exclusive privilege she was offering me. Qin Yanran didn't seem to care about societal norms when it came to physical contact with me, allowing me the opportunity to indulge. Not far away, Li Han watched Qin Yanran's affectionate behavior toward me, his rage barely contained. Quietly, Qian Feng muttered to Li Han, young master, how about we wait until after the auction, then grab that kid and teach him a lesson in some alley? Why wait until after the auction to teach him a lesson? Steward Qian, just follow my plan. The two of them whispered their schemes to each other, their faces contorting into sinister smiles. 5 minutes later, Zhang Xuero, dressed in her ink-painted qipao, ascended the auction stage. Welcome everyone to Tianji Pavilion's autumn auction. I am Zhang Xuero, the owner of Tianji Pavilion. She announced, her voice as soothing as a melody. The crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Qin Yanran and I, seated in the VIP section, joined in the applause along with everyone else. A Yenrenjie, it feels like some of the people here aren't just here for the auction. It's more like they're here to see a celebrity, I observed. Qin Yanran leaned in, speaking quietly, you're absolutely right. Half of the guests are here to find treasures, while the other half are just fans of Zhang Boss, drawn by her beauty. The venue was packed to the brim, almost entirely with men. Zhang Xuero, with her classic beauty that seemed to have stepped out of a painting, could captivate any man's heart with just a glance or a smile. As I continued to clap, my gaze fixated on Zhang Xuero on stage, I couldn't help but sigh, I must say, boss. Zhang truly is a rare beauty. Her gaze alone is enough to capture one's soul. Qin Yanran wrapped her arm around my neck, her smile not reaching her eyes as she asked, Xingyu, do you prefer someone like Zhang Xuero or someone like me? This seemed like a multiple-choice question, but it was actually a single-choice one. My survival instincts kicked in and I responded without hesitation. Of course, I prefer someone like you, Yenrenjie, valiant and heroic, a true heroine among women. A smart boy, you know how to make your sister happy. Making my sister happy was one of my strong suits. Next, we will officially begin the auction. Zhang Xuero announced, her voice clear and melodious. The first item for auction is the skull of a Tianyan spirit beast. This treasure contains medicinal properties beneficial for nourishing and rejuvenating the body. When brewed into a soup, it can help cleanse toxins from a beast's body and enhance its armor. A starting bid, 3.5 million gold coins. As soon as Zhang Xuero finished speaking, the guests below the stage seemed to be in a daze still
captivated by her beauty. Then, with a charming smile, Jiang Xuero's presence seemed to fill every corner of the hall like a gentle fragrance. I bid for million. I'll bid for 0.5 million. I'll offer 6 million as long as Boss Jiang smiles at me again. I'll give 10 million if Boss Jiang would just share a meal with me. As I watched the guests scramble to outbid each other, my smile froze and I leaned closer to Qin Yanran, whispering my thoughts. A Yanran Jie, the skull of a Tianyan spirit beast does indeed have some medicinal value, but starting the bid at 3.5 million gold coins seems a bit inflated. And yet, these wealthy patrons are frantically raising their bids. Do they just have too much money to spend? Qin Yanran tapped my head lightly, her tone indulgent. A naive little brother, you're too innocent. These men aren't spending their money on the item itself. They're doing it to catch Boss Jiang's attention, hoping for a chance to get closer to her. Curious, I couldn't help but ask, I know it's a secret for women, but I'm really curious, how old is this boss? Jiang? You've stumped your sister, I don't know her exact age either. My gaze returned to Jiang Xuero on stage and I activated my demon god's eye. There seems to be a shroud of mystery around this woman. I can't see through her, not at all. My instincts were strong and I was convinced of one thing, the owner of Tianji Pavilion, this Jiang Xuero, was far more complex than she appeared on the surface. All I know is that this boss Jiang isn't simple. She's someone worth getting to know. I had never forgotten my plan to expand my network. I understood that I was not yet strong enough and making connections with extraordinary people was a crucial step toward my future goal of becoming king. Thanks to Jiang Xuero's captivating presence, every item presented at the auction was driven to astronomical prices by the guests. An hour passed and Jiang Xuero had already earned at least 500 million. And next, let's have the ceremonial attendants present the 9th item. 2 attendants carried a glass case onto the stage. When the red cloth draped over the glass case was lifted, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is that Dragonhorn Ginseng? Yes, it's Dragonhorn Ginseng. This is an incredibly rare treasure. It's said that its medicinal properties can bring a dying beast back to life. In the glass case was a crimson wild ginseng root, shaped remarkably like a dragon's horn, hence the name. Dragonhorn Ginseng. This was, without a doubt, the most valuable item up for auction at the event. Jiang Xuero beamed at the guests. Esteemed guests, I believe you all are well aware of the value of Dragonhorn Ginseng. A starting bid, 80 million. An item with a starting bid of 80 million was likely to fetch over 1 billion by the time the bidding ended. Just as the guests were about to raise their paddles and bid, the sound of a wine glass shattering suddenly echoed through the room. All eyes turned to a corner where I stood, looking apologetic. A shattered wine glass lay at my feet and the front of my shirt was soaked with red wine. Jiang Xuero noticed me. Oh Sir, are you all right? I'm fine. Seeing the situation, Li Han sneered and taunted, a pauper is always a pauper. Coming to a place like this, you only end up embarrassing yourself. As someone, help this gentleman to the restroom to clean up. A Boss Jiang, could I trouble you to help me to the restroom? My words left everyone in the room stunned. Who do you think you are asking Boss Jiang to help you? What a toad lusting after a swan. He's just trying to take advantage of Boss Jiang. Dream on. Ignoring the murmurs, I gave Jiang Xuero a subtle wink. Catching my hint, Jiang Xuero hesitated for a moment but then stepped down from the stage and came over to my side. Sir, let me take you to the restroom. Thank you, Boss Jiang. The entire room full of guests watched in disbelief as Jiang Xuero personally escorted me to the restroom. Many looked as though they had just swallowed a fly. Heavens, my goddess actually likes pretty boys? This is a disaster. All the money I spent on those items earlier is wasted. What does that guy have? Is it just because he's handsome? I'm not bad looking either, maybe just a bit cross-eyed. But that shouldn't be a deal-breaker, right? Brother, that cross-eye is a pretty big deal. You've been talking to a doorpost this whole time. Qin Yanran looked puzzled and a little jealous. It seemed like Xingyu purposely broke that glass and spilled wine on himself. Is he trying to get close to Jiang Xuero? Could it be that he has a thing for women in Qipao?
Next time, I'll buy myself a Heislet cheapao, show off my legs, and make that disloyal brat forget all about other women. In the restroom, Zhang Xuero took out some tissues, turned on the faucet with the tissues, and handed them to me. Sir, here, wipe yourself off. Thank you, Boss Zhang. I wiped away the wine stains from around my chest area. Wat schuld ich you, sir? Xiao Xingyu. Zhang Xuero's smile was as graceful as a painting and her voice as gentle as her demeanor. You're quite remarkable. I've heard you led Qinglong Academy to victory in the Supernova Tournament. I waved my hand modestly. Boss Zhang, I specifically wanted to speak with you using this pretext. Please feel free to speak, Mr. Xiao. I got straight to the point. The 9th item you just auctioned, the Dragon Horn Ginseng, is a fake. Zhang Xuero's brows furrowed in anger. Mr. Xiao, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Since the day Tianji Tower opened its doors, we have never auctioned a single counterfeit item. If you're here to tarnish our reputation, then I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. The snow-perching mink on Zhang Xuero's shoulder glared at me, its eyes glowing with a purple light, sending a wave of cold that enveloped me. Boss Zhang, I'm merely a 2-star Beastmaster, while your snow-perching mink is a Beast King level. Creature. Why would I go out of my way to slander Tianji Tower and make an enemy of someone as powerful as you? You can identify the snow-perching mink? Zhang Xuero looked at me with surprise. Few people could recognize the true level of the snow-perching mink at a glance. To most, it would simply appear as an unremarkable pet. I kept a calm smile and continued, I'm just telling the truth. The Dragon Horn Ginseng is indeed a fake. If it were exposed that Tianji Tower auctioned a counterfeit, it would harm your reputation. Zhang Xuero's anger subsided. Then tell me, how did you know my Dragon Horn Ginseng was a fake? With my demon god's eye, I was like a top-tier treasure appraiser. Dragon Horn Ginseng grows in the ice valley of northern Longua, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It naturally emits a faint herbal fragrance. However, the Dragon Horn Ginseng you showcased didn't have that fragrance, it only looked like a dragon horn but lacked the scent. Based on my assessment, what you have is a Jiao Dragon Blood Beard, which also grows in the ice valley, but under the cold pools, not a true Dragon Horn Ginseng. Zhang Xuero fell into deep thought, murmuring to herself. Jiao Dragon Blood Beard, it does resemble Dragon Horn Ginseng. Could it really be a fake? She immediately ordered the item to be removed from the auction platform. 5 minutes later, a staff member approached. Boss Zhang, the appraisal results are in. I speak. It is indeed a fake. It's a Jiao Dragon Blood Beard that has been repackaged to look like Dragon Horn Ginseng. Just as I suspected, the Dragon Horn Ginseng was confirmed to be a counterfeit. Zhang Xuero's voice turned cold. Who supplied this Dragon Horn Ginseng? The Shui family from Lingyan City. From now on, we will no longer cooperate with the Shui family. Yes, Boss Zhang. Zhang Xuero turned back to me, smiling charmingly. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. If not for your sharp eyes, this fake Dragon Horn Ginseng could have been sold, and the consequences would have been disastrous. For Tianji Tower, reputation was the most valuable asset. If it were exposed that they had auctioned off a fake item, Zhang Xuero would bear the brunt of the blame, not only in terms of financial loss but also in facing a public relations crisis. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning, I replied modestly, hiding my accomplishment. Zhang Xuero then pulled out a gold card from her purse. The card featured embossed rose patterns and the emblem of Tianji Tower. This is the exclusive gold card for Supreme VIPs at Tianji Tower, a token of gratitude for your help, Mr. Xiao. This is too much. Take it. Zhang Xuero forcibly pressed the Supreme gold card into my hand. I appeared hesitant, repeatedly trying to decline, but inwardly I was thrilled. It's quite a coincidence, this is a perfect opportunity to expand my connections. Zhang Xuero may seem like just the owner of Tianji Tower on the surface, but with a Beast King level beast like the snow-perching mink in her care, her background is definitely not simple. Every move I made had significant meaning. I wouldn't bother getting to know someone like Li Han, who relies on family connections to throw his weight around. Only people like Zhang Xuero piqued my interest.
Mr. Xiao, the auction is resuming. Please return to your seat in the hall. I'll join you shortly. All right. The auction continued, and I returned to Qin Yanran's side. She looked at me with curiosity. Xingyu, what were you and Jiang Shuero talking about? And nothing much, just establishing a friendship. A friendship? Just met and already friends? You really forget your sister when you see a pretty face. Qin Yanran playfully pouted, pretending to be upset. Yanran, we're just ordinary friends. But you and I, though not related by blood, are closer than real siblings. It's different. You sure know how to sweet talk. Moments later, Jiang Shuero returned to the auction stage. The crowd was abuzz with speculation. Jiang boss, why was the 9th auction item withdrawn? I really wanted that dragon horn ginseng. I'd pay over $1 billion for it. Yeah, bring the dragon horn ginseng back on the block. Dragon horn ginseng has incredibly rich medicinal value, capable of reviving dying beasts. Even without. Considering Jiang Shuero's influence, these wealthy patrons were willing to spend a fortune to take it home. Jiang Shuero glanced my way, her eyes expressing gratitude. If it weren't for me, that fake dragon horn ginseng might have been auctioned off for billions, and Tianji Tower's reputation would have been ruined when the buyer discovered it was a counterfeit. My apologies, everyone. The dragon horn ginseng has been pre-ordered by a close buyer of mine and will not be part of the auction. We'll move on to the next item. The auction assistant stepped forward and unveiled the next item. Inside the glass case was a magical beast crystal core, glowing with a golden light. Jiang Shuero began her introduction. This is a holy light attribute beast crystal core. As she spoke, the patrons showed little interest. Holy light beasts are extremely rare, and for most Beastmasters, purchasing a holy light attribute beast crystal core would be useless and a waste of money. But this wasn't just any holy light attribute beast crystal core. My reaction was completely different from the other guests. The moment I saw the crystal core in the glass case, I felt a surge of excitement and my eyes couldn't hide the desire. Activating my demon god's eye. In my vision, the center of the beast crystal core sparkled with starlight. Around the core, faint constellations seemed to emerge. The power of the stars. I was certain of one thing, hidden within this holy light attribute beast crystal core was the power of the stars. The power of the stars is an even more formidable force than the power of the demon. This power can harness the light of the stars from outer space and unleash terrifying might in battle. My holy light angel beast desperately needs this power. Xingyu, do you like this item? Qin Yanran noticed my interest. Yanran, I say no more. I'll help you get it. Having a wealthy sister is such a joy. All the details about this holy light attribute beast crystal core have been explained. A starting bid, 10 million. This starting price aligns with current market conditions. The holy light attribute is already rare, and while this core might be useless to most, to those who need it, it's a priceless treasure. My holy light angel beast is indeed a holy light type beast. This beast crystal core would be a perfect match for it. And with my demon god's eye, I've also discovered the hidden power of the stars within the crystal core. I must have this beast crystal core. I bid 11 million. Out of respect for Ms. Jiang, I'll go for it 12 million. Qin Yanran raised her paddle. 15 million. Everyone in the room turned to look at Qin Yanran and me. Jiang Shuero smiled gently, 15 million going once. The crowd murmured, but no one else raised their paddle. These patrons didn't have contracted holy light attribute beasts, so there was no need to continue bidding. Just for a fleeting smile, it would be a waste. 15 million going twice. 15 million th. Just at the critical moment, someone raised their paddle. Jiang Xuuru, Yang Masterli beats 18 million. I glanced over to see Li Han lounging with his legs crossed, looking smug. Li Han's butler, Qian Feng, was holding the 18 million paddle, wearing a lecherous grin. Qin Yanran angrily said, Li Han, you don't even have a holy light attribute beast. Why are you maliciously inflating the price? Li Han raised an eyebrow, laughing arrogantly. I've indeed never contracted a holy light beast, and even if I win this beast crystal core, it'll just gather dust at home. As Li Han spoke, his gaze locked onto me, filled with malice. A brat, Qin Yanran is bidding on this beast.
crystal core for you, isn't she? I'm now a public figure, and it would be easy to find out that I've contracted a holy light angel beast. So Li Han was sure that Qin Yanran was bidding on it for me.
Li Han, you've gone too far.
Yanran, I'm doing this just to make things difficult for this pretty boy. Qin Yanran, her face flushed with anger, raised her paddle again. Li Han personally raised his paddle, 50 million. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Oh my god, is young Master Li crazy? Offering 50 million just to spite Xiao Xingyu? I wonder if Miss Qin will continue to raise the bid. Miss Qin's expression doesn't look good. Just as Qin Yanran was about to raise her bid again, I stopped her. Yanran, don't let him get to you. Li Han is deliberately trying to provoke you. I know he's trying to provoke me, but I have to win this beast crystal core. I felt warmth in my heart, realizing that Qin Yanran wasn't the type to act rashly. She was doing this for me.
Xingyu, don't worry.
No matter the cost, I'm willing to pay.
If you want it, your sister will get it for you.
Qin Yanran's affection for me went beyond sisterly love. It was as if she treated me like her own son. Li Han, confident in his victory, looked at Zhang Xuero on stage. Ms. Zhang, I've bid 50 million. If no one else raises the bid, you should announce the result. Qin Yanran raised her paddle once more.
I bid 60 million.
This time, before Li Han could respond, Zhang Xuero intervened.
Miss Qin, please calm down.
Zhang Xuero took the beast crystal core from the display case and had it placed into a delicate gift box by the staff. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xuero, holding the gift box, walked over to me.
Hey everyone, Mr. Xiao is a supreme gold card holder at Tianji Tower and also a friend of mine.
I hereby announce that this holy light attribute beast crystal core is withdrawn from the auction and given as a personal gift to Mr. Xiao. Zhang Xuero's words left everyone stunned.
Xiao Xingyu holds a supreme gold card from Tianji Tower?
I've spent half my fortune on previous auctions here and I'm still just a diamond member. Who would have thought this kid is a friend of Ms. Zhang's?
Lucky him.
In Longyin City, the line of people wanting to befriend Zhang Xuero could stretch across 18 streets. Every guest here was a person of status, yet none had even a chance for a private conversation with Zhang Xuero. Qin Yanran, like everyone else, was filled with disbelief.
Xingyu, when did you and Ms. Zhang become friends?
I smiled and explained just now. Qin Yanran fell into deep thought, wondering what exactly happened between Xingyu and Zhang Xuero.
When they went to the restroom.
Li Han wasn't pleased and stepped forward to argue. Ms. Zhang, I offered 60 million and you're not even tempted? Sorry, young Master Li, but Mr. Xiao is one of my closest friends. I've decided not to auction this beast crystal core. Zhang Xuero handed the gift box to me, her smile radiant and enchanting. Thank you, Ms. Zhang. I accepted the gift box, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling overjoyed inside. This holy light attribute beast crystal core was invaluable to me, as it could help my holy light angel beast break through and absorb the power of the stars.
Xingyu, are you interested in any other auction items?
Yanran, I've already gotten what I wanted.
Let's go.
Having secured the holy light attribute beast crystal core containing the power of the stars, I was more than satisfied. Besides, it was getting late and I noticed several missed calls from Xiao Ruoxue on my phone. Just as we were about to leave, a group of men in black blocked our way. Qin Yanran glared at them coldly.
Li Han, what do you intend to do?
Li Han, with his hands in his pockets, walked up to me.
What do I intend to do?
Your little brother insulted me today, embarrassed me, and dared to oppose me. If I just let him walk away like that, where would that leave the face of the young master of the Hurricane Guild? Li Han's intentions were clear. He was going to teach me a lesson in front of everyone. Qin Yanran stepped in front of me, shielding me. If you have a problem, take it out on me. Leave my brother out of this. Li Han laughed uproariously, his tone mocking. Yanran, if you agree to be my 8th concubine, then we would be family, and your little brother here would be my brother-in-law. Naturally, I wouldn't make things difficult for him.
You shameless scoundrel.
That's right, I am shameless. Either you agree to marry me or I'll break one of your brother's legs. The choice is yours. Compared to the Hurricane Guild, the overall strength of the Zhangqiong Guild was not as strong. If the two guilds were to clash directly because of this, it would not bode well for the Zhangqiong Guild. Moreover, the leader of the Zhangqiong Guild, Qin Longwei, was currently not in Longyin City. Without her father to back her up, Qin Yanran's situation was indeed precarious. Jiang Xuero had initially planned to step in, but then she noticed the faint smile tugging at the corner of my lips. Judging by that expression, it seems he has something up his sleeve. Jiang Xuero decided to hold back, curious to see how I would handle the situation. At that moment, Qin Yanran grabbed my hand and attempted to leave. Li Han waved his hand, and a large group of Hurricane Guild members flooded into the top floor of Tianji Tower, surrounding the two of us. Get out of the way! Qin Yanran's angry voice rang out, low and commanding. Li Han, fanning himself with a folding fan, stared at Qin Yanran with undisguised lust. Yanran, I've made myself clear. If you agree to marry me and become my 8th concubine, we will be family. And once we are family, I will naturally forgive your brother for his earlier disrespect and offense. But if you refuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless. And shrugged and laughed coldly, giving Li Han a once-over. With your sharp features and monkey-like face, you actually think I would marry you? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? If your father wasn't Li Jianghe, even the sows in the village wouldn't want to pair with you. Qin Yanran was a fiery woman, never holding back her words, and she was brutally honest. Laugh all you want. Everyone around was trying hard to suppress their laughter but couldn't help themselves. Qin Yanran's words hit the nail on the head. Li Han's arrogance was entirely based on his father's status. Feeling humiliated by Qin Yanran's words, Li Han was furious but didn't dare to lay a hand on her. Instead, he redirected his anger towards me. Xiao Xingyu, if you're a real man, don't hide behind a woman. I stepped out from behind Qin Yanran, showing no fear on my face. My every movement was calm and composed, exuding the elegance and poise of a seasoned artist. A young masterly, there's always someone stronger out there. Don't think that just because you have a powerful father, you can do whatever you want. Li Han burst out laughing as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke, pointing at me with a sneer. Ahahaha, Xiao Xingyu, you're so funny. Why are you even a Beastmaster? You should be in the entertainment industry as a comedian. First of all, you're right about one thing, I do have a powerful father. My father is Li Jianghe, the head of the Hurricane Guild. Secondly, in Longyin City, I, Li Han, can indeed do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Li Han's arrogant attitude disgusted everyone present. If it weren't for the Hurricane Guild backing him, this brat would have been beaten to death long ago. At this moment, the steward Qian Feng hurried to Li Han's side, holding a photo in his hand. A young masterly, this is information our people just uncovered. Who's this beauty in the photo? She's stunning. Li Han stared at the silver-haired beauty in the picture, unable to tear his eyes away like a beast in heat. This gorgeous girl is Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. As Qian Feng finished speaking, he gave Li Han a lewd wink. Li Han pondered for a moment, and his smile became increasingly perverse. As Xiao Xingyu, I didn't expect your sister to be so beautiful. Previously, my face had been as calm as still water, but now my eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Li Han turned his gaze back to Qin Yanran, grinning as he taunted, Yanran, you're a bit too fiery. I can wait a little longer and save the spot of my 9th concubine for you. As for the 8th concubine, I'll reserve that spot for your sister. Ha ha ha. As Li Han laughed maniacally, he picked up the photo and brought it to his nose, sniffing it. Xiao Xingyu, I think I can smell your sister's scent through the picture. Li Han's every move vividly displayed his grotesque and perverse nature. The members of the Hurricane Guild surrounding Li Han also burst into laughter. Slap! A crisp, resounding slap echoed throughout Tianji Tower. Li Han fell to the ground, clutching his now swollen cheek, his pupils trembling in bewilderment. A young master, are you all right? The members of the Hurricane Guild hurriedly rushed to help him up. Xiao Xingyu, how dare you hit me? Li Han's eyes were filled with rage, his facial muscles contorted with anger, making him look even more menacing. At this moment, a terrifying aura, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped my entire body. With my head bowed and my eyes hidden beneath my bangs, no one could see the expression on my face. Li Han, if you dare insult my sister again, I will make you wish you were dead.
My tone was calm, each word uttered with a deliberate, steady rhythm, yet it struck Li Han with a force that shook his very soul. Not wanting to lose face in front of everyone, Li Han gritted his teeth and charged at me. Xiao Xingyu, my father is Li Jianghe. I dare you to hit me a guy. Slap. Xiao Xingyu you. Slap. Damn it. Stern slap 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 slap, Stern. Outside Tianji Tower, people in the streets stopped and looked up at the top floor of the tower. It's not a holiday, so why are they setting off firecrackers at Tianji Tower? Listen to that pa 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 sound, those fire...